Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Election 2021 on the BBC. We had more than our share of drama and surprises yesterday, but the picture is not complete. Lots more to come today, with thousands of council seats being declared in England, Welsh Labour looking at 5 more years of power in Cardiff, and the Scottish National Party wondering if it might still win an overall majority in the Scottish Parliament.
Yes, good afternoon. In the words of the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, the battle for an overall majority in the Scottish Parliament is on a knife edge. There has been a record turnout, with a late surge just before the polling stations closed on Thursday night at 10, with the future of the Union perhaps at stake. Now, 65 seats are needed for an overall majority, and at the moment, the SNP is on 43, that is up 3, the Liberal Democrats 4, no change for them. Conservatives down 2 on 3, Labour have lost 1 to sit at 2. Of the seats declared, 52 of 129, we're looking at 73 constituency seats and 56 seats on the list. It's all to play for in Scotland.
Well, the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has repeated that he would reject any calls for a second independence referendum in Scotland. Yesterday, he was in Hartlepool, celebrating a big by-election victory that will last long in the Conservative memory. But the election results didn't all go his way. In Wales, Labour had a great set of results, in contrast to Labour in England and Scotland. Labour in Wales on 30, having gained a seat. The Conservatives now in second place on 14, having gained 5. They are now the opposition figures, principally. Plaid Cymru on 11, and Lib Dems on just the 1. The Independents and Abolish the Assembly on no seats, and the seats declared at the moment 56 from 60, just 4 to go. So we are watching those political landscapes unfold across Wales, Scotland and England. Vicky Young is here with all the latest reaction from Westminster, and Reeta is at the touchscreen to bring us every result.
We've had a whole host of results in from the English councils already today, including Cannock Chase in Staffordshire, which, as you can see, has gone from no overall control to Conservative, continuing that theme of a strong Conservative performance in England. We're about 2/3 of the way through with the council results, so lots more to come, including some very close mayoral contests.
Our team of correspondents are at all the key contests, and Professor Sir John Curtice, as always, will be crunching the numbers and identifying the key political trends. So join us for all the excitement and the drama of elections 2021.
Yes, hello everyone. We're back. You couldn't keep us away, and we're delighted that you're with us, because after all the drama yesterday, I think we've got some more drama to come today. And in the next few hours, we should get some very important results in, certainly where Scotland and Wales are concerned. More so in Scotland, Kirsty, I think, where really Nicola Sturgeon still has a chance of a majority there.
It's a very slim path to majority, but she does have a chance. All eyes will be in Aberdeenshire West. Obviously, also there is the southern seat of Galloway and Western Fries. Less likely, perhaps, but definitely Aberdeenshire West. If she gets that one, that is a very big moment. And then, of course, there's the juggling and all the list seats, which will then reconfigure what actually happens. But so far, it's been a stonking election, really, for the SNP. And we're going to see, I think, no matter what happens in terms of an overall majority or a majority for independence with the Greens, we are going to see constitutional wranglings over the next 2 years, which will make Scotland a very exciting focus of attention.
You mentioned a stonking victory. It certainly was that for Welsh Labour, Kirsty, and confounding lots of the commentators, I have to say, and lots of the opinion polls that were published in the campaign itself. So we'll be asking questions about that. Welsh Labour having another 5 years in power, and they've already been in power in Cardiff, as we know, for 22 years. So it's a remarkable achievement for them, the Welsh Labour election machine really delivering. And of course, as far as England's concerned, let's not forget, thousands of those seats are being elected. We're looking at mayoral contests, and certainly in London and the West Midlands and elsewhere, they are all to come. So what we might do now, Kirsty, given that you've got some important results coming up, is ask Reeta to look at those SNP targets remaining.
So the SNP's route to that majority of 65 or more is shrinking, and it really does rely on a very small clutch of seats. Key amongst them are these two, Aberdeenshire West and Galloway. They're both held by the Conservatives at the moment, and they are SNP targets. So let's take a look at the electoral hill that they've got to climb. It's a very slim majority here for the Conservative former candidate Alexander Burnett, the former MSP, with just 900 votes between him and his SNP rival. So that is a very slim majority that he has. But sorry, I'll just go back to. I've got this regional list now, but the other seat was Dumfries and Galloway, where again the Conservative majority is slightly more than it is in Aberdeen West, but still quite a hard hill to climb for them. Now, the other route for the SNP is through the regional list system, and you'll remember that 73 of the seats in the Scottish Parliament are first past the post, and 56 are proportional representation taken from the regional lists. They will be looking to maybe pick up a regional list seat in the Highlands and Islands. Now, we can see that in terms of the counting of the vote in the regional areas, there are 3 out of the 8 areas declared. Now, the way in which the list system works, if a party picks up a lot of constituency seats in a regional area, they are less likely to perform well in the list system. The thinking is that the SNP might well pick up a list seat here, but, you know, we will have to see. The other area where they might be looking at a list seats is the south of Scotland, but it is thought that that might be a pretty tall order for them, actually. Let me just bring up the figures for you here. So we can see that there are 5 out of the 9 areas declared. The SNP's got 3 constituency seats here, and in fact it has gained 2 in this election, which means that the thinking is that it is more difficult for them to pick up a list seat here. So it's all very, very finely balanced.
Thanks very much, Reeta. Well, let's get straight to our correspondent, David Shanks, who is in Aberdeen. Very first question. When do you think we can expect a result in Aberdeenshire West, David?
Around 5 o'clock, but things have been running a little bit behind here so far. So we were due to have 2 declarations by 1 p.m. this afternoon, but obviously Bamshire and Bucking Coast yesterday was about 2 hours late, so they decided to do Aberdeenshire East this morning instead. So 3 constituencies here instead of the 2. So that's knocked everything back. So mid-afternoon to 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, we should get that crucial result for Aberdeenshire West. But the candidates are here. They're starting to mill around on the counting floor. If you can see somewhere down there in the vastness of the P&J Live Arena, they are there. Probably feeling quite nervous, as you say. This is an incredibly tight vote.
And tell me then about the tactical voting in Aberdeenshire East.
Well, what we saw in Aberdeenshire East, important to say, it was another hold for the SNP with Gillian Martin. But again, a rise in the turnout. But also a rise in support for the Conservatives. Majority slashed from 6,000 to roughly just under 2,000 for Gillian Martin there. So where turnout has increased, perhaps there has been more votes for the SNP. So with things as tight as they are in Aberdeenshire West, could that be an indication of where things are going? You know, we could infer that independence has been a big factor here. So we'll see how that plays out later on this afternoon.
Well, interesting, 2 different things on that. Of course, the majority in Aberdeenshire West for the Conservatives is much narrower. They've got an SNP candidate, Fergus Much, who narrowly fell back behind the incumbent in the general election. So he's well known in the area, and I gather he's very popular, so it has that in its favour. Against that, of course, you have the idea that that was a particular area where there was a very strong no vote in the first independence referendum.
Well, yes, exactly. I mean, it depends on which way the campaign has gone. Fergus Much has been running quite a local issues-driven campaign. He's been very visible. He's been out and about on the trail, very active on social media too. And in the final stretch of the campaign as well, the SNP campaign bus came back through. Crucial to note that that was one of the last stops in the campaign for Nicola Sturgeon as well, to try and shore up that vote, to push them over that line of 900. But it's an affluent area. It's a very rural area. Counts Her Majesty the Queen is an occasional resident as well. Who knows exactly which way this one could go, so will remain very, very tight.
Queen's a resident sometimes, but no vote. Thanks very much, David.
Well, let's go to the south of Scotland. A tradition there is that they've had plenty of Conservative MPs in the past, thinking of people like Ian Lang in Dumfries and Galloway. Well, we're talking now about the constituency known as Galloway and West Dumfries. That is the Scottish Parliament constituency. And again, we're talking about the challenge there between the Conservatives and the SNP. So let's join Conor Gillis there for us in Dumfries. Just bring us up to date, Conor. How do you think this one's going?
Well, it's hard to tell at this stage, Huw. We are expecting a declaration maybe around 3 o'clock this afternoon. But let's take a look at how things played out in 2016 at the Scottish parliamentary election there. The Conservatives took 43.5% of the vote in 2016, with the SNP just behind on 39%. And this campaign here in the south of Scotland, as is the same across the whole of Scotland, has been fought on the constitutional issue. But the Conservatives here in the south are riding on the wave of a win yesterday. They increased their majority by 10%. Oliver Mundell, the son of the former Scottish Secretary David Mundell, re-elected here in the south of the country. So, yes, if Finlay Carson, the Conservative candidate, is not re-elected here today, that would be a huge upset for the Conservatives. He would effectively be ousted from Holyrood because he is 7th on the regional South of Scotland list, and that is the list that is all important. All eyes on that across the south here today. There are 7 seats up for grabs. 2 Conservative from 2016, 2 Labour at that election as well, and 3 went to the SNP. But this time around, the former MP, George Galloway, is in the mix down in this part of the world with the All for Unity party. He is hoping to clutch some success down here. He told the BBC earlier on this week that in order to get some success, he would need at least 20,000 votes in this part of the world. And the results, I can tell you, Huw, are in from 2 parts of this regional list area. And so far, we believe Mr. Galloway and his party have secured around 1,200 votes. So maybe not exactly the numbers Mr. Galloway and his All for Unity party would have been looking for at this stage. But a few hours to go and we'll keep you updated.
Indeed, and we'll be straight back on it. Just a quick one. When do you think we might get the Galloway and West Dumfries result itself? And while I'm asking you that as well, what kind of vibe are you getting from party workers there at the count?
Yeah, the Galloway and West Dumfries declaration, it's hard to get an exact time, as you know yourself, due to COVID at the moment. Things are running a lot slower. There's roughly around 50 people on the floor here counting the votes. Normally that number would be more than double. So things are taking a bit longer, as is the case across the UK today. In terms of the south of Scotland declaration, the trouble is that, of course, this is a very rural part of Scotland, and that adds again to the length of time. So we'll get the 2 parts of the Galloway constituency down here where I am in Dumfries, but then we need to wait for the other 5 parts of this region to come down before we can bring the whole thing to a close. So no time scale on that. It might be well into the evening. Here for the long haul.
Conor, thank you very much. We'll talk to you later.
And here in Edinburgh all afternoon, I have our correspondent Nick Airdley with me, and we're going to begin by talking, first of all, about Aberdeenshire West. What are you hearing?
It was very close. The Conservatives have been worried about this one for the last few days. They're slightly worried that the constituency vote isn't turning out as much is their list vote. So I think it's definitely up in the air. The SNP have run a pretty aggressive campaign there. I think Nicola Sturgeon's been up 4 times.
We're just hearing it was the last battle bus place.
She's not been a stranger to some of the local communities up there. What will be interesting is whether what happened in Aberdeen East happens, where Liberal Democrats vote Conservative to stop the SNP. I think it's slightly more complicated here. The Lib Dem candidate is Rosemary Bruce, wife of the former MP for the area, Malcolm Bruce. They have quite a big vote in that area. So tactical voting versus SNP turnout, it's all coming down to that.
And also, I'm hearing that Conservatives are broadly disappointed that having lent their votes to the Liberal Democrats and Labour to shore up the union, that has not necessarily been reciprocated. And you're just suggesting there, with Malcolm Bruce's widow, that that might not happen there either.
There's a bit bad blood,
yes,
particularly in East Lothian, for example, where the SNP pipped the Labour Party. The Labour Party are very angry that they think the Conservative campaign was a bit too much there. It's also interesting, I'm hearing some talk about that playing into the list system in the south of Scotland. George Galloway's Alliance for Unity Party getting about 500 votes in most constituencies, nowhere near enough to get a seat, but potentially
destabilising the others.
Given that the SNP will be looking to get 1 seat in the south of Scotland, that could be the crucial one for a majority. It's all very slim margins.
So let's just remind ourselves, we've got 73 MPs, we've got 56 MSPs and 56 also chosen from the list. The regional lists are incredibly important in Scotland. So tell me where you think there's going to be gains and losses.
Well, there are 8 regions, all with 7 MSPs. The system is quite complicated. If you win constituencies in that area, you're less likely to win list MSPs, which is why the SNP win them all, but get very few MSPs in most of them. Now, the fact the SNP picked up Ayr in East Lothian means they'll lose seats on the south of Scotland list.
From the list.
But the SNP have their eye on 2 areas. The south of Scotland, keep 1. On a really good day, maybe 2, but all of that is up for question. Also the Highlands and Islands. They'd probably need 1 in each, plus Aberdeenshire West.
Now let's just talk quickly about the way the campaigns were run. The story in the papers today is that there were recriminations from senior Tories against Douglas Ross because he kept emphasising in the campaign referendum, where they say he should have been emphasising, you know, the recovery from the pandemic, the vaccine, and what the union has done for Scotland.
I think that's right. I think there's always been a frustration on the part of some Conservatives that they tend to talk about the negative, stopping India F2, rather than what they see as the positives of the role of the UK government in Scotland over the pandemic, furlough as well. You know, there have been some people pointing out this morning that the number of people on furlough in Scotland is still massive. There's also a few questions being asked about the strategy of targeting just list votes. Now, over the course of today, I expect the Conservatives to do well. On the list, they may pick up seats. They may end up in a pretty good position by tonight. But the fact that the SNP have beaten the Conservatives in some constituencies, like Ayr and Edinburgh Central, maybe Aberdeenshire West, some are worried that that could be their path to the majority that the system makes so difficult. And if that happens, expect big questions about the fact that the Conservatives targeted the list so much over constituencies.
Nick, thanks very much.
Back here, Vicky's with me, and we were just discussing some of the responses to what's been going on in Scotland yesterday and overnight, because Boris Johnson has not wasted any time in saying a few things about the prospect of a second independence referendum in Scotland.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, this, whatever the result there, an SNP victory of any kind sets up the potential for a huge political clash that could go on not just for months but for years. So it's going to take up an awful lot of the Prime Minister's time, and they need to come up with the case for keeping the union together. Now, there's been a lot of criticism of the government that haven't done that, and they've been too slow to really make the positive case. Now, in terms of what happens imminently, well, if there is no outright SNP majority, you can expect Boris Johnson to absolutely seize on that and say that this is a demonstration that they shouldn't hold another referendum. He's saying that it would be irresponsible and reckless, also saying it's not the right time because we're coming out of COVID. And what he's trying to do is make the case for the UK's response to the pandemic. The UK together, he will say, showed how strong it is. So the mighty power of the Treasury, for example. Nick there talked about the number of people still on furlough in Scotland, over 300,000. and Boris Johnson really wanting to make the point that it's the UK Treasury that allowed that to happen, along with the armed forces, for example, being able to help. So that's what he's going to say. But there are many people who feel that actually, if there's a majority in the Scottish Parliament, including the Greens and the SNP, then the case is still there. Nicola Sturgeon, of course, will still push it. And then what happens? Lots of people predicting this could end up in the courts.
Boris Johnson, of course, we saw him celebrating in Hartlepool yesterday after that by-election, but also some notably good performances by the Conservatives in local government. Let's just update ourselves now on the situation where local elections are concerned, and this is England now. Councillors elected so far. We have the Conservatives having gained 166 councillors. Labour have lost 207. The Lib Dems have lost 22. The Greens have done very well and they've put on 55. We were talking to Caroline Lucas yesterday and she predicted that they'd make some pretty good gains in these elections, the others up 8. So that's the update for you on the figures. So with that in mind then, Vicky, what does that tell us about the state of play in England? Let's keep it specifically to England at this point. That performance, that green figure, the Labour figure itself, down 207, and we put that, of course, in the context of some of the areas where Labour really needed to perform well in order to prove that they were coming back. What are your thoughts?
I think what's interesting here is that council elections, we all accept, of course, the turnout is lower than general elections, and you has to be a limit to how much you can read into this. But why they're important is that they set the tone for what happens in the coming months and even years. So in terms of Boris Johnson, I mean, this makes his position as leader of the party completely unassailable. Conservative MPs backed him because they wanted a winner, and he is proving to them that he can win, and he can win in areas where you wouldn't normally expect Conservatives to do well. And it wasn't just a one-off in the 2019 election. It seems that this is still carrying on. And those figures there tell you something very interesting as well, which is that the right is united now. Those Brexit Party votes have shifted in England mainly to the Conservatives. So that split vote isn't there. But if you look at the opponents, the Liberal Democrats, Labour, the Greens, that's still fragmented. And so that is in some places allowing the Conservatives to continue to do well. So that realignment, if you like, is incredibly important to Boris Johnson because it indicates that potentially in other seats come the next general election, the same thing could happen. Those Brexit votes transferring potentially to the Conservatives. But it's not all rosy for Boris Johnson because he has to deliver. He has promised this levelling up agenda. Of course, the pandemic has meant that that hasn't been the priority, but he is going to have to start to explain what it means in tangible terms. Is it just about spending money? Is it going to work? And these areas now are expecting a lot from him, and he will have to start to deliver on that. And when it comes to Labour, as we've said, very disappointing for them in England. They're promising a policy review. I mean, there's going to be all sorts of problems for them. What the danger for them, though, is that they look inward, debate amongst themselves, and don't reach out to those people that they have lost.
I think it's important to underline, Vicky, isn't it? I mean, you're right, lots of disappointing results for Labour, but it's not been all disappointing. I mean, let's underline that, and it's important to say that there have been some notably good results for Labour too. It's not all a disastrous picture. I'm thinking, for example, of the Liverpool City Region Mayor. Let's have a look at these figures because they'll tell you a story. And there you have Labour's Steve Rotherham, former MP, look at that vote, 198,726. Huge majority of over 132,000. That's just the first round, sweeping victory over the Conservatives, Greens and Lib Dems. Look at the share, and the share for Mr Rotherham on 58%. That is a stunning win by any stretch of the imagination. 20% to the Tories, and then if you look at the first round share change. There you'll see that, Labour there or thereabouts and the Tories. The Greens actually, again, put in a decent performance to put on 7% and the Lib Dems a little as well. So with those figures in mind, I'd like to go to Liverpool and say a very good afternoon to Mayor Rotherham. Mr Rotherham, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, are you OK?
Yeah, I'm very good, thanks. And it's great to have you with us, Steve. Look, lots of things have been said yesterday and today about Labour's performance. You have outperformed Labour's other performance, let's say, in Liverpool City and local elections and indeed in other areas too. So there'll be lots of your friends in the Labour Party wanting to know how you managed it and how that campaign worked out for you in a way that it hasn't worked out for some of your other party colleagues.
Well, even here it was a difficult campaign for us, given the backdrop of what had happened at Liverpool City Council. But what we were able to do is to get out quite a clear message about what the values and principles of a Labour Metro Mayor would be against the alternatives. And I said in my acceptance speech just before, Huw, that what we need to stop doing is saying we're going to listen to people. We need to hear what the people are telling us and then to react on what they want.
Well, that's fascinating, Steve. I'm just thinking, OK, for viewers watching, thinking, what does he mean by that? What kind of examples can he provide? What would you say? How would you guide people?
Well, honestly, on the doorstep, people aren't interested in the internal machinations of our party. What they want is hope for their children, that they can get a good education, and that when they come out of that there will be a job or training or an apprenticeship for them. And that's why we've guaranteed our youth of the Liverpool City region that we will do that. They tell me that they think our transport system, despite it being good in bits, is too fragmented and too expensive, and they want to look towards what happens in London. So we've said we'll have a London-style, integrated, publicly owned transport system, and we're well on with that, with £500 million worth of new trains ready to roll, with hydrogen buses coming in at the end of the year, and by providing a genuine alternative to the car. You know, if we're going to tackle climate emergency, you don't do that just by punitive measures. You offer an alternative. That's what we're trying to do. And then about our economy needs to work for everybody and not just for people who've got businesses come in here and then do nothing and take that away. So we're trying to build not just the indigenous businesses in the Liverpool City region, but give a fair crack to the third sector and to community wealth building.
Well, that package clearly has worked out for you, and it's a comprehensive one. We've heard that. When Sir Keir Starmer was saying yesterday, look, I'm going to be announcing things in the next few weeks, and there are going to be radical changes and stuff like that, what would your advice be to Sir Keir, and you know, what kind of changes does he need to make?
And I think in the question, Huw, that's part of the problem. It is about what happens in Westminster, and actually people aren't that bothered about what happens in Westminster. I lived in that bubble for 7 years. And when you talk to people here, it's about what happens and what resonates in their local area. And we need certainly to get the devolution message better for our party. But I think our values and principles on the doorstep are universally well received. And what we need to do is to ensure that we can get that messaging out and stop sort of internal wranglings and all of the machinations that go on about Westminster. Actually, what people are interested in is their family, their area, their friends, their city region.
I take the point, Steve, totally, because I hear what you're saying, but obviously, you know, a party leader has to make some decisions about leadership as well. That was the point of the question. Vicky's with me, and she'd like to ask you a question, if that's okay.
Yeah, and Steve, it is along that point, really. I know what you're saying about what goes on in Westminster, the Westminster bubble, and it's not important to people. But in the end, Sir Keir Starmer is the leader of the Labour Party, and he is going to have to get his message across, because in the end, you've run obviously a very local campaign. Other mayors will do so successfully as well. But Sir Keir Starmer has to try and get that message across. How is he going to do that? And do you think he's done a good job over the last year?
What I think myself, Andy Burnham, Jamie Driscoll, Dan Jarvis, Sadiq Khan, I think what we've hopefully going to get with Tracy Brabin is that we speak for the areas that we're from and we represent, and that we are all Labour Party people, but we are interested in what the party's policies, principles.
Steve, we're just stopping you for a second. Sorry, the West Midlands are declaring. Thanks.
294. Total number of valid first preference votes is 212,318. Total number of rejected ballot papers is 3,300. Rejected votes, want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate as to the first preference vote, 1,705. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 31. Unmarked as to the first preference vote, 981. Void for uncertainty as to the first preference votes, 583. Total number of valid first preference votes plus rejected, 215,618. Thank you.
Well, he's just gone through a few figures there in the West Midlands. Clearly, that's a very important contest. Now, I'm hoping that Steve Rotherham is still with us, is he? Thanks very much, Steve. Sorry to interrupt you there. Could you kindly finish the point you were making, which was basically Vicky's question that we take it that the Westminster bubble is hardly an attractive thing, but at the end of it, the Labour leader has to get a message across the UK, and that is something that's clearly being a bit of a problem at the moment.
Yeah, and I think, to tell you the truth, some of the people who in our city region were standing this time on the doorstep were trying to get over a local message as well as those national messaging issues that the National Party wants us to. But we need to make it much more simple for them. We need to get back to, the basic principles of a Labour Party. Social justice is still a hugely influential political message on the doorstep. And it's what we've been able to demonstrate. The mayors, the Metro mayors, so far in their individual areas have been able to put Labour policy into practice, and we need to use the platform of the Metro mayors more. In the Liverpool City region, I've been able to demonstrate socialism in practice. And people shouldn't be afraid of socialism. Socialism is a force for good in our country. And we need more people to be actually listening to what it is that we can do in our areas to improve their individual lives.
Great to talk to you, Steve, and many congratulations again. Thank you.
And now we can speak to Emma Thomas in Cannock Chase in Staffordshire. Has gone from no overall control to the Conservatives. That's a very big moment as well, Emma Thomas, because that's exactly the kind of seat that, in Westminster terms, that Labour would have to win if they want to get back to power. They had 50% of the vote in 2005, and they're nowhere.
Yes, well, in the words of one Labour councillor speaking to me after today's result, he said, "There is no sugarcoating it. This is a disaster for Labour." Now, this authority was created in the early 70s, and for most of those nearly 5 decades, it's been under Labour's control, either with the party enjoying majority status or, as was most recently, in a minority status. Now, it is fair to say the Conservatives have had some recent electoral success here. There's been a Conservative MP for the last 11 years, and in the early noughties, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats formed a coalition to lead the council. However, today's stampeding result means that the Conservatives can, for the first time in this authority's history, lead the council without the need of help from any other party. Now, a third of the 41 seats were up for grabs here this week. And as the results were announced this morning, quite speedily, I should say, all but one was declared for a Conservative candidate. The only candidate to win a seat today who wasn't a Conservative was a long-standing local councillor, formerly from the Green Party, currently with the Chase Community Independents. Now, it's been an awful day here for Labour, losing 8 seats. When I spoke to councillors who were here after the result, they said they feel that very much voters on the doorstep were making decisions according to national issues this time round, not local issues. And so they were carried in a wave of support for Conservatives in Westminster. As for the Conservatives here in Cannock Chase, well, it is a day of celebration. In fact, the Conservative group leader, soon to be the council leader, is to take on the role at the age of just 29 and remarkably in her first term in office as an elected councillor.
Thanks very much indeed.
Now, we were talking to Steve Rotherham there in Liverpool. These mayoral positions, especially these big area mayors, let's say, for example, the West of England, which we're going to talk about now, these are very powerful positions. They're potentially very influential positions. And Steve Rotherham there was just explaining to us the kind of infrastructure investment and changes that he's been able to encourage and to put in place in Liverpool. So it gives you a sense, really, of the resources that can be deployed. And that opens up all kinds of political possibilities, as he was suggesting. Now, in the west of England, the mayor there was Conservative elected last time round. Labour, we are told, have high hopes of maybe putting their guy in this time round. So we're going to talk to my colleague Paul Bartrop in Bristol. And Paul, what's your guidance on this? And just give viewers a little bit of guidance around the shape of this contest.
So all of 40 minutes ago, we had the declaration of the first round of voting, because, of course, this is the supplementary vote system. People make two choices. And on that basis, Labour's Dan Norris came first. He had 12,000 more than the Conservative candidate. Now, that will almost certainly put Dan Norris in pole position, very likely to be chosen as the mayor once the second round of counting has taken place. Now, that second round is underway at this very moment. We expect to get the final result probably in about 2.5 hours' time. But I think nobody here is in any doubt whatsoever. Dan Norris for Labour has done it. This will be a real success for them because, as you say, the first time this was contested was 2017. The Conservatives won it then on a whisker, but they had real high hopes that they were going to hold on to it this time. They'd actually changed their candidate. The Conservative West of England mayor for the last 4 years was somebody by the name of Tim Bowles, not as well known as many other regional mayors, it has to be said. They'd selected an energetic new young candidate, but it hasn't cut through. Labour's man, Dan Norris, former MP, former government minister. He was part of Tony Blair's administration. He lost his seat to one Jacob Rees-Mogg. So it's interesting that, in a way, for Dan Norris, this is a bit of a sweet turnaround, a sweet comeback, not least because he did extremely well picking up votes in his old constituency, North East Somerset, as it's now called. Now, it's not over yet by any means. We've still got to get that second round of voting counted. But I think the confidence is there from Labour, not least because this has been a double election in Bristol, 2 mayoral elections taking place at the same time. We're talking about the West of England mayor right now, but later on this evening, once that's all done and dusted, they're going to be totting up the votes for the city mayor. And that has meant a really big push in the city. The mayor, the councillors are all up for grabs. That has seen activists from all the political parties working the ground really hard. And that has meant there's been an increased turnout, better turnout in Bristol than in the neighbouring areas of South Gloucestershire and Bath and North East Somerset. That undoubtedly has boosted the Labour vote and given them real confidence that they are going to turn over the Tory majority and take the West of England crown.
Fascinating picture there, Paul. Thank you so much. And as you say, West of England mayor possibly within 2.5 hours. But Paul Bartrop, thank you.
And now we can go to Luke Walton in Durham, which has got a very, very interesting story. Luke Walton, before we talk about the North West generally, tell me what's happened in the police commissioner election.
Well, we're still actually in the middle of the count for the Police and Crime Commissioner election here in Durham. It's a position that's been held by Labour since its creation in 2012. In fact, back in 2016, they took 60 or more than 60% of the vote. This time, it looks like it's going to be a lot tighter. On the first results, it looks like Labour are narrowly ahead, and this is going to go to a second count. But I think, given the results we've seen across the rest of the North East, Labour will be satisfied, pleased and relieved for anything. And so it does look like they're ahead there. I think the really big event here in Durham will be the second half of counting for the county council elections. Now, Labour has held the county council here in Durham for more than a century, but it looks like it's on course to lose its majority. In the first day of counting, it actually lost 8 seats. The Conservatives were up 9 seats, and we've got a second half of the seats to be counted this afternoon. So it looks like they're going to still be the largest party, but to lose their majority, which would be quite a moment. And interesting talking to some of the Tory party activists here who say that they are making gains in the parts of County Durham where, of course, the Conservatives famously took red seats back in 2019. We're talking about the likes of Bishop Auckland and Sedgefield. They think they're making progress there. They are converting some of that parliamentary success into local government success. They also say that some of the voters in County Durham are looking over the border into the Tees Valley and seeing what the Conservative Mayor Ben Houchen is doing there in terms of helping the airport and bringing the free port to the area. And they're basically saying we'd like a bit of that. And as I say, the two areas are very close. So here, the picture really is of continued Conservative progress, but at least on the Police and Crime Commissioner election, it looks like Labour will hang on, but very narrowly.
And Luke, my apologies, of course, northeast, not northwest. Thanks very much indeed.
Let's stay on the theme of these very big, powerful regional mayors. And one of the other big contests today is the West Midlands mayor. The West Midlands is, of course, such an important political battleground. You know, no general election in the UK can be properly analysed without looking at the West Midlands. And the West Midlands mayor has proved to be, again, a very powerful thing for the campaigning for the Conservatives and Labour in view of the personalities involved. Now, Elizabeth Glinker is there, keeping tabs on this. We were talking yesterday, Elizabeth, about the balance in the region there. So tell us about the West Midlands mayor today, what you think we're likely to see in terms of timings, and what's the sense of things that you've got there?
Well, a short time ago, I saw the Conservative candidate for West Midlands Mayor, Andy Street, and he was looking a very happy man. There's a bit of an atmosphere in the hall at the moment because a short time ago, I think you saw a little bit of it, we had a partial declaration on first preferences just for Birmingham. Now, Birmingham is the big population centre at the heart of this city region, so surrounding it are 6 other big metropolitan boroughs. We've just had some results coming through just for Birmingham, as I say, but that has the Labour candidate Liam Byrne on over 102,000 versus Andy Street on 84,000. Now, at first looking at that, you're like, oh, Labour's ahead, but it's only by 16,000 votes, and that could easily be cancelled out by the results in other parts of the region. So there's some glum faces amongst the Labour campaign team at the moment because they are hoping against hope that they are going to get to second preferences, but given where we are at the moment, that is by no means a sure thing.
I'm just thinking there, I mentioned personalities, Elizabeth, and, you know, when you talk about positions like this, it's so important. And I'm thinking that you've got Liam Byrne, who's a very experienced political operator, former minister, of course, in Gordon Brown's cabinet and treasury. And then you've got Andy Street with his amazing business experience. I'm just thinking, how has that played out? And have people responded to that in some way?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, Andy Street has always made a big play of his background in business, as you say, former boss of John Lewis, very successful businessman. He is a local guy, grew up in Birmingham, and he's set great store by sort of being this almost non-partisan figure during his mayoralty, so able to work with both sides, working in a pragmatic way, using his business experience. And it seems that that potentially is something that's cutting through. At the same time, I mean, Labour had great hopes here. Liam Byrne, a strong candidate. He's an MP in Birmingham, and as you say, has that experience in cabinet under Gordon Brown. He was seen as a strong candidate here, someone that could shake things up, and win this back for Labour. But as it's turned out, I mean, I think that national picture, what we've seen play out in the North East, has played out just as much here in the West Midlands. Certainly across the Black Country, where we saw councils like Walsall and Dudley. Well, Dudley turning blue yesterday, Walsall really consolidating the position. These are the boroughs that are also voting in this mayoral election, and that really has played out. So the fact that the vaccine rollout has gone very well, that people are to some extent rallying behind the government, and at the same time perceiving Andy Street as this almost non-political figure who has the ear of government, who's able to talk to the right people and work with people from all sides, it seems that may have really sort of cut through with the electorate.
Elizabeth, thank you. And we'll look forward to coming back later for the latest developments then to see what happens in that contest for the West Midlands mayor. Let's get right up to date with the picture in Wales. Now, I was telling you earlier, Labour in Wales have had an amazing election, really, confounding lots of the pundits, lots of the commentators, doing far better than expected. Mark Drakeford, the First Minister, proving extremely popular with voters, not just in his own seat, where he had a huge surge in his majority, but Labour has been seen to fight off lots of the challenges from the Conservatives and Plaid Cymru in North and in South Wales and towards West Wales, when we think of the constituency of Llanelli as well, where Labour really increased its majority a great deal. So we now have all of the results in for Wales. It's the final picture. And let's get Reeta to run us through that, and then we'll talk about that a little more. Reeta?
Yes, Huw, so this is what the final result looks like. Labour on 30 seats, so matching its best performance in the Welsh Parliament ever. The Conservatives have pipped Plaid to the post and now replaced them as the second largest party in the Welsh Parliament. They've got 16 seats. They've put on 5. Plaid have now got 13 and they've put on 1. What I can show you is, as you're aware, the Welsh Parliament is a mixture of FPTP, that's first past the post seats, and also list seats, so those are the proportional representation top-up seats, if you like, and that's how it breaks down. So Labour got 27 constituency or first past the post seats and 3 on the list. The way the system works is that the stronger you do in constituencies, the fewer list seats you're likely to pick up. Conservatives got 8 and 8, and Plaid got 5 and 8. The Lib Dems got 1 on the list as well. I just wanted to show you also some of the seats that changed hands and are the most eye-catching, if you like. So Conservative gain in the Vale of Clwyd. Now, a lot of the conjecture had been, would the Conservatives be able to take those seats that they had won in the general election from Labour, seats like Delyn and Wrexham? Well, they did get the Vale of Clwyd. Their performance wasn't as strong as people had been anticipating, but the Vale of Clwyd was a Conservative gain by a very narrow margin, as you can see, 366. But Gareth Davies is the new MS there. Let me take you back to the list and show you some of the 2 other seats that changed hands. Now, the other Conservative gain was from the Liberal Democrats, and this was a strong performance by James Evans, a majority of nearly 4,000. And I just wanted to show you what happened to the vote here, because this has been Liberal Democrat for certainly going back nearly 20 years. But the share of the vote here for the Conservatives was nearly 40%. And look at that, the Lib Dem vote plummeted here in Brecon and Radnorshire, and that was to the benefit of the Conservatives, although you can see actually Labour, Plaid, the Greens and the Abolish the Welsh Assembly all put on vote share as well. And then the one Labour gain here from Plaid was in Rhondda. This, you might remember, in 2016 was a surprise Plaid gain from Labour, but they managed to oust the former Plaid leader, Leanne Wood, here. Last time round, Labour lost 27% of the vote of its vote share, so you know it went down by a quarter. But I just wanted to show you what's happened this time round. It zoomed up at Plaid's expense. So those are the 3 seats that changed hands, and we have now got the full Assembly results in all 60 seats, all now declared.
Reeta, thank you very much. And now that you've taken us through that, we can talk to one of the leading experts on Welsh politics, Laura McAllister, who is Professor of Politics at Cardiff University. Prynhawn da, Laura, thank you very much for joining us.
Prynhawn da, Huw.
Can I take you through the parties, because it may be more useful for viewers to try and categorise things in that way, and ask you this bluntly about Welsh Labour. What did they get right in this election that Labour elsewhere in the UK did not get right? I mean, what was Welsh Labour's secret of success here?
They've had plenty of practice, I guess, is the first thing to say. Labour's been in power in Wales for the whole of the period of devolution, so for 22 years. They have a very effective machine in terms of knowing where their vote is and getting it out in a low turnout election, as unfortunately this has turned out to be again. And probably most interestingly, they have a leader in Mark Drakeford, the First Minister, who is popular, who is well liked and who people have confidence in. I think clearly the COVID context has played well for Welsh Labour in the sense that Mark Drakeford's performance and the Welsh Government's performance has been regarded as being very well managed. People have had enormous faith in the actions of Mark Drakeford, and that kind of reassuring, calm presence that the First Minister has displayed has clearly registered with Welsh electors. I think put all of those things together, and 2 opposition parties which really struggle to find a distinctive alternative, and you can see why Welsh Labour has done so well.
It's a fascinating picture, and the comparison is fascinating, Laura. If I take you to the biggest opposition group now in the Senedd, it's the Welsh Conservatives. So turning the question the other way round, given Boris Johnson's success in lots of parts of England, why didn't the Welsh Conservatives make the gains that they had made in the general election last time in North East Wales, let's say, and in some other parts of Wales too? What happened to them?
Well, I think we've got to contextualise it for the Welsh Conservatives. They've made progress. They've gained 5 additional members of the Senedd, and their vote shares increased. The problem for the Welsh Conservatives is that Labour's vote share also increased. I think probably tactically their strategy for the election fell short. I think there was an assumption that the red wall that we talk a lot about in England would play out exactly the same in Wales. And I think it was never going to do that for a number of important reasons. There is a strong sense of Welsh identity, even in those seats in North East Wales, which are often lumped in with the seats over the border in England. There is a much greater warmth to the actions of the Welsh Government in those marginal seats in North East Wales and indeed on the South Wales corridor. So they were never going to simply replicate the votes that the Conservatives gained in the UK general election in 2019. So for all of those reasons, only the very highly marginal seats, by the way, which were not being contested by an incumbent, such as Brecon and Radnorshire and the Vale of Clwyd, actually went blue on the night.
Can we deal with Plaid Cymru, whose share in the constituency vote was 20% and 21% on the list? And they're on 13 seats, which is +1. I'm wondering then why so many Plaid Cymru people on social media are saying this has been a disappointing election for them. How would you contextualise that?
Well, I think there's a deficit between expectation and performance in the case of Plaid Cymru. With their newish leader, the first Senedd election, Adam Price, has contested. The ambition was, at the very least, to be in a position to have tough, muscular negotiations with a minority Labour government, if not to become First Minister himself. I mean, those hopes were fading fast over the past few weeks, and I think COVID has certainly not helped Plaid Cymru. It's been marginalised in a debate where clearly the Welsh Government and Mark Drakeford has had so much more traction and so much more support. But as well as that, as you know, Huw, Welsh Labour is very different not only to English Labour but equally to Scottish Labour. It's been very relaxed about moving on to the lawns of soft nationalism and to talk about its commitment to a very different constitutional future for Wales and indeed to be proud of its Welsh identity. So I think all of that played in a difficult context for Adam Price, and really to have lost the Rhondda, that Totemic Valley seat where, at the very least they would have been hoping to hold on and rebuild in the next election. I think that's what makes this election an incredibly disappointing one for Plaid Cymru. And
just a final thought, Laura. If we look at Scotland, England and Wales, more than ever now, we have 3 very different entities, with Labour still in power in Wales, Conservatives more or less in England, as we know, on all those local authorities, bar a few Labour places like Liverpool and in some of the other greater cities. And of course in Scotland, the SNP still in power. So it's a very mixed picture now and a very distinctive picture for each of those nations.
Oh, massively so. I mean, I've been saying in the media over the past 24 hours, I think this was the first proper Welsh general election where voters understood what the Senedd does, they understood what the First Minister is in charge of, and by and large they were prepared to vote on his and its record of governing. And I think that makes Wales very different, because previously there hadn't been a great engagement with devolution or with the Senedd or the Welsh Government, and so patterns that played out in England often played out in Wales. This time we've seen something quite different at play, and I think that will only get more intense as the next Senedd term operates.
Fascinating again. Professor Laura McAllister, thank you very much.
And here in Edinburgh, I'm going to be joined by the new MSP for Edinburgh Central, where our tents are parked, in a moment. But let me just take you through the situation in Scotland, the big picture in Scotland. The SNP on 44, that's +3. Liberal Democrats 4, no change. Conservatives on 3, they've lost 2, and Labour on 2, they have lost 1. Seats declared 53 out of 129, and we have just heard that the SNP have taken the list vote in Dumbarton. But first of all, Angus Robertson, you new MSP for here, so you can do anything about the weather, but you can't do everything. Let me talk to you about this question of an overall majority and whether there's a qualitative difference between having an overall majority yourself or having a majority of pro-independence parties. If it is the latter, does it cement your position and give a better optical position if you form a coalition?
Well, we've missed a step, of course, which is to discuss the fact that the SNP is winning the election and winning the election well. It seems a pretty important consideration in a democracy, and quite remarkable to think that after 3 terms in government, the SNP is gaining seats from the Labour Party and gaining seats like this here in Edinburgh Central from the Tories. It's an amazing success. I think I'm right in saying this is the highest ever vote for any political party since devolution started, and it's the highest turnout. So that's the context. And of course, it looks like we are heading towards a parliament with an independence majority. Now, in a normal democracy, firstly, when parties lose, they graciously acknowledge defeat. We haven't heard that yet. And they then call on the parties that have won to deliver their manifesto. So I'm waiting for that as well, because in the SNP manifesto, and incidentally in the Green Party manifesto, all of our MSPs will be elected on a manifesto commitment that there should be a referendum. Now, if the people have voted for that to happen, then surely that's what should happen. I mean, the UK is a democracy, isn't it?
We're going to come on and talk to that, but just particularly, you're a very senior figure in the SNP. You were the Westminster leader. What will your new job be? Have you any hint about what Nicola Sturgeon wants to do?
My new job is going to be the MSP for Edinburgh Central, which is a huge honour because it's where I grew up. So I'm absolutely delighted to represent the area, and that is my primary.
You'll be in a job. You'll be in a job in the government.
Who knows? I have no idea. I do know that I'm going to be the MSP for Edinburgh Central, and I do know that I'll be working with I think an enlarged team of SNP MSPs in the Scottish Parliament to deliver on the manifesto commitments that we have, including an independence referendum.
Yes, and I want to come on and talk to you about that now. There's 2 things. It's about strategy and it's about timing. Nicola Sturgeon said she wanted to be halfway through the next Parliament. That will be 2023. Are you sticking to that?
I've got no reason to believe that there'll be a change to that. Of course, the important caveat in all of this, and viewers will understand this, is that we're in the middle of a coronavirus pandemic. So everybody in government, and in Scotland it's the SNP in government, needs to get the approach to the COVID pandemic right. And as we emerge from that, what we want to do is be able to hold the referendum at that stage.
But then, heaven forfend, there should be a reversal on the pandemic.
Indeed.
It would definitely be in the lifetime of this Parliament.
Indeed, yeah.
Absolutely, you're committed to that. Now, sorry, so you put forward your legislation for an independence referendum. Boris Johnson emphatically said this morning in the Daily Telegraph that's not going to happen. What will the strategy be for the pro-independence parties?
Well, firstly, we don't have rule by Daily Telegraph here, Boris Johnson says one thing, he says another thing, another day. We're still awaiting the final results in this election.
Yeah, so as you said yourself, it's a win for the SNP, so let's just go with that.
Well, no, it's more importantly than that. I'm very confident that there's going to be a pro-independence majority in the Parliament. Now, in normal democracies, what happens is what the people vote for is what the people get. Now, when the Parliament, with that majority, legislates for there to be an independence referendum, it will be for the UK Prime Minister then to say, either I respect democracy in Scotland, I respect devolution, or he will have to take legal action to block democracy in Scotland. I think he'd be very, very badly advised to do that for a number of reasons. Sorry, this is quite important because what at the moment is an independence problem for him morphs into a democracy problem for him, not just domestically but internationally. The rest of the world will look at the UK and say, goodness, this UK Prime Minister and government that goes around the world saying that it is a force for democracy, rule of law and human rights is actually blocking democracy in the UK. I think it's going to be very damaging for the standing of the UK internationally.
But here you have an issue of consent. And essentially, if Scotland doesn't give its consent to be ruled, then it is a legal question. It's a question of the law. And surely what Boris Johnson will do is just hand it straight to the courts.
Well, he may do, but again, let's just deal with basic principles. I mean, if his aim is to retain the United Kingdom as a unitary state, surely he has to do it on the basis of consent and not by force, law and fiat. or by gunboat. I mean, where are we heading in all of this?
Are we heading to civil
Surely,
disobedience?
Absolutely not. Where we are heading, hopefully, is for a Prime Minister who's going to snap out of it, is going to recognise that his party has lost the election, congratulates Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP, and accepts that if there is a majority in this Parliament for an independence referendum, that is what should happen.
But, just taking you down, one very quick one. You go all the way with that, it ends up in the Supreme Court, and judges decide against you and in Boris Johnson's favour. What then?
If.
Well, you've gamed it all, I'm sure.
On this day, when we are heading for a tremendous SNP result, I'm going to put my faith in democracy and hope, perhaps against my and other people's better nature, that Boris Johnson might actually respect democracy. How about that?
Angus Robertson, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Angus Robertson there, and interesting to listen to that exchange on what could happen and what options there might be. We'll be back with Kirsty shortly. We were talking earlier about the picture across England in the local authorities and in some of the big mayoral contests still to come today. And one thing that we were able to share last night, which I'd like to show you again now, is what we call the projected national share of the vote. And this is what Sir John Curtice and his team produce. It is basically a projected national share for the Tories, Labour, Lib Dems and others, based on the local election results in England, as if there had been a general election. But crucially, the pattern of voting it is based on is on the local elections themselves. So there's a very big qualification here, OK? That's why you see the Lib Dems on 17%, which clearly doesn't tally with the current opinion polls. But it shows the Tories on 36 and Labour on 29. That's a 7-point gap. There was some disagreement yesterday, by the way, among some Labour people we spoke to, some of them saying, well, hang on a second, we've seen a 12-point gap, so, you know, if it's a 7-point gap, it's actually not quite as bad as we thought. It's not great, but it's certainly not as bad as we thought. So that's one little thing we can discuss with my next guest, who's coming up in a second. And then if I can just show you the Labour losses that we've been talking about in terms of local authorities in England. We've got Harlow, which went to the Conservatives, and then Rossendale, that's up in the northwest of England, Sheffield in Yorkshire, and Plymouth in the southwest. All of those were lost control to no overall control, so 4 notable losses there as well. I'd like to talk now to the Labour MP Lucy Powell, who's the Shadow Business Minister, who's in Manchester. Lucy, thanks for joining us. Good morning, good afternoon, actually.
Good afternoon.
OK, let's start then with the fact that there have been some successes for Labour. It's not all black, you know, it's not all dark. Steve Rotherham was telling us about his great success in Liverpool, and clearly, you know, you'll have other results to look forward to in the west of England, maybe Manchester and elsewhere. However, as Keir Starmer said yesterday, it was disappointing, Hartlepool and other results. Where do you stand today on the kind of need for change which Sir Keir was telling us yesterday?
Well, I think overall, when you look at the distribution of where the votes are, you know, these are disappointing results for us. Yes, where Labour is in power and where we're able to show what we can do in power and how we can transform people's lives for the better, both in Wales and in the Liverpool City region, as you were saying, and hopefully here in Greater Manchester, where Andy Burnham's very popular. You know, Labour is doing well, and we've added on votes in some cases as well. But obviously very disappointing results in the by-election and in other council areas, places where we really do need to be making progress if we are to be serious about winning the next general election. So there's a lot there for us to absorb, and it's very clear that we do need to accelerate the change in the Labour Party, but also the vision we have for the country and how we communicate that across to people and getting out there and winning those votes. Because I think for too long we've been, you know, as a national party, we've been talking to ourselves, looking inward some of the time. We've not been addressing the big issues that people want us to address. They want a different type of economy that gives them decent jobs and secure homes. They want a world-class education system. They want a social care system fit for purpose. And we've not been talking enough about those things. So with a policy review and an accelerated sort of pace of change in setting out those big ideas to change the country for the better, I think is what's going to come out of these elections.
I think, Lucy, viewers, need a bit of help with some of this, because we were talking about it yesterday. When Sir Keir's talking about changes, some of them within weeks, it was then difficult to get a sense from people as to what that could be. I mean, are we talking about, major changes in the front bench team? Are we talking about clear indications of policy changes? Are we talking about cultural changes? These can't be done in weeks. So I'm just wondering, what would you say to viewers about what they can expect?
Well, you're absolutely right. Look, let's be honest, the red wall, so-called red wall if you like, it's been crumbling for 20 years. People have been moving away from Labour in many parts of the country for a long time due to alienation, disaffection with the Labour Party, deindustrialisation, wanting change for their area and not seeing Labour as offering that change. And the Brexit vote was a symptom of that as well, wanting change and wanting more control over their lives. And we've not been answering that call, and that's what we've got to do. And if it was easy, if it was a case of just looking at the sort of people around the top table or looking at a few policies, if it was that easy, we would have done it by now. This is a much more profound challenge that we face. It's an electoral challenge like no other that we faced before, and we're up against, let's be honest, an opponent in the Conservative Party that is in many ways sort of part their tanks on our lawn. They're offering, seemingly so anyway, superficially so I would say, they're offering people jobs and investment and spending money in areas that they wouldn't traditionally have done. So this does present us with a big challenge, but we are up to that. No one is under any illusion about how big a challenge that is for us, and we do believe that we have the vision and the ideas to really change this country for the better and address some of those deep inequalities that we've seen exposed during this pandemic. And we'll be drawing on the best of Labour in power, what's happening in Wales, what's happening here in Greater Manchester, to develop those ideas going forward.
Lucy Powell, it's Kirsty here in Edinburgh. You talk about developing these visions and ideas. I just have a little list here I want to take you through very quickly. On policy review, 2010, Ed Miliband, One Nation Labour Policy Renewal. 2012 to 2015, Labour Policy Forum. 2014, John Curtice. 2016, Margaret Beckett's review. 2017, Policy Review, 8 forums. 2019, Ed Miliband, Lucy Powell after you lost the election, and so on and so on. It's the endless, it's like permanent revolution. It's endless policy reviews, but you have actually not developed any kind of real and lasting strategy that you can sell on the doorstep. And actually, if you talk about the Conservatives parking their tanks on your lawns, they're delivering on policies that you couldn't deliver on.
Well, I think where we're in power, we are delivering on those, but obviously from opposition, that presents a different challenge, and we are facing a different political context and a different electoral challenge to the one before. And you're right to say, we have made previous attempts to do this. We now 4 elections that we've lost in a row, and as I say, some of these long-term changes to our electoral coalition that has been what supported Labour for such a long time. It's completely fractured in recent years, particularly catalysed by Brexit and other issues. But it's not as straightforward as Brexit being over, we've got a new leader and it's all going to snap into place.
But Lucy Powell, we've heard it time and again, be more patriotic, stand up for the working person. I mean, talking about standing up for the working person and being more patriotic, that was what Gordon Brown was talking about 12 years ago.
Yeah, and look, it's not working, is it? I mean, that is the point. These are a real challenge for Labour. I don't know how many times I can sort of say that in the same way. These election results are part of a slide, a difficult sort of decline in many parts of the country, albeit that we're doing better in other places. So here in Manchester, but it's no good for us to just add on more votes in cities like here in Manchester if we're losing votes in the other parts of the country, and that's why we do need a really fresh look at that. But it's got to start with vision. It's got to start with direction, and that is what Keir Starmer is going to accelerate over coming weeks. It's been a difficult year coming in as a new leader during a pandemic, not being able to do the usual political activities of going out and speaking to people, going around the country, giving speeches, having debates with people. It's not been that usual year, and he's been focused on trying to be a constructive opposition, and these elections have come at the end of that period. But that's no excuse. You know, we do have a mountain to climb. Keir is under no illusion about the height of that mountain that we have to climb. But I do believe that we do have the right values to change this country for the better. We've seen during this pandemic those deep inequalities in our society, in health, in wealth, in our public services. They've been really exposed, and the Labour Party has the right values and ideas and vision to address those. And at the moment, the Tory party look like they're addressing those, but fundamentally they do just believe that market forces alone would address them, and we don't think that. And you know, that's the basis of the change that we're talking about, and how we're going to get a bolder vision that addresses those issues that I think people care about.
Lucy, it's Vicky Young here. Just picking up on that, really. Lord Mandelson yesterday talked about Labour not being able to make a cultural connection with places like Hartlepool. And also Carla Mahmood, your colleague who resigned from the front bench last month. He said, my view is simple. Labour has lost touch with ordinary British people. A London-based bourgeoisie with the support of brigades of woke social media warriors has effectively captured the party. Now, I know you wouldn't put yourself in the category of a London-based bourgeoisie, but do you think that that is more of a fundamental problem? And actually, Sir Keir Starmer is going to have to say things to party members that they might not want to hear.
Well, I mean, I would agree with some of that. We have been too focused on the Westminster bubble, and we are a bit London centric. Obviously, I'm a very proud Mancunian, so I wouldn't put myself in that bracket. And there's many people across the Labour movement who, you know, we do represent the places that where we were born, and you know, we're really passionate about that as well. So these are issues that we have to look at. We have spent too long doing that, but also I think, you know, in our past as well, even when we were in government, our economic model at that time was, we did think that trickle-down economics would eventually reach all parts of the country, and that's why places like Hartlepool or Wigan or Doncaster, you know, that's why in the end they've become alienated with the Labour Party, because that trickle-down economics experiment didn't work for places like that. So, you know, we do need a more active root and branch change to how our economy works, that has got that active partnership between government and business to create jobs and create wealth for all parts of the country, and that has to be central to what the Labour Party stands for. And it's something that we didn't get right when we were in government all the time, but it's something that we're going to have to address and look at going forward.
Lucy Powell, you've been very generous with your time, and thanks so much for answering all our questions. Thank you.
It's nice not to be in my kitchen for once, to be honest, doing this interview.
I was going to say, it's a nice backdrop. Thank you very much, Lucy.
Thank you.
OK. Yeah, well, she had a point about the kitchen, didn't she? Because we've had a year of bookcases and kitchens, haven't we? And other stuff as well. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? Because of the way that there were lots of nuances in Lucy's answers there. You raised that quote again, Vicky, which is a very good quote about the perceptions of some people of where the party's gone wrong. I still don't quite know what was meant yesterday by changes that would be clear within weeks or possibly just a few months. If it's not a policy review, which is not going to set the world alight immediately, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it is, you know, there is going to be another policy review. And as Kirsty pointed out there, Lucy was one of those who went into great depth about what went wrong in the 2019 general election. You know, we've been here before and we're still waiting for the answers. I think it was interesting. It goes back to what Steve Rotherham was saying, actually, about where Labour are in power and are close to those voters and understand what they want, maybe there is some more success there. But, that's difficult because, of course, in lots of places, Labour aren't in power and haven't been in power nationally for now such a long time. And I think there is a big issue here because you've got a Conservative government which is doing things differently now, partly forced on them because of the huge amount of spending they've had to put in, the billions and billions they put in because of the COVID pandemic. But Boris Johnson is interventionist. He likes big projects. He likes infrastructure. He wants to spend more money. Now, whether the Treasury, whether Rishi Sunak will let him do that is another matter. But that's the way that he is going. And that is going to make it much harder for Labour. They're going to have to come up with something else. But from what Peter Mandelson said, he's talking about something slightly different. And it is that kind of understanding that working class people in those places, they are patriotic. They don't mind a bit of flag waving. And you've got people on the left of the party in Labour who actually don't think that's a good thing. So there's that constant dilemma for them, and Sir Keir Starmer's going to have to find a way through that.
Vicky, we'll chat again later. Thanks for now.
It's coming up to 2:30 and it's time for the news with Martine Croxall.
Thank you very much. Here's a summary of the BBC News now. And as you've been hearing, the SNP is expected to win a fourth term in Scotland, but its leader Nicola Sturgeon admitted the prospect of a majority for the party is on a knife edge. In Wales, Labour have retained control of the Senedd. In England, after the disappointment of losing the Westminster Hartlepool seat, Labour has won the mayoral elections in North Tyneside and Liverpool City region. With all the details, here's our political correspondent, Jess Parker.
The following candidate is duly elected to serve as a member of the Scottish Parliament.
Another seat secured for the SNP, Aberdeenshire East. But with an SNP majority on a knife edge, it's Aberdeenshire West they're hoping to take off the Tories this afternoon. The party pushing back on Boris Johnson's claim that a further independence referendum would be reckless.
At the end of the day, Boris Johnson and I will disagree on the rights and wrongs of independence. But surely we can agree on the fact that it should be a question that is put to the people of Scotland. That is the nature of democracy, and that's what we're arguing for right now.
Can we get all the cameras over here?
Boris Johnson popped up in Hartlepool yesterday, making further strides in England, as the Tories dig in over its stance on Scottish independence.
It's questionable at the moment whether the SNP will get a majority or not, and we'll have to wait and see till the results come through. The UK government's position is very clear on this. We don't think there's a case for another referendum, particularly now as we try to chart a way out of the pandemic and get our economy going again.
Labour's woes in England, including council losses, putting leader Keir Starmer under pressure. The party's set to announce a major policy review as it seeks to reconnect with voters. But in Wales, a booster for Labour, keeping power with celebrations big and small. But how to move forward across the UK?
Our toughest fights, the seats we were genuinely concerned about, were those we lost to the Conservatives less than a year and a half ago in the December 2019 general election. We managed to win those seats back by working really hard here in Wales. We plainly still have more to go in England, but I'm optimistic we can get there, and I'm desperate to see a UK Labour Prime Minister.
The Greens are gaining ground in the English local elections, while counting in some mayoral races is in the final stretch, with results in the West Midlands and Manchester expected this afternoon. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder following the death of a police community support officer in Kent. 53-year-old Julia James was found in Woodland near Dover last month after taking her dog for a walk. Some of Britain's busiest rail services have been suspended after hairline cracks were found on high-speed trains. The operators of LNER, Hull Trains, Great Western Railway and TransPennine Express have warned passengers of major disruption while safety checks are carried out. Our business correspondent Katie Austin is here. What's the state of play with services at the moment?
Well, we have heard that some of these services are coming back into action today, but disruption will carry on, we think, for a while, especially on the Great Western Railway. What's happened, according to the Rail Minister, Chris Heaton-Harris, is that cracks have been identified on parts of the chassis of some trains, and as a result of that, they've been taken out of service as a precautionary measure. That's what Hitachi, who's made these high-speed trains, has described it as, and they've apologised to passengers whose travel plans have been affected. Now, as we were saying, this is a type of train. It's quite a new type of high-speed train that is used on quite a few networks. Hull Trains LNER, which goes from London as far north as Edinburgh and York, and the Great Western Network, and Transpennine as well. So although the rail networks are relatively quiet at the moment, there aren't as many passengers or as many trains as there would normally be, there has been a lot of disruption from people who were expecting to travel today. But going forward, even if we don't know actually the extent of this issue, we don't know whether, having examined all the trains, whether they've found this problem in any more, but we do know that the rail minister has said he's asked the rail industry to conduct a rapid and comprehensive review to resolve this issue.
Casey, thank you very much. Just a reminder, for live coverage of the election results as they come in, an expert analysis of what they mean for you, you can visit our website or the BBC News app. Now it's back to elections 2021.
So we have back in the election studios here in London and in Edinburgh, we have a full picture in Wales. They've finished everything, and we're very pleased to say that that's all been tidied up and we know exactly what's going on. But Kirsty, a few very important pieces of the jigsaw still to come where you are.
Absolutely, and this is going to be a very exciting afternoon. And to find out more about what we can look forward to, here's David's Wallace Lockhart.
Kirsty, this is how things currently sit in Scotland. The SNP on 47 seats, the Lib Dems on 4, the Conservatives have 3, Labour on 2, and the Greens don't have any seats yet. But let's remember, the majority of Tory, Labour and Green seats will come with the regional list results later today. So let's have a look at how that translates into our constituency map. Lots of SNP yellow, but an outright SNP majority still hangs in the balance. The path to that majority looks narrow, but they've made 3 key gains so far that means they're getting close. Let's start with Edinburgh Central. It was Conservative, but former SNP Westminster leader Angus Robertson has been returned with quite a healthy majority there. If we cross to the other side of Scotland, the SNP have also snatched another constituency away from the Tories, the seat of Ayr. Just 170 votes in it, but a key gain for the SNP, who have unseated a Conservative who'd held the seat for 20 years. Let's cross now to East Lothian, just to the east of Scotland's capital, Edinburgh. The SNP have secured a seat there that's been Labour since devolution in 1999, another great result for them. But other hopeful gains for the SNP never materialised. One example, Dumbarton. It was Scotland's most marginal constituency, with Labour holding it by just 109 votes in 2016. Labour actually increased their majority to almost 1,500. Let's have a look at what happened with the party's vote share there, because it's interesting. The Conservatives down by 6%, Labour up by 6%. This isn't the only seat where it appears some tactical voting happened to keep the SNP out. We've had a run of SNP holds since counting resumed today, but if the SNP is to get a majority, it's hard to see how they do it without winning here. Aberdeenshire West. It was a Conservative majority of just 900 votes last time. Tory incumbent Alexander Burnett will be hoping to cling on against Fergus Much from the SNP. And let's have a look at our hex map we've got here in the atrium of the BBC in Glasgow. Every seat in Scotland represented to look the same size. And we can look at Aberdeenshire West here. That could be key. If the SNP can turn the centre of that seat yellow, a majority looks possible. If it fills in blue, the SNP may fall just short when the regional list seats are announced. And these list seats will be announced later today. Let's have a look at them. 56 of Holyrood's 129 seats come from the list. And this is where we should see the bulk of Conservative, Labour and Green MSPs returned. It's probably difficult for the SNP to deliver many seats via the list, given their constituency performance so far.
Thank you very much indeed. And we can talk now to Douglas Ross, the leader of the Scottish Conservatives, who joins us from Inverness. Good afternoon, Douglas Ross. Let me deal with the first of two criticisms. In constituency terms, you have lost Ayr and you've lost Edinburgh Central. The criticism is that you didn't concentrate hard enough on the constituencies, you were too busy focused on the lists, and that has been a very big mistake, so far at least.
Rubbish, I would say to that. Absolutely look at the seats that we've held on to. Oliver Mundell, a great local campaign there, someone who has worked hard for the last 5 years, increasing his vote share by 10%. Rachel Hamilton holding on. Jackson Carlaw increasing his majority. The two you mentioned were always going to be two of the more difficult ones for us to hold on to. Edinburgh Central, Ruth Davison won that from 4th place with just about 30% of the vote 5 years ago. And Ayr was a small majority back in 2016, and John Scott put everything into that and sadly just fell short by 170 votes.
Yes, but you did lose. And one of the other criticisms from senior Tories in Scotland is the focus of your campaign was all about the Constitution. It was all about Indy Ref 2, where you should have been concentrating, they say, on the things that brought the UK together, the recovery for the pandemic, vaccination rollout programme. Your tactics were wrong.
Well, no, again, Kirsty, I was speaking about that during the campaign. The furlough scheme and the self-employed income support scheme that protected, as I said a number of times during the campaign, more than 1 million jobs here in Scotland at the peak of the pandemic. And the fact that we have 2.8 million people now protected with at least one dose of the vaccine. We know these figures have been part of the campaign because, of course, Nicola Sturgeon, during one of the hustings that we did together, tried to claim that somehow an independent Scotland back in the EU would have done just as successfully as Scotland within the United Kingdom. So I was absolutely raising these issues, but I also wasn't going to shy away from or ignore the threat of another independence referendum, given the SNP put that front and centre of their campaign.
Let me take you back to the previous leader of the Scottish Conservatives, Ruth Davidson, who's finding her way now into the House of Lords. At the last election, she said this is a two-stage process for the Tories. We'll be the main opposition, first of all, and then at the next election, i.e. this election, we'll become the party of government in Scotland. You've lost on your own terms.
Well, we always have to aspire to that, and the work Ruth did to get us up to this level has been outstanding, and we've got to wait to see what the final results are today in terms of the outcome for the Scottish Conservatives. But we've seen massive swings to the Conservatives in many parts of the country. Where I am here in the Highlands and Islands, across the North East, in many parts of Scotland, people have looked at the SNP and have changed their vote to the Scottish Conservatives. But let's wait and see. You've been very patient, the public have been very patient, Kirsty. We've only got a few more hours, hopefully, to wait until we know the final outcome of this election.
We'll know the final outcome of this election, and then the fireworks really do start, because we know that the SNP are going to put forward legislation for Indy Ref 2. We know that Boris Johnson is implacably opposed. Where do you stand on this, Douglas Ross? You are a leader for the Conservatives in Scotland. You have to rule in Scotland with the consent of the people. If you don't have that consent, and indeed if the majority of the people want an independence referendum, you are going against the will of the Scottish people.
Well, the majority of people don't want another independence referendum. Indeed, many people asked Nicola Sturgeon could they vote for the SNP and that wouldn't be taken as a mandate for a second independence referendum. And on TV, in one of the leaders' debates, Nicola Sturgeon said absolutely they could vote for her, vote for the SNP, and their vote wouldn't be taken as a proxy for another referendum to separate Scotland from the rest of the United Kingdom.
Did you hear her say that?
Before all... Yeah. Yes, I did,
Kirsty,
you hear her
say
with
that?
your colleague, Glenn
Because in
Campbell,
fact it's a
on the
manifesto
BBC Scotland
commitment.
debate. Yes.
It's a manifesto commitment to go
So,
for an
Kirsty,
independence referendum.
Let me just explain, Kirsty. Glenn Campbell, your colleague in BBC Scotland, hosted the last leaders' debate, and he said, Nicola Sturgeon, I had someone contact me saying, if I want to support the SNP, but I don't support independence, who do I vote for? And Nicola Sturgeon said, vote for me, vote SNP, therefore telling people that their vote wasn't going to be taken as a mandate for another independence referendum, yet that's all we've heard from the SNP yesterday and today, before even all the votes have been counted and all the seats declared.
Yeah, but what she was actually saying was the independence issue will be resolved in a referendum probably held in 2023. What is the problem with giving people the chance to vote in a second referendum? If not, then what is the Scottish Parliament for if the parties that support an independence referendum command a majority in the Parliament, are you going to say that doesn't matter? Actually, what goes on in the Scottish Parliament is of no consequence, and essentially what you're saying is devolution is of no consequence.
Absolutely not. What goes on in the Scottish Parliament is securing Scotland's recovery, investing in communities up and down Scotland, making sure our economy can bounce back from a global pandemic, protecting people's jobs, getting on top of the worst death rate from drugs anywhere in Europe. These are all issues that can be at the centre of what we do in Scottish politics in the Holyrood Chamber in the Scottish Parliament, but that won't happen if Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP yet again take their eye off the ball when they're too focused on independence.
Douglas Ross, thanks for joining us.
Let's stay on the Scottish theme, if we may, because it's a very rich theme, as we know, with lots of layers to it. And earlier on, we heard a discussion about, the possibilities around discussion of mandate. What kind of mandate could Nicola Sturgeon claim to have? On what basis? In terms of demanding a second referendum. Clearly the manifesto says one thing. How can people define what is a majority opinion? Because there are different ways of doing that. And then where would the debate go? If Boris Johnson keeps on saying no, 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 or not yet, not yet, what recourse then does the Scottish National Party have, the Scottish Government have, the Scottish Parliament have to take the demand forward if it wishes to do so? So let's talk to Professor Nicola McEwen from the University of Edinburgh in Glasgow. Nicola, thanks so much for joining us because, as you know better than anyone, this is a debate that could last a long time and could be a pretty intense one on each side. So let's go back to basics, if we may. We have a First Minister in Nicola Sturgeon after this election, who will be claiming, certainly, that the mandate is there. We have Boris Johnson today wasting no time in saying, no thanks, this is not something that I think I can agree to at all. Where do we go from there?
Well, it's all about the politics, in a sense. If we look, first of all, constitutionally, where can we go from here? It's clear that the constitutional authority to hold a referendum that would bring about an end to the Union, that lies with the UK Parliament under the devolution settlement. That's why we hear discussion of a Section 30 order, which is basically a parliamentary device that could transfer authority from the UK Parliament to the Scottish Parliament so that it could legislate for a referendum that would be beyond legal doubt. That's what happened last time around. Boris Johnson has said that he will not do that. And actually, I don't think it would make a difference whether the SNP wins a single party majority or not in this election. That still hangs in the balance. I think he would have said no anyway. Where does that leave the SNP? They could bring forward legislation that is almost inviting then the UK law officers to refer it to the Supreme Court and have an almighty battle in the courts about who has the competence. Politically, that might not be a particularly good look for the UK government either. I think this is determined ultimately in the political arena. And if it's not determined by this election, there are subsequent elections and we will have the whole argument again at the next UK general election.
Well, let's put that thought to one side for a second, because clearly we're in this cycle. And viewers will understand the point you're making, obviously. You've answered one point that I was going to raise, which was when you mentioned the UK Supreme Court. Lots of our viewers have been asking, not just in Scotland but elsewhere, if this did go along the legal route, where would this be decided? Now, clearly, there's a legal system in Scotland which is a separate one, and then, of course, you have the UK Supreme Court at the top end of the picture, sitting in London. But you're very clear that that's where it would end up.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, I have to say. I'm a political scientist, so I don't want my legal colleagues to be shouting at the television right now. But we've just had two pieces of legislation, actually, that were passed in the Scottish Parliament, and the UK government has referred these to the Supreme Court to determine whether or not they are ultra vires, in other words, whether they are beyond the competence of the Scottish Parliament. And I think that's the route that we would be looking at if there was a referendum legislation passed in the Scottish Parliament that the UK government wanted to challenge. It could be possible, let's just imagine the scenario where you draft a piece of legislation in such a way as that you manage to fit it within the competence of the Parliament. That's theoretically possible, but that's not particularly attractive either if it doesn't have the consent of the UK government, because there's one thing that is clear: if you want to have a deliberative process that brings about an end to the union, that can only be done through consent, and it can only be done through a negotiated arrangement with the UK government.
Professor McEwen, very good to talk to you, and thank you for shedding light on some of that for us. And given that you were telling us that you're not a lawyer, I thought that actually made a lot of sense. So thank you, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And now we can speak to Patrick Harvey, MSP, the Green Party co-leader in Scotland, who joins us from Glasgow. Patrick Harvey, good afternoon. Patrick Harvey, you went into this election with six list seats for the Greens. We're hearing that you may well have done better than that. Are you hearing the same thing? You might, of course, say yes, but you might, of course, say no.
Well, I'm going to say something halfway in between. As you know, Kirsty, the allocation of the regional seats often comes down to very fine margins at the end of the day, and we're yet to see the regional vote share for some really important constituencies. So I think we're certainly confident that we'll hold the ground that we won in 2016. There's a number of other seats that we're in contention for, and it just is too close to call, which, if any of those, will come good for us. But we're hopeful that we'll get some good news later on, and it's frustrating to have to wait this long for the result, but only a few hours to go, I think.
Yes, but in any event, whether or not you have 5, 6 or 7, or indeed more, the chances are that you are one of the two pro-independence parties in the Parliament, and you will together be likely to make up a majority. Do you think it cements your position as a pro-independence referendum too, if you have some sort of formal coalition, or does that make any difference at all?
I don't think that's critical. The clear position is that the democratic wishes of the people of Scotland should be respected. Now, if the anti-independence political parties, Labour, the Conservatives and the Lib Dems, between them had a majority in the Scottish Parliament by the time the final votes and results have been declared, I would regret it, but I would have to accept that that's a democratic principle, and that a referendum wasn't going to happen in the new session. But if there's a pro-independence majority, all that needed is that the other political parties accept the same democratic principle. The two political parties that are likely to make up a pro-independence majority, the SNP and the Greens, were very clear with the people of Scotland what our position was during this campaign, that there should be a referendum not immediately while the public health crisis is still happening, but during the term of the new Scottish Parliament. And I think it would be entirely unreasonable to say that Scotland's future lies in the hands of the person behind the door at number 10, rather than in the hands of the people who live here.
So it's going to be in the lifetime of this Parliament at a date unspecified, because, of course, we do not know what is happening with the pandemic. Nicola Sturgeon said she hoped it would be around about 2023. This is where I want to talk to you about Boris Johnson. Because Boris Johnson has made it very clear he's out the traps very early, no chance of an independence referendum. It's simply not going to happen. Nicola Sturgeon has made it clear she doesn't want some wildcat referendum that cannot be defended in the courts. Where do the Greens stand on this? Are you absolutely foursquare behind the idea that it has to be 100% legally watertight before you have an independence referendum?
Well, it has to be a legally accepted and respected referendum if Scotland is going to become independent, because the result of a referendum clearly has to be accepted within Scotland, and it has to be accepted beyond Scotland. So very clearly there has to be a legal basis. But I think the position of the UK government is actually verging on being dangerous here. They're essentially saying to the people of Scotland there is no democratic path to allow them to make the decision about their own future, and relying instead merely on legal technicalities rather than on any form of political legitimacy. I think if they want their position to hold, they need a legal position, but they also need political legitimacy, and they seem to be giving up on any pretense of the latter.
Patrick Harvey, thanks very much indeed.
Now, in a moment, I'll be talking to the Welsh First Minister, Mark Drakeford, who's kindly going to join us, so stay with us for that. Just to remind you, we're monitoring all the results as they come in. We'll be focusing on the most important and the most interesting, clearly those that are left. And don't forget, we're also providing all the results on our various digital services. So here's Adam Fleming to explain a little more.
All weekend, we're going to be bringing you the latest on the elections in Scotland, Wales and England. To find out what's happening where you live, go to bbc.co.uk/news, or you can use our app. Type in your postcode, or you can zoom in on the map and see the constituency results for the national parliaments in Scotland and Wales and the English council elections. We'll also be bringing you the latest on the English mayoral contests and the races to become police and crime commissioners. You can also sign up for alerts so you get the news straight to your device. And of course, we'll be live here on television, bringing you all the results, all the analysis and what it means in elections 2021.
That was Adam Fleming there giving us the details. Before I talk to Mr Drakeford, let's have a quick reminder of the position in the Welsh Parliament, the Senedd. And these were the final numbers. Labour, having had an excellent election and having fought off challenges in pretty much all parts of Wales, on 30 seats, having gained 1. Conservatives on 16, having gained 5. They too did well in some areas, but not nearly as well as they thought they might. Plaid Cymru on 13, having added 1, but I think it's fair to say their expectations were rather higher. Lib Dems on 1, the Independents on nothing, and the party that wanted to abolish the Senedd, or the Assembly as they called it, not having got anywhere, really. So, with all of the scores there in mind, let's go to Porthcawl, a rather wet Porthcawl by the look of it, and say prynhawn da to the First Minister. Hello, Mr Drakeford.
Prynhawn da, Huw. Mae'n bwrw glaw fan hyn.
Mae'n bwrw glaw. It certainly is raining and it looks very wet, so I hope you're under cover. Can I just say, first of all, congratulations on the result you had yesterday, which was clearly a matter of great pride to you and to your colleagues, and lots of people have been paying compliments to the efficiency of the Welsh Labour machine. But let's face it, First Minister, you know, you are the face of Welsh Labour, and there's been a lot of pressure over the past year with the pandemic and the way that it's been handled. So tell us, is that the key to the success here? Is that the key to it, the handling of the pandemic in Wales over the past year?
Well, that was very certainly the thing that was most spontaneously and most often raised on the doorstep. From the very first day of the campaign, here in Porthcawl, in fact, people have been coming to the doorstep to tell us that they feel glad they've lived in Wales over the last 15 months, that they feel that they've been kept safe here in Wales, and that has certainly been a strong theme of the election. But it has been more than that. People have wanted to talk about the future as well, the future for our NHS, for our economy, for Wales's contribution to the other great crisis of our time, climate change. So, pandemic definitely, but more than that as well.
More than that, you say, but of course, you know, it's up to all parties to basically say what they think is positive and then maybe what they think is negative about others. I noticed that Welsh Labour was saying, I think you were actually saying, that Wales had not opted for narrow nationalism or cold conservatism. I think I'm quoting the words correctly. Tell us a little more about that and how you see that to be more in keeping with what the Welsh psyche or the Welsh need is at the moment.
Well, I think the pandemic has had a polarising effect to an extent on people's opinions. But when it came to the election, I think you could see clearly that the great bulk of opinion here in Wales remains attached to powerful devolution, where decisions that only affect people in Wales are only made by people in Wales. but where we continue to be part of a successful United Kingdom. And that's what the Labour Party offered in this election. Both our commitment to devolution, but also our belief that the United Kingdom is better off for having Wales in it, and that Wales is better off for being part of a successful United Kingdom.
If Sir Keir Starmer was to ring you today, maybe he has already, and to say, well, what lessons are there in Wales that could be of use to Labour more widely, especially in some of the areas of England, and let's think the northeast of England, where obviously there was a big loss for Labour in that by-election yesterday. What would you be saying?
Well, first of all, that we will be very keen to be part of any review that Sir Keir Starmer decides to set up into the performance of the party more widely, to contribute whatever thinking we can. But I've thought throughout that our biggest advantage is the fact that we have been in government here in Wales, demonstrating what you can do for progressive causes when you have the power and the authority to do that. Whereas our colleagues in England, often being in opposition, are able to put forward ideas, but they don't have that advantage of being able to point to the record of actual achievement that we can in Wales. So when we say in our manifesto that we will do other things for people in Wales in the future, people have the confidence of knowing that we've got a record of delivery here in Wales.
Just a final point, First Minister, if I may. This is about the future. You know, Welsh Labour has been in power, sometimes in coalition, but in power since 1999, when the Assembly was first created, now the Senedd. And now you're facing another period in power. Renewal is often talked about, and yet continuity is often seen as a strength. So what will it be for you? More of the same, which has clearly worked in this election? Or will you be looking to renew? And if you are looking to renew, how will that manifest itself?
Well, I do think it's a combination of the two, Huw. Absolutely continuity in terms of our handling of the pandemic, which hasn't gone away. Coronavirus is still here in Wales, and the careful, cautious, scientifically informed way in which we have responded to the pandemic will certainly be continuing that. But renewal as well, because of our ambitious plans for the future. A future for Wales based on our huge natural strengths, that gives our young people a powerful sense of a future that is here for them in Wales, using our natural resources, our abilities, our skills, our commitment that we have in the workplace here in Wales. All of that gives us the raw material for renewal, a stronger, greener, fairer Wales, the other side of the pandemic.
Mark Drayford, Kirsty here in Edinburgh, if I could just come in with a final question here. Just asking your advice on this. If the Senedd delivered a majority in favour of an independence referendum for Wales and Boris Johnson said no, what would you do?
Well, if there were a majority in favour of independence, parties returned with that as their policy, then I've always been clear that should then go ahead, because that would be the democratic mandate from the people in Wales. That won't be the case in the Senedd that was elected on Thursday, so we won't face that in the next period. But had people in Wales voted in favour of a referendum, then the democratic mandate for that would have been secured.
So just finally on that then, if Nicola Sturgeon and other pro-independence parties do form a majority in the Scottish Parliament and therefore legislate for an independence referendum too, what would your advice to Anas Sarwar be? Because you're essentially saying that, OK, it won't happen in Wales, you say, but if it was to happen in Wales, you would support it as a democratic mandate. So should Anas Sarwar support it as a democratic mandate too?
I don't think I'm in a very good place to be handing advice to people in other parts of the United Kingdom. I'm quite sure that the Labour Party in Scotland will engage very carefully in that debate. I've heard them make a powerful case for saying that there are other priorities that should come in front of such a referendum, and there will be ample opportunity, I'm certain, for Scottish colleagues to debate that issue and to come to a conclusion amongst themselves. And I don't think they will need advice from me in doing so.
diplomatic to the last First Minister. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you to Mark Drakeford there in Porthcawl.
And now we can go to Martin Croxall with the 3 o'clock news.
Thank you very much. Here's a summary of the BBC News. As you've been hearing, the SNP is expected to win a 4th term in Scotland, but its leader Nicola Sturgeon admitted the prospect of a majority for the party is on a knife edge. In Wales, Labour have retained control of the Senedd. In England, after the disappointment of losing the Westminster Hartlepool seat, Labour have won the mayoral elections in North Tyneside and Liverpool City region. With all of the details, here's our political correspondent, Jess Parker.
The following candidate is duly elected to serve as a member of the Scottish Parliament.
Another seat secured for the SNP, Aberdeenshire East. But with an SNP majority on a knife edge, it's Aberdeenshire West they're hoping to take off the Tories this afternoon. The party pushing back on Boris Johnson's claim that a further independence referendum would be reckless.
At the end of the day, Boris Johnson and I will disagree on the rights and wrongs of independence. But surely we can agree on the fact that it should be a question that is put to the people of Scotland. That is the nature of democracy, and that's what we're arguing for right now.
Can we get all the cameras over here?
Boris Johnson popped up in Hartlepool yesterday, making further strides in England as the Tories dig in over its stance on Scottish independence.
It's questionable at the moment whether the SNP will get a majority or not, and we'll have to wait and see till the results come through. The UK government's position is very clear on this. We don't think there's a case for another referendum, particularly now as we try to chart a way out of the pandemic and get our economy going again.
Labour's woes in England, including some council losses, putting leader Keir Starmer under pressure. But in Wales, a booster for Labour. They'll continue in power, winning half the seats in the Senedd. So, celebrations big and small. But how to move forward across the UK?
Our toughest fights, the seats we were genuinely concerned about, were those we lost to the Conservatives less than a year and a half ago in the December 2019 general election. We managed to win those seats back by working really hard here in Wales. We plainly still have more to go in England, but I'm optimistic we can get there, and I'm desperate to see a UK Labour Prime Minister.
With so much democracy in action, you've got to keep the energy going. That's certainly the mood in Norfolk anyway. So stay tuned for more results, including the Manchester and West Midlands mayoral races this afternoon. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
A man in his 20s has been arrested in connection with the murder of the community support officer Julia James in Kent. Police say he's from the Canterbury area. Miss James was found dead last month near her home in Snowdown. She'd suffered serious head injuries. Detectives are appealing for information. Some of Britain's busiest rail services have been suspended after hairline cracks were found on high-speed trains. The operators of LNER, Hull Trains, Great Western Railway and TransPennine Express have warned passengers of major disruption while safety checks are carried out. Airlines say they have put on extra flights to countries on the government's new green travel list after a surge in demand since the announcements were made. Portugal, Gibraltar and Israel among the destinations that travellers from England will be able to visit from the 17th of May without having to self-isolate on their return. Just a reminder, for live coverage of the election results as they come in, an expert analysis of what they mean for you, you can visit our website or the BBC News app. And now it's back to Elections 2021.
Welcome back to Elections 2021. I am in Edinburgh and Huw is in London. Huw, very quick observation. George Robertson, the Labour politician, of course famously said that devolution would kill nationalism stone dead. He was talking about Scotland. But in fact, it hasn't happened in Wales, has it? It's been the opposite, because Plaid essentially is in stasis. Well, it's put on 0.3, but it's in stasis in Wales, and Mark Drakeford has managed to develop devolution and make it much more muscular.
Well, I think the picture's so different, Kirsty, and you know, knowing the SNP machine, as I do, not as well as you, but knowing the Plaid Cymru machine as well pretty well, you know, they're very different animals. They really are. You've got to remember, lots of people who observe these matters don't get the cultural difference in a way. You know, Plaid Cymru was formed around the notion of protecting Welsh culture. Yes, of course, there was a philosophy of possible independence at some stage, but it's more about protecting the Welsh language, which, of course, is a much bigger feature of life in Wales than, with respect, it is in Scotland in terms of Celtic languages. Yeah. 20% of the people of Wales speak Welsh. That's hundreds of thousands of people. It's a big political issue at times, sadly, very divisive sometimes. Less divisive today than it was, which is a good thing to be able to report. Plaid Cymru's problem is that it's never been able, there are exceptions to this, but it's never been able properly to move out of an area where people see it as just a cultural language movement. That's been the issue. So Plaid Cymru at times has broken through in the valleys of South Wales, but then that's kind of fallen away again. And its heartlands, without question, are Welsh-speaking Wales. And I really think that until Plaid Cymru steps into the areas that Labour currently dominates, it'll have a problem increasing its share of the vote dramatically. And as somebody said earlier, and when I was talking to Laura McAllister, who was, shone a lot of light on this for us, there is an overlap, in terms of values and policies between Plaid Cymru and Labour. There's actually quite a big overlap. So you're not asking voters to make a decision in some areas between two very distinct things. In many areas, they're kind of, people will vote Plaid at one election and then they'll vote Labour at another election. So, you can see why the growth has not been in the same way as it has been in Scotland. And I think that the cultural part of that is absolutely essential. And if you don't get that, you don't understand Welsh politics. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Well, Vicky, I think my Welsh Methodist sermon is over. Yes? OK. But can I just say, I think I do quite a good sermon. Yeah? So now, I just think there, after Mark Drakeford said those things, and I was intrigued with his response to my question about Keir Starmer. Because he didn't want to get tangled up in Anasawa and any advice on, what happens with independence. He didn't want to go anywhere near that. But he did answer the question on Keir Starmer, and he said, well, we'd be very happy to help out with any talk about policy and all the rest of it. And then, crucially, he said, I'm paraphrasing, but he said this, the issue is here, we have power. And you and I sort of looked knowingly at each other at this point, because we've heard this before from other people. He said, we're in power. We're able to show what we can do. It's a bit like Steve Rotherham in Liverpool saying, I have power. I can show what Labour policy can be in action. Mark Drakeford saying the same thing. We're in power in Wales. We have been. We can show what we can do. You can argue with it. You can oppose it. But ultimately, that's him saying, Sir Keir Starmer, you need to win power. Then you can show people what you can do. And I just thought it was, that was just another warning shot, really, that Sir Keir really is under massive pressure to get Labour in a position in UK terms, where it can win again.
Yeah, and that's the big problem, though, isn't it? It's a self-fulfilling cycle, you could argue. That's what Mark Drakeford was basically saying, is he's got power and he would say, done good things with it and shown voters what he can achieve. The problem for Keir Starmer is he's not in power, he's nowhere near power, and so he can't prove these things. He's got to do it from the position of being in opposition, which, of course, is much tougher. But I think what it means is he's got to be even clearer about what he wants to do. And there's actually quite an interesting quote here. This is from the newly re-elected Labour Mayor of Salford. And he's talking about the centre ground not existing anymore, that's gone in the way that people thought that it did. And he's just saying that the public now expect Labour to pick a side and articulate a bold, ambitious, progressive vision for the future, which tackles poverty and inequality. And he talks about...
One second, Vicky. 1 second. West Midlands.
Returning officer appointed at the election of mayor for the West Midlands Combined Authority area on the 6th of May 2021, I hereby certify that the total number of ballot papers verified is 626,180. The turnout in this Combined Authority area this election is 31.23%. The total number of valid first preference votes cast for each of the candidates is as follows. Byrne, Liam, Labour and Cooperative Party, 244,009. Caldwell, Stephen Alexander, Green Party, 35,559. Donnell, Peter Charles George, Reform UK, 13,568. Street, Andrew John, the Conservative Party candidate, 299,318. Wilkinson, Jennifer Jane, Liberal Democrat, 21,836. The total number of valid first preference votes is 614,290. The total number of ballot papers rejected at this first count is as follows: 11,890. In terms of those rejected votes, want of official mark 0, voting for more than one candidate as to the first preference vote 4,148, writing or mark by which the voter could be identified 66, unmarked.
So the returning officer, just going through the figures, you have the first round figures there with Andy Street in first place and Liam Byrne in second. It is a battle royal, isn't it? But look at the share. This is what we need to look at. 49% to the Conservatives, to Andy Street, and 40% to Labour. So nobody gets 50%. So it'll go into a second round. That's basically what we need to know. And if we look at the first round share change, it's 7% up to Andy Street and Labour just down a fraction, the Greens up a fraction, the Lib Dems down, and the Reform up a few. So basically, the headline there is that Andy Street, the Conservative mayor who's been serving as mayor for the West Midlands, has just narrowly failed to win on the first round. I mean, really, it's the narrowest of margins. So it now goes into a second round, which obviously opens up an area of uncertainty, and it'll be interesting to see what goes on there. Vicky, what did you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, that is so close to getting through on the first round, which obviously the Conservatives, they would have been delighted about. What's interesting with Andy Street is that his campaign, he hasn't campaigned prominently as a Conservative. You know, that kind of the posters and all the rest of it. He's done it much more as, here I am, you know, the incumbent again. And I do wonder whether there's that factor here. You can see that his support there seems to have gone up. But now, you know, now we get the second round. That's pretty unpredictable.
I think that, you know, he'd need pretty much all of the second preference votes, Liam Byrne.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to, you know, put my head on the block, but that seems unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, he was quoted as saying he was going to win it easily at one point, but,
yes.
you know, I don't think anyone ever thought that was the case. I do think that, you know, Andy Street was probably still seen, you know, as the favourite, and if the Conservatives do hold on to that, that's, again, another huge victory for them in an area, as you said earlier, incredibly important, the West Midlands, in terms of parliamentary seats, and just showing, again, if he were to win, how they're consolidating their position in those places.
Let's just underline this, because Sir John Curtice, our guru, our friend, has just sent me this note saying, well, this is another disappointment for Labour, says Sir John, who in a year when the party was performing reasonably well would be expected to pick up this mayoralty. However, the Conservative lead of 1 point in 2017 has now stretched to a lead of 9 points, with Andy Street only being just over a point short of the 50% mark, as we were saying there. So it all points to a win for Andy Street. It all points to a win for Andy Street for the Conservatives. We'll just have to wait for the second round figures, and when we get those, of course, we'll bring them to you right away.
And let's now pick up with Nick Eardley here in Edinburgh. We're waiting for Aberdeenshire West, we're waiting for Galloway. That's the big constituencies we're still looking for. But the focus very much must be on the lists.
Yeah, I think that's right. And also the question of, even if the SNP don't make a majority on their own, can they get that majority with the Scottish Greens? Probably, almost certainly, they will get that. The talk privately in the Scottish Greens is they think they're going to increase their number of seats. They had 6 in the last Parliament. They're talking privately about 7 to 10 this time. Now, if the SNP stayed on 63, 64, you could end up with the biggest pro-independence majority this place has ever had, higher than 2011. So even though we've talked a lot about an SNP majority, it's important to bring the Greens into that equation, because they basically have the exact same formulation of words in their manifesto.
But if there's a commensurate drop in the list because of where the SNP vote is situated, particularly in the southwest, for example, and they don't take a list place in Inverness, then the balance could come back into roughly in the same position.
Yeah, that's right. One interesting thing that's happening at the moment, we're in this strange part of the election where The Conservatives privately are saying they think the SNP are going to win a majority. The SNP are saying we're not so sure if we're going to win a majority. So there's a bit of expectation management going on there. But one thing that both are saying is the SNP vote on the list, which we thought might go down a bit, is actually holding quite firm. So we're here for the long haul. It's going to literally go down to the last couple of declarations tonight.
Fantastic, Nick. Thanks very much indeed. We can go now to Owen Jones from The Guardian, who joins us from North London, and Reeta Chakrabarti, the Brexit editor of The Telegraph, who is in South London. Owen Jones, first of all, tell me about the pain that Labour is in now. You know, we're having yet another policy review. I reeled off probably about 8 or 9 since 2010. And this is the idea that basically Keir Starmer said we're going to have a policy review, but it's going to actually be conducted in a matter of weeks. What will that actually deliver?
Well, I think that's an open question, because never in recent times has Labour gone into elections so lacking in a basic vision. I mean, I was up in Hartlepool, but this has been corroborated by reports across the country. People simply don't know what Labour stands for anymore. Keir Starmer's whole approach and his whole team was to define themselves against the predecessor, Jeremy Corbyn, and Boris Johnson, but without defining what he actually stands for. And there's been a complete vacuum left by the Labour Party when it comes to policy or vision. What would Labour actually do with political power? That's not a question, I'm afraid, that voters can answer, but I don't think it's one they can answer either. And I think what the policy review has to do is, I mean, bear in mind the Tories do have a vision at the moment. They have a very clear, coherent vision. They've fused populist nationalism with investment. These aren't the Osborne-Cameron Tories who are cut. They're spending very strategically in areas and communities that they're seeking to win or they've won. Ben Houchen, the Teesside mayor, brought the airport into public ownership, introduced free parking, popular, I'm afraid, with Labour voters. And what the policy review should do is build on the commitments that Keir Starmer made in the leadership election and then hasn't spoken about ever since, which is taxing the rich to invest in the economy, bringing public ownership to areas of the economy where clearly the private sector's failed, as Test and Trace has also found.
You have to say, of course, the Conservatives certainly did that in the railways already. And I just wonder, we spoke to Steve Rotherham earlier, who obviously was Jeremy Corbyn's PPS, and you might have heard him say, I am demonstrating in this area that socialism works. Now, the trouble for Keir Starmer is, does that not send a shiver down his spine?
Well, it shouldn't do, because actually, if you look at the results, many of them are dire for the Labour Party. But Steve Rotherham's a case in point. But also, if you look, for example, in Wales, Mark Drayford, after the terrible 2019 election rout for Labour, said that Labour needed to commit to those radical policies, and it's worked in Wales. If you look at Salford, if you look at Preston, both led by radical Labour administrations, they've bucked the trend. And that's because when people think they're not just voting against the Conservatives, which I'm afraid is all the Labour Party has become in much of the country, but they actually think they're voting for something which actually inspires them in some way, then Labour can buck that trend. And what we've seen, I'm afraid, in large parts of the country is when voters are completely bereft of any sense of what the Labour Party would actually do with political power if given the opportunity, they won't vote, or they'll take their votes elsewhere. And when you have a canny Conservative Party, which, as I've said, is mixing state intervention in a way that Cameron and Osborne didn't do, as well as populist nationalism, that's a potent mix which has filled a vacuum left by a Labour Party which no longer has the courage of any of its convictions.
Dia, from the Telegraph perspective, the idea of state intervention, the idea of spend in the Towns Fund and so forth, is probably an anathema. So how do you square it with those Tory voters who are they going to need to keep on side as well?
I think it will become an issue quite soon. I mean, as Owen says, it is a little bit difficult for Labour to, say, commit to spend X amount when the Tories are already doing that, for example, because historically that might have been somewhere that you could have some differentiation between the two parties. With the pandemic, it has become a situation where there is a lot of spend going on with a Conservative Party in power. Now, at one point, I think some sort of conservative thinking will kick in once the pandemic is over, and the government will have to find ways of either raising taxes or cutting spending to keep up with the way we've become used to over the last couple of years to spend as a country. And then what happens? Is the government getting prepared to create either the jobs or the infrastructure, keep the infrastructure in place for those cuts or tax rises to happen? Are they going to be able to take their newly won constituents with them? Are they going to take people, the voters from Hartlepool, along with them when that change in policy happens? What exactly have these people, the voters in Hartlepool, voted the Tories for? What are the expectations from the Tories, and how are they going to sort of hold on to those and deliver on those is going to be the biggest challenge for the government now.
Yeah, because what the government is trying to do is occupy the centre ground, where Dominic Cummings said very clearly that centre ground simply doesn't exist. It's a myth.
Well, I mean, maybe it is a new centre ground. I mean, who knows? We are in very, very complicated times. You don't need me to tell you that. Things are all topsy-turvy at the moment. But it does seem like in a time of pandemic, when the government has done, it's had extraordinary success with the vaccine rollout. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
But Dominic Cummings said very
that's been a plus. But what next? That is where the government needs to look now, and that's going to be the biggest challenge.
Well, let me come back to Owen on that, what next for Labour, because it seems to me that Labour is looking in three directions. It's looking to the Red Wall, which has got one set of problems. It's looking to Wales, where it's strong, which are completely different. And certainly Mark Draper is not going to be taking any lessons in Labour policy from Keir Starmer. And we're looking to Scotland, where we absolutely have no idea what Labour would do in Scotland going forward when it comes to a second independence referendum. So there's all sorts of different imperatives. And Keir Starmer, it's fair to say, has, over the last 24 hours, it sounded a lot more irritated and irritable than we've ever heard him before. Do you think, Owen Jones, that Keir Starmer is a transitional leader, or do you think he'll be the leader that takes us into the next general election?
Well, I think there's an increasing question over that. Look, the whole pitch of Keir Starmer was competence, essentially, wasn't it? It was to bet the house on that. That was the dividing line with the government, and it was incinerated by the, thankfully, huge success of the vaccine rollout programme. That wasn't actually the government, that was the public sector and the NHS, which Labour could have trumpeted. But because Keir Starmer's team didn't use the pandemic as an opportunity to set out an alternative vision, they've been left with very little to say. Now, they've been saying today in the newspapers that, well, actually, the reason is, and I think they've said to you, the reason for that is the pandemic's in the way. That's a terrible excuse. I mean, if you look back, World War II, a far bigger emergency, of course, than the one we're currently facing. Labour used that emergency in World War II to set out a clear vision of what the country would look like under them. Once we win the war, Labour said, we've got to win the peace. And they didn't do that with a pandemic. And I think the problem with Keir Starmer at the moment is, his pitch in that leadership election was keep the radical policies that are popular, like public ownership, taxing the rich, getting rid of tuition fees, unity in the Labour Party, and competence. And I'm afraid he hasn't stuck to that very basic democratic mandate. And at the same time, if you look at the way he's pitched towards the so-called Red Wall, a lot of it's been pretty patronising. It's been kind of, let's go to focus groups and repeat back what people tell us, all kind of nothing wrong with a flag before I get an angry tirade on social media. But the way that focus, rather than on policies and vision, with let's fly the flag a lot, it just screeches inauthenticity. So I think if Keir Starmer wants to resurrect a leadership which is clearly in crisis, then he should recommit to a vision, build on what Clement Attlee did during World War II, national emergency, Labour best positioned to deal with what comes after that national emergency. As an example, I think that when a Labour leader during this crisis cannot stare down the barrel of a camera when asked about NHS nurses' pay rises, about whether they should get the pay rise they deserve, and stumbles and talks about negotiating upwards from 2.5%, that's a Labour Party in trouble. Instead, what Labour should have done is said, we applauded those key workers who carried our country through a national emergency. We'll give them the pay rise we deserve. We will, instead of universal credit being woefully inadequate, which millions of people have seen because of the pandemic, we'll build a welfare state that is adequate for the times in which live. The self-employed, the precarious, that's been exposed during the crisis, as well as the NHS and key work. And that's what Labour failed to do, and that's what Labour...
Owen, I admire your Saturday afternoon energy. Owen and Dia, thank you both very much.
Right, well, what I'd like to do at this point is focus on those contests we were discussing just a short while ago, the mayoral contests in England, and to focus really on the performance of Conservative and Labour in those where, you know, there have been disappointments for some parties and there have been gains for others in more unexpected contests. And then we'll have a chat about that. But Rita, could you just tell us what's the latest we have?
Well, we've got 6 results in out of 13 mayoral contests. We know that the West Midlands has gone to a second vote. Remember, if no one candidate gets 50% or above of the vote, then it goes to a second round. That's going on in the West Midlands at the moment, with the Conservatives, Andy Street, just missing out by 1 percentage point on actually going through on first preferences. Now, we know that Labour has had a tough time of things in England. The story when it comes to the mayoral contests is brighter for them, because as you can see, there have been several Labour holds here. They've held Liverpool, they've held North Tyneside, they've held Doncaster. Tees Valley yesterday was a huge hold for the Conservatives. There, Ben Houchen got pretty much 3/4 of the vote. We were talking about incumbency earlier, and that was probably of great benefit to him. Liverpool City Region, Huw was speaking a little earlier to the Mayor, Steve Rotherham, who hung on there. But I just wanted to show you the Conservatives quite some way behind, but the Greens in third place. They pipped the Liberal Democrats to gain the third place there. So, you know, they'll be pleased with that result. But Steve Rotherham hung on there in the Liverpool City region. Now let's take a look at Salford as well, because this will be another result that Labour will be happy with. So Labour's Paul Dennett has got through on the first round here, which they've never won this post on the first round before. So they'll be very pleased with that. And that may have implications also for Andy Burnham, who's running again for the mayoral post in Greater Manchester, Salford coming within that area. So they will be pleased with that Salford result. Now, a couple of the posts on this screen are still counting. They are Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, and also West of England. That's why they're still in the pale pink. West of England is interesting. So this was Conservative before, but Labour has topped the poll in the first round. Labour's Dan Norris, he used to be a Labour MP, as in fact Stephen Williams was an MP for the Liberal Democrats, so 2 former MPs standing in the West of England. So this has now gone to a second round vote because neither of the top 2 candidates got 50%. And interesting, again, another sort of strong performance by the Green candidate there, coming in a very respectable third. So that's where we are with the mayoral contest so far. As I said, we've got 6 of them in, another 7 to come, including the West Midlands, including London. Let's just take a look also at where we are in terms of the local council elections. So we've got 106 of 143 declared. And I want to show you 1 or 2 of the interesting ones, because they don't make as good reading for the Labour Party as the mayoral contest did. So you can see that, again, the Conservatives putting in a strong performance. They've gained Cannock Chase from no overall control. Gloucester was hung and they've gained that. Worcester was hung and they've gained that. And a couple of interesting details within some of the other results. So Rotherham, which has never in the past had a Conservative councillor, well, it's now got 20. So although this is a Labour hold, look at that, Labour has lost 12 seats and the Conservatives have gained 20. Clearly, it looks as if the UKIP seats have all gone to the Conservatives. So that's in Rotherham. And one more I want to show you, which is Hartlepool. Of course, yesterday's huge story, the Conservatives taking the Westminster seat of Hartlepool. Well, here too, the Conservatives, who did have a presence on the council, but they've put on 10 seats. So signs, again, if it were needed, of that shift in strong Labour areas towards the Conservatives.
Reeta, many thanks. And Reeta, they're mentioning the West Midlands because, of course, we saw that first round vote earlier with Andy Street for the Conservatives just missing out on victory in the first round by 1 percentage point. Let's go back to Birmingham and talk to our colleague there, Elizabeth Clinker. Well, that was very tight, wasn't it, Elizabeth? We nearly got a result on the first round. So where do you think we go from here?
Absolutely, yes, Huw, on a knife edge, everybody. There were almost audible gasps in the hall, actually, when the first preference votes were announced. You can see counting back underway here now onto second preferences. So, as we just heard, narrowly missing out on winning with first preference votes. Andy Street, the Conservative candidate, 49% of the vote to 40 for Liam Byrne, the Labour candidate. Looking at it, though, we're trying to sort of crunch the numbers here. Liam Byrne would have to almost get all of the second preference votes to actually win in this second round. So we'll have to see how it goes. The Greens, interestingly, seem to have done pretty well. The Green candidate has done well. So that might suggest that a number of those second preferences would go to Liam Byrne. But I think it would have to be an extremely good showing for Labour in second preferences for Liam Byrne to come back. Looking at the figures, Andy Street, as we said, 49% of the vote. That's an increase on the share he got in 2017 when he was on just under 42% of the vote after first preferences. So he seems to have increased his popularity.
Elizabeth, we're just going to the latest declaration.
Parliamentary election for the Galloway and West Dumfries constituency, hereby give notice of votes, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. Finlay Carson, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 17,486. Archie Dryborough, Scottish Labour Party, 2,932. Emma Harper, Scottish National Party, SNP, 14,851. Ian William MacDonald, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 948. Laura Moody, Scottish Green Party, 970. I hereby declare that Finlay Carson has been duly elected to serve as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Galloway and West Dumfries constituency. The number of ballot.
So there we have the result for Galloway. Now that was a long shot for the SNP, and in fact Finlay Carson has got it for the Conservatives. No change there. Emma Harper on 14,000 odd votes, and she of course was the one that said a hard border would create jobs. But you see the collapse of the Labour vote there. Archie Dryborough, 2,900 votes. So let's look at the share of the vote there. Conservatives on 47%. Then the SNP on 39, Labour on 8. Now look at the big swing here. The share change, there we have it. So Conservatives have increased their vote, SNP just down, Labour is down 7%, Greens at 3%. And looking at the share change and the swing, let's have a quick look at the swing if we can. But the swing is clearly going to be to the Conservatives. So let's pick up on, no swing there, let's pick up on John Curtice on that one. John, it was a long shot for the Nationalists.
It was a long shot, and to that extent, at least, certainly that we were expecting was that the SNP, that the Conservatives would hold it, given not least that pattern of tactical squeezing on the third place Unionist vote that we've seen elsewhere, and again has been replicated in this constituency. This outcome narrows yet further the potential SNP path to an overall majority, but it doesn't put a complete barrier across it. What will now matter is, given that the party has failed to win this Galloway seat in the south of Scotland, is whether or not, nevertheless, the party will still pick up a regional list seat when we come to the regional list outcome. Now, I can say to you that at the moment, the odds of that happening are probably less than 50%, but they're certainly still greater than zero. So this is not good news for the SNP. It means they're still very much on tenterhooks. Their chances of getting a majority have been reduced, but it's not yet all over. And I think the truth is now we're really waiting for the result in Aberdeenshire West. That is a seat they do need to win now if they're going to get an overall majority at all. We might have, rumour has it, have to wait a couple of hours or so. So I'm afraid we're probably in for a long day. And even if they win Aberdeenshire West, we will then have to wait for the regional list result in the Highlands and in the south of Scotland. So well, I think we're meant to be going off air at 10 o'clock, but maybe we'll just make it.
Thanks very much indeed, John. I'm joined now by Alan Little, our correspondent. Let's just talk through that Galloway result.
When I was a child in the 1970s, growing up in Galloway, that constituency was nationalist. We had sent an SNP MP to Westminster, one of the 11 who were elected in October 1974, but it's been held mostly by the Conservatives at Westminster since then, but it's also been held by the Labour Party. When enough of Dumfries is included in the constituency, when the boundaries change, it was briefly held by Labour at the Scottish Parliament. So it splits three ways.
And that was one of the areas, and again, like Aberdeenshire West, which as John says, we might have to wait far for, that was one of the areas that voted no in the independence referendum. And it's like the Brexit hangover, isn't it? In other areas, that residual anti-independence vote in the referendum, it still holds.
That's right. It was one of the strongest, stronger no votes in 2014, and it's a quite conservative electorate. It's a very stable electorate. Peripheral Scotland does feel, geographically peripheral Scotland does not feel a stronger connection with this place as people in the Central Belt do.
That can be also said for Aberdeen.
Yes, and indeed the Highlands and Islands.
Though I have to say that Nick Eardley, your colleague Nick Eardley, who was here a moment ago, says that actually the SNP are more confident in Aberdeenshire West.
Right, well that's obviously the key one now, because without, as John Curtice was saying there, without Aberdeenshire West, they would need to pull off a miracle in the list votes to...
Yeah, well, they're relying on this Highland vote, on the list vote. So, as John Curtice says, we may be here for some time looking out for those two big results that the SNP are looking for themselves. And, of course, we're also going to be hearing from where the Greens stand and where the Greens are in this whole equation of the overall support for independence parties in the Parliament.
It is interesting that there is opinion polling that suggests that the public to some extent care about whether the SNP have a majority rather than simply a pro-independence majority with the Greens. Support for a second referendum rises in public opinion polls if there's an overall SNP majority, and dips slightly if it's only a pro-independence majority. So the public are awake to that nuance to some extent as well.
So just to correct that there, Nick is now saying that the Tories are actually, that was my fault, Tories are more confident in Aberdeenshire West. Thanks very much indeed, Alan.
Well, I think we should focus possibly on performance of some of the parties we've not been talking about in the last hour or so. And let's talk about the Liberal Democrats, because it's been a bit of a bumpy ride for them. I'm just been making a little list here. In Wales, they're down to one, well, they're just on one seat in the Senedd. They're currently fourth behind the Greens in London. They're down 20 councillors, we can see there on the tally. Let's look at the big scoreboard. Conservatives on plus 221, Labour down 253, Lib Dems down 20 under Sir Ed Davies' leadership, and the Greens are up 61. It's a more positive picture for the Greens, certainly. No council gains either for the Lib Dems. So well, let's ask one of their MPs, Oxford Western Abingdon MP, Leila Moran, who joins us now kindly. Leila, thanks very much. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Well, am I fair to say it's been a bit of a bumpy ride?
It is, except that it's not over. And I would point out that a lot of the places that we are expecting to not just hold ground but make gains are still yet to come, particularly tomorrow, places like St Albans here in Oxfordshire. But I would also point to the fact that whilst it could seem that there are parts where we haven't made progress, actually we've held a lot of seats. So we are looking to make further gains in the next 24 hours. We also have now found ourselves in a position where we've taken control away from both Labour and Conservatives. For example, look at Sheffield, where that's Labour facing. We are now the biggest party looking to lead that administration. And just look at what happened in Cambridgeshire, bucking the national trend, and we are the largest party looking to lead that administration as well. So actually there are lots of places where we have made progress, and the emerging picture for us is actually when you see governing parties, particularly in Wales and Scotland, for the Tories in England, making gains, and it does seem to be a bit of a pandemic swing towards those governing parties. Actually, we've held ground, and in some places we're even bucking that trend, which is very positive indeed.
OK, and you set out some of the areas where things have been a bit better, which is perfectly fair, obviously. You talk about making other gains. You mentioned St Albans. So just so that viewers know, where else are you expecting to make gains in the rest of this set of elections?
Well, what we're looking towards specifically is areas where we are strong and competitive against the Conservatives. So we are second in 91 constituencies. Many of those are Conservative facing. So places like St Albans, we have a sitting MP, but also their surrounding seats are ones that we'd be looking towards the next general election. Here in Oxfordshire, again, lots of strong seconds in the last general election. We are confident that we will be taking seats away from the Conservatives tomorrow when we start counting. We had a very good set of elections here, and we are hopeful that that will in fact lead to several seats falling towards us. So that halo around London, a lot of the places where we're second place, we are the national challengers to the Tories, it seems, and that is the emerging picture for us in England in particular. As Labour have become weaker, we are the only ones now who can take significant number of seats away from the Conservatives, not just at local elections, but also looking forwards towards the next general election.
The point is, Leila, as lots of your supporters will know, there was a time not so long ago when we'd have been sat in the studio looking at this tally and saying, well, you know, the Lib Dems have gained so many councils, they've done well in terms of council seats and all the rest of it. I know you've had a very challenging few years, we all understand that, but I'd sort of put it to you maybe politely that at this stage, and, you know, we've got a government that's been in power for a long time. You really should be doing far better, given that Labour, too, are having their problems. So why aren't you attracting more votes than you are right now?
Well, as I say, let's wait and see. The votes are not yet count, and we need to make sure that we get to the end of those counts before we decide what we do next. But actually, I think there are huge numbers of glimmers of hope, and I think some of them actually are in areas that are a bit surprising, in places like Sunderland, places like Barnsley. We've held Cheltenham, we've held Eastleigh, so we have consolidated our position. But after that 2019 general election, when we realised, you know, we really need to do something different, Ed Davey won the leadership and said we need to smell the coffee. Actually, a lot of the things that we've been doing in our party have been behind the scenes. We are improving our ground game. We are ensuring that those teams are up and running on the ground, particularly willing to take that fight to the Conservatives and winning, which is what we're doing. So we knew that these sets of elections were always going to be a stepping stone to something else. Actually, Huw, I'm feeling very positive today, but I would urge people to have a bit more patience. It's a weird set of elections. I'm actually really liking the extended election covering. I think you guys are doing a brilliant job over these 3 days. But it does mean that we're going to have to just wait a bit longer before we decide what that outcome is. I think it's going to be a rosy picture for us when it comes to the end of it.
Oh, Leila, you say the nicest things. Do you know that? I mean, how can we ask you a tough question after that? It really is. That's a dirty trick you just played on us. But Vicky's with me, so she wants to ask a horrible question, OK?
Sure.
Leila, the point here is, you're talking about organisational change, really, aren't you? And saying that the people on the ground and the Liberal Democrats, who we know are, you know, great campaigners in their communities, that they're still feeling relatively upbeat, even though people outside might be wondering why. But what about the broader message? You know, since the Brexit issue has faded, it's not over, but, you know, that is, as a political argument, over. What is your message to people, if you're going to reach out to a broader set of voters and appeal to them?
So in this election, particularly in England, I mean, you know, it's going to be different in different parts. And in Scotland, we were putting the recovery first, and the same thing in Wales, and actually have held up pretty well against surges for those governing parties. In England, it's been having a greener, fairer society that is more caring. Ed Davey's been putting the caring agenda right at the centre of what we've been doing, and also championing small businesses. But we recognised after 2019 in particular that we did need to go back to square one. And actually the fact that we've held up our seats and held up our votes and are indeed making gains against the Conservatives in some key areas is, I think, a very good sign for us. People are hearing us, and where we have that infrastructure on the ground, we're able to get that message across. So I am positive. I do think that by the time we get to tomorrow, the numbers will look a bit different. But critically, we are not just thinking about this year, we're thinking about years to come. And what's clear to me in this election is that we are the ones competitive against the Conservatives. So watch this space for years coming forward.
But you talk about the Green Agenda, and actually all of the parties, of course, are talking about the Green Agenda, but also you can see that the Green Party are doing reasonably well. How do you make a distinctive offer from them?
Well, actually, in some parts of the country, we work really well with them, and I wish them well, because actually the climate emergency is the #1 issue facing this planet, even more than the pandemic, I would argue, because it's not one that we can easily recover from if we get it wrong. And there are some parts of the country, like here in Oxfordshire, where actually we have a historic relationship with them, and we found it very useful working with them. South Oxfordshire District Council, we are governing with them in coalition. It works really well. So actually, but the other thing to bear in mind is that we aren't just gaining seats. We are also holding many hundreds of seats at the same time. And where there have been councils that we've taken control away from the other parties, the administrations that are leading them are the Liberal Democrat administrations, because we are the largest party. So actually, for us, the set of elections has been really complex. It's been very wide-ranging. But the fact that we have managed to do that with a couple of councils, possibly more to come, and that we're also competitive against both Labour and the Conservatives, in particular the Conservatives, I think that's a really important message for us to be taking away already from this set of elections.
Leila Moran, Kirsty here in Edinburgh. Just coming in with a quick question to you. I'm interested, you're talking about going back to square one. What you're talking about is going back to Paddy Ashdown days, not the Liberal Democrats of the late Charlie Kennedy. It's the Paddy Ashdown playbook, which is simply you're in the challenge for Conservative votes. That's where you think your future lies. It's on that territory. You don't think you're going to make any headway against Labour. You're making that incredibly clear.
Indeed. Well, I mean, that's just, if you just look at the electoral picture in terms of Westminster elections, that is where the second places are, and under first past the post, and there will be people watching this programme shouting at the television, because in England especially, we have no system that allows for any kind of proportionality. Totally. And that means that in many places there are going to be the Conservatives not getting more than 50% and yet taking control of councils. I mean, that's the nature of first past the post. That's why we want electoral change. But until we have that electoral change, we have to appreciate that actually we need to work where we are currently in second place to get over the top. That's 91 constituencies, vast majority of which, with a few exceptions, places like Sheffield, where actually we are still competitive against Labour. And it's interesting that there we did take control away from Labour on that council. So don't discount us in those areas either. But bluntly, yes, that is where the votes are going to come from. And at the next general election, for those people wondering how are we going to get rid of this Tory government, in places where the Liberal Democrats are second, you know how. It's vote Lib Dem.
Leila Moran, you've been very generous with your time. Thank you, Leila. And we'll have a look at the progress as we go along. But many thanks for now. Leila Moran there, the MP, Lib Dem MP for Oxford West and Abingdon. So that brings us... Reeta, I was just wondering there, you know, we were talking about the Lib Dem performance. And I said they'd made no gains in terms of councils. But where are they then in the big picture now?
We'll take a look at the scoreboard as it is at the moment, Huw. So we've had about 2/3 of the councils declared. And as you can see, the Lib Dems, no gains at all, as you were saying. They retained the 3 councils that they had before so far anyway. The Conservatives have made 10 gains and Labour has lost 4 councils. Now, I want to show you what's going on behind some of these results in terms specifically of Labour, because a pattern has emerged of Labour going back in the councils where they have traditionally been the strongest. Now, here are 3 councils, Liverpool, Sunderland, Colchester in grey, so that's in no overall control. But Liverpool and Sunderland both held by Labour. All of these councils were the seats were last up in 2016, so it's a similar comparison, if you like, looking at them like this, working from the same baseline. But you can see what has happened to the Labour vote in Liverpool, in Sunderland. It's really really shot down. I mean, particularly in Sunderland, down by 15%, and the Conservatives surging ahead. The Lib Dem vote actually looking pretty healthy there too. So you have, in the northwest of the country and in the northeast, places which have been traditional Labour strongholds, this will be very worrying for them. By comparison, Colchester, they've actually gone up a little bit in terms of the share of the vote, up by 2 percentage points. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's not going backwards. They simply haven't progressed as much as the Conservatives have. So this will be real food for thought for the Labour leadership as they conduct their inquest into quite why these results have been so bad. It does seem to be particularly marked in places where they've traditionally been very strong.
Yeah. Thanks very much indeed, Rita. Well, we can go now over to find out what's happening in London, and we're joined by Adina Campbell. Adina, you are at City Hall. Let's just look at this. We've got this graphic here and what's happening on the London Mayor so far, and that's first round votes with 7 of 14 areas counted. And we've got Sadiq Khan there, and quite closely followed by Sean Bailey. And then we've got Sian Berry and Louise Port, the Liberal Democrats. So tell me what's happening, because at this stage, and we did go to second round last time, but at this stage it's looking close. How close?
It is looking close, but we can say over the last couple of hours or so, the gap has started to widen a little bit between Labour's Sadiq Khan and his Conservative rival, Sean Bailey. As it stands at the moment, Sadiq Khan is on about 40% of the votes, followed by Sean Bailey on 35%. If we took a look at what happened yesterday, initially, I think what surprised a lot of people was that the gap between those two men was a lot closer, 1% in it. So things are starting to change. So as it stands at the minute, it's close, but it looks like things are starting to change. And of course, we are expecting more results over the next few hours, depending on what happens in those other 7 boroughs' constituencies.
So just casting your mind back to 2008, 2012, when it was Boris Johnson's patch, where is Sean Bailey roughly in relation to where Boris Johnson was at that time in the contest, at this stage in the contest?
Well, at the moment, Sean Bailey is probably slightly further behind compared to what Boris Johnson, compared to how he was back then. So it's very difficult to kind of make the comparisons at the moment, because we are expecting the next set of results to come through over the next few hours. But we know that it's likely to go to a second round. It all depends on whether Sadiq Khan or Sean Bailey, depending on how well he does over the next few hours with those other constituency votes. If either of those men do get 50%, then of course they are declared the next Mayor of London. But look what happened back in 2016. Sadiq Khan won on second preference votes. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. We will be watching closely.
Well, Adina, just before you go, on that question of second preference votes, those second preference votes that are so important are going to be Liberal, Democrat and Green. Would that lead you to suggest that they will go directly to Sadiq Khan?
I think so. I think it's looking pretty safe to say that those votes will go to Sadiq Khan. But, anything can happen in an election. We've had some shock results in the past. But I think it's safe to say that, Sadiq Khan is looking like he is going to become, he will become the next Mayor of London and serve that second term. The gap is starting to widen between Sean Bailey and Sadiq Khan. So let's see what happens over the next few hours or so.
Adina, thank you.
A short while ago, we caught up with the Welsh First Minister, Mark Drakeford, Labour's Mark Drakeford, after his very successful day yesterday and his party's successful day pretty much throughout Wales. And he was telling us a little about the power of being able to put things into action. I asked him about, what advice he might give to Sir Keir Starmer today. And he was saying, well, it's quite a hard lesson, really, which is that you need to have power in the first place in order to show people what you can do. And that's all about convincing people that you have the right strategy and the right plans. And our colleague in Cardiff, Ione Wells, who's spoken to Mr Drakeford recently as well, joins us now. Ione, just in that interview we did with him, and then he was asked by Kirsty about, potentially questions around mandates for referenda on independence, etc. What did you make of all that?
Hi, Huw. Well, I think it was really interesting to hear him say there, as you've discussed, he was asked about kind of whether or not he believes that if a pro-independence party was given a majority in Scotland, then they would have a mandate. And he said, I mean, Mark Drakeford's always been a man who's stuck to his principles, really, and he's always said that if a pro-independence party had got a majority in Wales, then they would have a mandate for independence, but was very clear that that has not happened this time around. But one thing that's really interesting is that kind of rewind back to Monday, we spoke to Mark Drakeford and asked him, you know, what if a majority of MSs that are elected in the Senedd are pro-more devolution, which is something that Labour are in favour of, and also something that, of course, Plaid Cymru are in favour of as well. And he was surprisingly frank about this at the time. He basically said, yes, there would be a mandate, if that's the case, for more powers for the Senedd. Now, that has actually happened. So it's going to be really interesting to see sort of what he does with this, because I spoke to the Prime Minister on Monday when he was campaigning in the Vale of Glamorgan and put that to him, asking him what he made of the idea that if the majority of MSs elected to the Senedd were in favour of more devolution, would that be something that the UK government would be willing to negotiate with the next Welsh government? And he kind of dismissed this at the time, basically saying that people in Wales don't care about more powers, don't care about more politicians, they just care about jobs and the economy and the health recovery. That argument might now be a little bit harder to make, because obviously we have now seen the majority of MSs elected to the Senedd in favour of more devolution. The question is going to be, what does Mark Drakeford do with that mandate, and what kind of leverage will he have in Westminster, if any, at the moment, to try and make some of those arguments? It's certainly something, though, that we know that Plaid Cymru are really going to be keen to hold Labour to account for in opposition in the Senedd.
That's a fascinating prospect, Ione. The other thing I wanted to ask you was, now that, because we've got all the Welsh results in and we know what the shape of the Senedd is going to be, the dust is beginning to settle. So how do you see the picture now? You've given us the sense there of Mark Drakeford and maybe one of the challenges ahead of him. The other parties, let's say Conservative and Plaid Cymru in this instance, because they've got most of the other seats, how are they feeling today?
Well, I think if we start with the Welsh Conservatives, I think they're encouraged by the fact that they've made 6 gains in this election. They've got their best ever result in a Welsh election, so they are encouraged by that. Of course, they haven't got some of the gains that they were hoping for. For example, in the North East, they were perhaps hoping to pick up a couple more than just Vale of Clwyd, which was won on a pretty slim majority. So in terms of how they're feeling in the sort of long term, I think, you know, it's difficult to say at this stage what their kind of long-term game plan really is in Wales. You know, they have made gains, as I've discussed, still far off getting near Labour's, you know, chipping really away at Labour's 2 big red walls in Wales, which of course in Wales isn't just the North East, it's also the South East as well. But interestingly, on a UK government level here, you know, I've spoken to UK government sources about this. They're encouraged primarily by the fact that they have overtaken Plaid Cymru into 2nd place now in the Senedd. They're also encouraged by the fact that they claim that the sort of nationalist surge didn't really materialise in the election. And that brings us on, obviously, to Plaid Cymru here. Now, it's fair to say that this is a disappointing election for Plaid Cymru. They were hoping to make more gains away from their kind of traditional West Wales, Welsh-speaking heartlands in this election. So there are going to be big questions now for the party of kind of what went wrong. You know, yesterday, Adam Price, their leader, was pretty buoyant, still very optimistic about the fact that their independence cause was a net gain for them, optimistic about his leadership as well. But there will be questions for them, certainly because in the campaign they were really pointing to those polls suggesting rising support for independence in Wales, pointing to those grassroots movements like Yes Cymru that had gained momentum over the last year. They were saying that that was a strong argument for them. What's happened, though, is that doesn't seem to have translated into more votes for Plaid Cymru. So that's the kind of question that they're going to be really grappling with, I think, over the next couple of months and looking further into the future as well.
Ione, good to talk to you again. Thank you very much. That was Ione Wells for us in Cardiff.
Well, there is a great degree of excitement now. We're going to go over to David Shanks, who's going to give us a progress report on Aberdeenshire West. David, what's happening and what do you think the timescale is now?
Well, last time we spoke, I very confidently said that it was going to be 5 o'clock. We're fairly sure that that was incorrect, and we're looking at a result for Aberdeenshire West within the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. What we're hearing is the Tories are feeling quite confident in this race. They're sitting on a majority of just 900. But what we've seen in all of the other constituencies is a raise in turnout, with that majority, the SNP, who've won all of the rest of them, it's important to say, just being eaten away, the Conservatives making gains there. So what Fergus Much in Aberdeenshire West would have to do is try and flip that the other way. It's a very hard task. And as I say, the Conservatives are quite confident that Alexander Burnett might have held on to this one this time.
And has Alex Hammond been roaming around at all looking at the Alba list vote?
Well, that was something yesterday, wasn't it?
Any sighting?
The leader of the Alba party, Alex Hammond, running around. Well, I can say he's not here right now. We're expecting that regional list declaration at around 6:15 this evening, so there is a possibility that the Alba party will come back in. But no, he's not been here today. He was very present yesterday doing media rounds and adjudicating, well, looking at ballots and, overseeing proceedings there for Alba, but not a sight of him here today.
Thank you very much, David. We'll come back to you as soon as we know you know anything. I just want to bring Nick Eardley in because he may not be roaming around, but Alex Salmond has been delivering some invective. One of the pieces of invective is that Nicola Sturgeon is behaving like the grand old Duchess of York, leading everybody up to practically the top of the hill and leading them back down again, and so it begins.
Yeah, it does. And the big question now, I suppose, is whether Alex Salmond disappears because his party haven't done well. I've spoken to a few people in the party this morning who think that Alba will continue in some guise, that it's not a spent force yet, despite what looks like a pretty humiliating election result. So, the question is whether Alex Salmond continues to try and put pressure on Nicola Sturgeon from outside, despite the lack of electoral support.
I mean, he also said in an article, I think, in the Herald this morning, she has lost her nerve on Indy Ref 2. This does not sound like a man who's backing the First Minister to the hilt.
No, it's not, and that relationship collapsed last year, and it's got worse since. I can tell you that privately, some in the SNP are absolutely cock-a-hoop that Alex Salmond hadn't got in. I got a phone call yesterday afternoon, just as the results from Aberdeen were starting to come in, from someone who I couldn't actually repeat what they said in this phone call on air, but it was very celebratory of the fact that the Alba vote was nowhere.
Well, this doesn't sound like he wants to be out of the picture, but anyway, let's look at Aberdeenshire West. What are you hearing?
Privately,
yes,
the SNP are conceding. They think the Conservatives will hold it, and that all but ends the chances.
You just said privately, but we're on air.
Yes, privately, but they're not naming themselves. Privately to tell the world.
Yes.
So the SNP are conceding they won't win Aberdeenshire West. They think the Conservatives will hold it. They think there has been a tactical vote. Remember we were talking about whether the Liberal Democrats moved over to back.
It was a big no vote in the Indy Ref 1 up there.
It was indeed. But this effectively ends the chances of the SNP forming a majority on their own.
But as we said earlier, Fergus Much is a popular candidate. Interestingly as well, just going back to 2014 Indy Ref 1, the average turnout in Scotland was 84.6. In Aberdeen, it was 87.2%, which shows their vehemence of their antipathy to Scottish Indy Ref 1 and indeed probably Scottish independence in that area. Was Fergus Much always going to struggle here?
No, I think he thought he was in with in fact, I know he thought he was in with a good chance, because I was up there with him and Nicola Sturgeon a couple of weeks ago. The hope there was always that they would get their vote out, that they'd find enough SNP supporters to come out and back them on the day, and that the unionist vote would be split. We said at the start of the programme yesterday, the battle in this election was SNP turnout versus tactical voting. Yeah. In the vast majority of seats, SNP turnout is won, but in just enough, unionist tactical voting has got through to, it seems, deprive the SNP of a majority.
I mean, she was there on her very last day of campaigning. I mean, she obviously, they were going to take this right down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. And, there were a number of those seats that the SNP thought they were really in contention, and they've taken some of them, but it looks like this is not going to be one.
If that is the case, and John Curtice was very clear to say that it's not the only way, there's this list vote that can actually be in the Highlands, but that's really slim pickings.
It's really hard because they're going to need 3 list votes to get over 65. And as John was saying, they might get one on Highlands and Islands. They seem to think they've got a decent chance, the SNP this is, of getting one in the south of Scotland, although our figures suggest it might be 50-50. The big question is where the other one comes from, and it would be a pretty fluke result at the moment for that to happen. Now, it's not, don't pack up and go and, you know, I was going to say enjoy the nice day, but it's not a very nice day. Don't pack up just yet, because the Conservatives seem to think that the SNP vote on the list is really holding up and in some areas might be going up. But it's very hard to see an area where the SNP vote goes up enough to give them a list vote that they didn't get last time.
And here we are, we're moving on very swiftly in this election to look at the turmoil that is definitely going to be part of Scottish politics, as if there's not always turmoil in Scottish politics, but there's going to be a lot of turmoil in Scottish politics in the next 2 years. Now, you know, Nicola Sturgeon has made it very, very clear that on Monday she'll be back at her desk dealing with the pandemic. You know, she talks about the fact she hasn't had a holiday, she's been out there every single day. There's obviously questions to be asked about the whole question of the pandemic, because, you know, care home deaths were in Scotland proportionately higher, if not exactly the same as in England, so there are issues. She deals with that. Then what happens? Because won't the Conservatives and Labour attack her the moment the words Indie Ref 2 come out her mouth in her day-to-day working life? Because she says she's going to be dealing with the pandemic.
I expect we'll hear from the First Minister in some detail tomorrow.
Right.
I think she will say that her focus is on the pandemic. The first 100 days of an SNP administration will focus on the recovery from the pandemic. On Tuesday, she's got an announcement to make on whether the further easing of lockdown happens. The way one source very close to her put it to me is it's not going to be indie-tastic, but she will mention it, because what the SNP want is, when the health crisis is over, to start talking about this again. And if the Greens meet their expectations of 7 to 10 seats, you're going to have potentially a big majority in there still for another referendum.
But she's also saying, of course, that you know, part of the recovery, you know, what the SNP is saying is part of that recovery, in a sense, depends on having the levers. And for the long-term recovery, they're saying they don't have the full levers.
And that's the debate we saw all through the pandemic with furlough. You know, the furlough announcements, the Scottish Government would claim came too late to make some of the big decisions.
She would say the lockdown came too late because you had to wait for the furlough.
And that's one of the most interesting things about this election, because if you walked up the Royal Mile last week and said to people, what do you care about? They would say the pandemic. When can I go and see my family again? But the issue of independence bleeds through every other issue in Scotland, and it always came back to, can Scotland make the decisions it wants to without independence? And that splits people, we think, roughly still 50-50.
And I'm not sure if I was talking to you about this morning, but Alan Cochrane in The Telegraph, no great fan of Nicola Sturgeon, obviously, made it very clear that he said that actually her switch in tactics to emphasise Boris as a credible leader and Nicola Sturgeon as a credible leader did pull her up in the end in some of the key areas.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was the SNP strategy really from the start, but towards the end.
Angus Robertson said he'd been saying that from the start, of course.
Yes, I suspect Angus Robertson would also say independence was a big part of that campaign. Whereas if you look at what happened over the kind of last couple of weeks, unless Nicola Sturgeon was asked about independence, it's not something she was making a big deal about. So part of the SNP strategy in the last final days was to say to floating voters, who do you want to be in charge of the next few months? The immediate health emergency, and it looks like they've chosen Nicola Sturgeon.
Right, we're going to be getting the Aberdeenshire West result very, very soon, but let's go over to David Wallace Lockhart to explain just exactly how this list system works.
Holyrood elections use a different type of voting system to Westminster ones. People in Scotland get 2 ballot papers and 2 votes, one for the constituency they live in and one for the wider region. There are 129 seats in the Holyrood Chamber. The principle of the voting system is that the overall makeup of the Scottish Parliament should reflect the votes cast more proportionately. 73 of the seats are for constituencies, and here they are on this map. Now, there's a lilac ballot paper for the constituency vote. It lists candidates by name, and people in Scotland can vote for one of them. The outcome of this vote is simple. It's first past the post, and whoever has the most votes wins and becomes the MSP for that constituency. This accounts for 73 seats at Holyrood. The other 56 seats come from wider electoral regions. There are 8 of these in Scotland, and they each return 7 MSPs. It's a peach ballot paper for this one. It contains a list of parties and the names of candidates they would like to become MSPs. There's one vote in this paper, a cross next to the party or independent candidate. These regional list votes are all counted after we know the outcome of the constituency votes, and a formula is applied to these second regional votes that takes into account how well a party has already performed. This system is named after Victor de Hont, a Belgian mathematician. So how does it work? Well, the more seats a party already has, the more their regional list vote is divided. The idea is to make the overall outcome more in line with the way the country votes as a whole. Let's look at an example now from 2016. Here are the constituency seats for the Highlands and Islands region. Using the first vote, 6 seats went to the SNP, 2 to the Liberal Democrats. After those results, the de Hont system is used to allocate the 7 regional seats. That's using the second vote. Here's the results of the regional ballot. The de Hont system will use a formula, meaning that the total regional vote for each party is divided by the number of seats they already have in the region plus 1. So here's an example. For the first regional seat, the SNP got the most votes, but they already have 6 seats from the constituency vote. So look what happens now. Their vote is divided by 6 plus 1, which is 7, so it gets much smaller. And the Lib Dem vote is divided by 3, that's their 2 constituency seats plus 1. Everyone else's stays the same. So the party with the most votes in this round are the Conservatives, with just over 44,000 votes. They take the first of those 7 list seats. Now, because they have that seat, their vote is divided now by 2, that list seat they just gained plus 1. After that, the party with the most seats is now Labour, so they win the next list seat. Their vote is now divided by 2, that seat that they just won has caused that. The next largest party is now the Conservatives again, so they take the third seat. Their original vote total is now divided by 3, the 2 seats they already have plus 1. Despite that, they're still the largest total, so they take the 4th available list seat too. This process continues using de Hont, and hopefully we're getting the hang of this now. What happens is the Scottish Greens take the 5th list seat, and the 6th list seat goes to the SNP now. They get one of them. The final seat on the list goes to Labour again. So in total, across both the list and the constituencies, the SNP came away with 7 seats, the Conservatives 3. The Lib Dems and Labour both get 2, and the Greens get 1. And one thing to note about that Green seat, they got it with around 7% of the vote, fewer than 15,000 votes. So it doesn't take a huge number of people backing you under this system to get a seat. And that could be important for some of the smaller parties running. So, in summary, Scots get 2 ballot papers and end up represented by 8 MSPs. 1 for the constituency, the lilac ballot paper, 7 for the region, the peach one. And because a good constituency performance makes it harder to deliver a high number of MSPs via the list, getting a majority in a Scottish election is very hard to achieve.
Let's go straight to Greater Manchester, where Andy Burnham, the Labour candidate, has been re-elected.
It helps build devolution in Greater Manchester, the fact that so many people have taken part. But I particularly would like to thank Melanie Horrocks from the Green Party and Simon Lepori for attending pretty much every hustings that we did together. And that is important. But more than that, for the way in which we conducted things. Yes, you challenged me, rightly so, but we conducted the debate in the right way, and both of you did. And a pilot for bikes on trams might just be a bit of Labour-Green cooperation that comes out of this, this mayoral election. Can I thank my campaign team, my brilliant campaign team, for a powerful, positive campaign, and the endorsements that I had from Sally and Chris. And I'll just say this as well. God bless the band. If you know, you know. I'll just leave it there. My family, Mary France, Jimmy, Rosie, Annie. Thank you all for your patience, your guidance, your love and your support. My mum and dad, Nick and John, thank you for the values you've given me, the general approach to life that has taken me to this point on this stage today. My main thanks, though, go to the wonderful, wonderful people of Greater Manchester. I value every single vote you have given me. I know that people who normally support other parties have voted for me. I will always remember that and respect it. I will continue to be a voice for all people and all communities. I will continue to adopt a place-first, not party-first approach. Where the government gets it right and treats us fairly, I will work with them. But where they don't, I will challenge them for you as forcefully as I can. Greater Manchester expects nothing less. This vote sends a clear message to all Westminster parties. People are buying in to English devolution. They are telling you to deliver more of it, not less. They like us having the ability to do more for ourselves, to do things that are right for Greater Manchester. They can see how it's making politics work better for them, and that is reflected in the council results across Greater Manchester. They value the stronger voice that it's given to the north of England, and they expect us to use it. Don't give us devolution and be surprised if we answer you back, particularly if you do things here that you would never dare to do in London. And people are saying that they want the levelling up that has been promised. I read this week that there is, quotes, widespread cluelessness within the government about what levelling up means. So, here is where I can help you, Prime Minister. Let me define it. It can't be achieved by scattering funds across a few favoured places. It can be achieved when you give millions of people in a city region like this one a modern, affordable public transport system, when it costs the same to catch a bus in Harperhay as it does in Haringey. £1.55, not £4 or more that people pay here. Levelling up is achieved when you give all people the dignity of decent work with wages that don't have to be topped up by visits to the food bank. And when we have the kind of jobs here, which means our young people don't have to move south to get on in life, which I had to do 30 years ago. And levelling up is achieved when every single one of our fellow citizens has the foundation of a good, secure home beneath them. Better jobs, better homes, better transport, these will be my top priorities. We will hit the ground running next week with major moves on all three, starting on Monday with transport. This is a resounding mandate to bring our buses back under public control. The Greater Manchester public have called time on 35 years of bus companies having the run of the road, of rising fares and of routes being cut. Make no mistake, we are going to build the B network, a London-style public transport system with London-level fares. It will create the foundation for a more productive economy, and it will connect our residents to opportunity. To the bus companies, I say, respect democracy and do not stand in our way. To the Prime Minister, I say, work with us. Make it happen more quickly. Show us you're serious about levelling us up with London. It's in your interests and it's in ours. The time for debates is over. It is time to deliver. We are building the new Greater Manchester, and from now it goes faster. This is our place. This is our time. Thank you very much indeed, everybody.
Andy Burnham, who's been re-elected with a stunning margin, really, in the first round as Mayor of the Greater Manchester region, with a speech, emotional at times, thanking his family for their support, but really setting out his promises for the years to come, and elected there on 67.3% of the first preference votes, so sailing through that first round, no need for a second round at all, an increased performance on last time when he was elected in 2016, and that really is a stunning win for Labour and for Andy Burnham on a day when, you know, Labour didn't have a lot to celebrate in England. They had more to celebrate in Wales, as we've discussed. Kirsty, I understand that we are very soon going to get Aberdeenshire West.
Good afternoon. This is the declaration of the Aberdeenshire West constituency result, with an electorate of 60,081, with total votes cast of 41,889, and with a turnout of 69.72%. I, Jim Savage, being the returning officer for the Aberdeenshire West constituency, hereby give notice the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the said election was as follows. Andrew Philip Brown, Scottish Labour Party, 2,382. Rosemary Bruce, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 3,363. Alexander Burnett, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 19,709. Fergus Much, Scottish National Party SNP, 16,319. Total valid votes cast was 41,773. I have 116 rejected votes, 14 for where they were voting for more than one candidate, 1 where there was writing on mark where the voter could be identified, and 101 where they were unmarked or void for uncertainty. The following candidate is duly elected to serve as a member of the Scottish Parliament for the Aberdeenshire West constituency.
So here we have that all-important seat, Aberdeenshire West. This was the one that the SNP were banking on, and earlier on I think they were quite confident of that with their candidate Fergus Much. But it is Alexander Burnett who will come here to Edinburgh to the Scottish Parliament. John Curtice, take us through both this vote and now the significance of it.
Well, here's another instance where a crucial opposition marginal held seat has been held by the opposition. But this one is the most significant of all because this was crucial to the SNP's chances of winning an overall majority. In the absence of that, the truth is I think we've now concluded that the route to 65 is now closed to the SNP. They might pick up a couple of list seats, one in the Highlands, one in the south of Scotland, perhaps not, but that will not be adequate. And on the basis of, therefore, of the results in so far, we are forecasting that the SNP will be too short of an overall majority, but there will be an overall majority of 15 for the 2 independence parties, the SNP and the Greens. Indeed, what you will notice as you see the forecast is it's remarkably similar to the outcome of the election in 2016. The SNP unchanged, the Conservatives unchanged, Labour down a couple, and the slightly enhanced pro-independence majority comes from the Greens, probably being 3 seats better off, and that will be, I think, a record performance for them. So, in one sense, a disappointment for Nicola Sturgeon. She's certainly still going to have to negotiate with Patrick Harvey, not only her strategy for trying to deliver an independence referendum, but also more broadly the programme for the next 5 years. And the SNP lost quite a few votes in the last 5 years. On the other hand, what is clear is that at some point in the next 5 years, there will be a constitutional clash between this Parliament and the UK government, because virtually everybody who voted for the SNP and voted for the Greens on the evidence of the survey data were people who were in favour of independence. And virtually everybody who's in favour of independence doesn't necessarily want a referendum within 2 years, but they do expect one before Scotland goes to the polls again for a Holyrood election in 2026.
John, thanks very much indeed. Alan Little, our correspondent, our special correspondent, is with me now. I mean, let's just put this in context first. As Angus Robertson said, the SNP in a 4th term have actually had a stunning victory. And the fact that overall, with the help of the Greens, the pro-independence parties hold the majority in Scotland. That cannot be sniffed at.
It will be easier for Boris Johnson to challenge the idea that there's a mandate for a second independence referendum,
because they stay at 63?
Because he will say that the SNP didn't themselves gain an overall majority. The SNP can counter that very easily by saying, well, the Conservative Party held a Brexit referendum on 38% of the popular vote in 2010.
And I'm sure that will be made. That will definitely be. The other thing they can say, looking ahead, is actually Labour took a hit of 2 there, and John Curtice has the Greens up, another pro-independence party versus another devolution party.
Yeah, there's a majority of 15 for independence is the biggest pro-independence majority there has been in the history of that Parliament. The question is, what happens inside the independence movement now? What will happen is Nicola Sturgeon will formally, in due course, not immediately, but in due course, will formally ask for a Section 30 order, ask Westminster to give permission, if you like, for the permission will be withheld. What does she then do? She's committed to legislating for a referendum anyway and challenging the British government to go to court to have it declared illegal. Now, this is not a good look for for a party in Westminster whose own supporters accused the judges of blocking the so-called will of the people. We're going to hear a lot about the will of the people and a lot about the question of legitimacy in Scotland.
Very briefly, tell us about Know Your Place unionism.
This is an expression that came from Kieran Martin, who was in the Cabinet Office in 2014, not a supporter of independence. He worked for David Cameron, was one of the architects of the 2014 referendum. He accuses Boris Johnson of moving towards what he calls Know Your Place Scotland unionism. And his argument is this, very briefly. For 300 years, the union has been based on consenting partners. In 2014, Scotland gave its consent to stay in the union. His fear now is that Boris Johnson, for the first time in 300 years, will move the union onto a different basis, the basis of law or force rather than consent. And that makes it a very different thing. And there are people in the SNP who want a much, much more robust plan B, something much more rigorous, the pursuit of independence through other means. Because, in effect, Boris Johnson might well be saying, there is no democratic route to a second referendum, at least not in the next 5 years.
Alan Little, thanks very much indeed.
Well, some very forthright views there, and Alan expressing some of the notions that will be no doubt reflected in the debate at Holyrood and indeed back at Westminster, which brings me to our political editor, Laura Kuenssberg. And that result we've just heard then from Aberdeenshire West, Laura, in effect, as John Curtice explains, brings us to the likely conclusion of this Scottish contest. Where does that leave things?
Well, this fact of that constituency declaration matters significantly to the UK government, because that magic number of 65, which would have given Nicola Sturgeon a majority all on her own, would have been something of a stronger mandate rather than having to rely on other parties who back independence like the Greens in the Parliament. And there will therefore be relief that it appears she's been denied reaching that level in Downing Street this afternoon. There's no question about that. That said, she is still absolutely on course for a historic 4th term, for a strong majority for independence overall in the makeup of the Holyrood Parliament. So it's certainly not the case that her failing to reach that overall majority makes this whole issue go away. Far from it. I think we're in for months and perhaps years of wrangling over this issue. But that mark of 65 was an important political, psychological threshold, not least because viewers might remember that is what was achieved in 2011, which is when David Cameron concluded that the right thing at that point was to say yes to there actually being an opportunity for Scots to say yes to independence. Now remember, the UK government is absolutely, technically and legally the administration that has the right to say this. It is up to the UK government to decide whether or not there should be such a vote. But the technicalities and the legalities are not the same as the sentiment, and they are not the same as how people feel about the democratic choice that they have taken. And that's why there is going to be so much tension around this issue. But nonetheless, that number, and having failed to reach that number, does absolutely matter to how this argument is going to play out in the coming days.
And surely, Laura, if the view in parts of Scotland and among lots of voters is that what is being practised at Westminster is, as Alan Little said, a kind of know your place policy, that surely is not going to play well.
Well, the assumption that many people will have is that what that will be is grist to the mill for people who want there to be another chance to have their say on independence. That's absolutely the fear among some in unionist parties who say if we deny this, it's only going to wind this argument up more. In fact, it could even be used to prove the point that Scotland doesn't have a fair say at Westminster and that the UK government has been over years all too happy to ignore what Scottish voters want. That said, despite the way that the numbers in the Holyrood Parliament are set to stack up with an overall, huge dominance for the Scottish National Party, it's important to remember also when you look at actually how the population splits on the notion of whether or not they would like independence, it's still 50-50, there or thereabouts. So although the political representation is overwhelmingly in the hands of the SNP, there's no question Nicola Sturgeon has proved beyond doubt that she is the preeminent politician in Scotland these days. She's absolutely reasserted her authority in that case. Remember, the population is still pretty much divided down the middle, and there are very strong feelings on both sides. So there's going to be a lot of looking at both sides on the different measures here. What's the vote share? What is the population share? Exactly how do the seats break down? And exactly how does the population break down? And I think on both sides of the argument, people will be looking for any kind of scrap of evidence to try to make their case more forcefully. But for now, in the next 24 hours, I think at the Westminster end of things, the approach is going to try to go calmly, don't get into a spat about the Constitution now, don't, if they can possibly avoid it, maybe even mention the word referendum. And remember, in the closing, particularly in the closing week of the campaign, Nicola Sturgeon herself kept emphasising again and again what she wanted more than anything else was to get back to her desk and concentrate on getting Scotland out of the pandemic, to concentrate on recovery. There's a funny thing in a way, while this is an urgent constitutional status quo that's really uncomfortable, and that is really clear even without an overall majority for the SNP, neither side wants this to happen now. So while this is a profoundly difficult argument on both sides that perhaps can't be allowed to rest forever, it's perhaps not quite as urgent as some of the discussions around it might suggest. Not because it doesn't matter, but because neither side really wants to hurtle into a full-blown crisis about this now.
Laura, thanks very much for now.
And we can be joined now in Edinburgh by the former MSP Andrew Wilson, who is very close to Nicola Sturgeon, a very senior figure in the party. What do you make of this absolute moment here?
Well, it's a remarkable election and no mistake. We had a few weeks ago, Kirsty, we had the Conservatives asking for Nicola Sturgeon to resign. We had a vote of no confidence in the Parliament every other day. A record turnout, a record vote for the SNP, a record vote share, record first past the post seats. They're going to win this election hands down with a fourth term in government. It's remarkable.
So let's just be quite clear. This is a bigger pro-independence vote than in 2011.
Well,
I think it is. I think
first past the post,
yes.
Certainly, in terms of number of votes cast, there's no question about it. Overall,
and in terms of SNP plus Greens, it will be a bigger number, a bigger force in the Parliament.
Very much so. If the BBC's John Curtice's forecast just out to be suggested, so. All eyes now on Boris Johnson. What's his response going to be? Is Britain held together by consent and democracy or the force of law?
You might have heard Laura Kuenssberg there, and Laura was just saying that neither side wants a crisis at the moment. But Nicola Sturgeon may not want necessarily to talk every day about an independence referendum, but it is very much at the forefront of SNP and Green voters' minds.
No, sure it is, but governments need to do many things at once. We have a crisis of health to get out of, big year for COP and climate in the world, here in Scotland in November. But we need to put this vote in an orderly way. We need a prospectus laid out. What are all the hard questions? What are the answers to them? What will the transition look like? Now, Britain never got that with Brexit. No. Scotland deserves it with independence. So the vote will come. That vote now is inevitable. The question is it done in an orderly way, or does Boris Johnson resist with populism, with force of law, or is he a Democrat? And the world's going to want to know the answer to that.
I wonder if you heard Alan Little saying, just contrasting with the Brexit vote and how the mandate for that and the independence referendum vote.
Well, exactly. David Cameron brought his Brexit vote in the 15 election with what, 36.9% of the vote? Amazing.
But as Laura Kuenssberg also says, Scotland is split at the moment roughly 50-50 on whether or not to support independence. So therefore, you still, I mean, you came from a lower base, certainly, in
the late
2014,
20s.
but
In the late 20s.
in late 20s in 2014. You've also got a younger generation moving forward. You gave them the vote at 16 in the 2014 referendum. You've got a younger, and I would say actually politically pretty acutely aware youth in Scotland. That may work to your advantage, it may not. It may not necessarily increase support for the SNP. But what about that fact that when we're taking 10 leaps ahead, that if on this occasion you get your independence referendum by hook or by crook, in some legal way, you take that referendum and you don't win it, would you finally accept that this is not going to be Canada? It is not going to be a never-ending?
Well, I think in Quebec that's what happened. They got their second referendum. It wasn't won, very close. It's not looking like it's coming back again. We are, as you say, 15 stages down the line. But if you look again at what you've just said, the demographics, if you look at the polls, if you're under 45 and living in Scotland, nearly 70% likelihood of voting for independence. So it does feel, and you look at the results around the UK tonight, Conservatives win big in England, Labour win big in Wales, the SNP completely dominant here. This is a polity with difference and divergence.
But are you suggesting that with a new generation coming up, culturally things are different?
I think in every sense.
Cultural connections are different.
The world is... No, interestingly, I think the cultural connections across these islands of Britain, Ireland and beyond are as good and as strong as they've ever been. The politicians don't reflect that, however. The direction of travel in politics doesn't.
But I wonder, if you say those cultural connections are very strong, what do you think that it would feel like if somebody crossing the border between Scotland and England who comes from, maybe, I'm not using the word mongrel family, but a Scottish and English family, as many Scots do, how would they feel about having to cross a border with a post?
Well, let's make sure they feel very good about it. They ought not to have a post. I mean, if you're travelling across the Nordic region, you don't pass posts. I mean, these sort of stories aren't real. We need to make sure, whatever happens, that the relationships across these islands are as good as any countries anywhere.
Just one final one. What will the nationalists, what will the nationalist vote look like, and what will the story be? Alan Little was suggesting that there is a kind of two speeds going on here. There is the Kilkenny with Nicola Sturgeon, and there is the other foot on the pedal. So how are you going to calibrate these different ideas of what we do moving forward in Scotland?
Well, we have a First Minister who's just had a resounding vote of confidence from the people of Scotland. She will determine the pace, and that's the orderly way to do it. The leadership of the country is clear. It has to be orderly, Kirsty. We need to see this done with the timing to suit the people, and I think that's what will happen. It will come in the course of this Parliament, and we'll know what we're voting for.
Just one very last word on the person whose name you might not necessarily want to mention again, and that is Alex Salmond, who's gone on the offensive and said she accuses her of the Grand Old Duchess of York leading people up the hill and leading people down, and she's lost her bottle over the Indy Ref too.
Well, I have grown up having the greatest of admiration for Alex Salmond, who's done so much in his career for the country, and that's how I'd like to reflect on his contribution over the years. I don't think he's right on that one.
Should he disappear now from public life?
Well, he'll need to decide what a best use of his considerable talents is next.
Very diplomatic, Andrew Wilson. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, indeed, full marks for diplomacy and restraint there. And we're back here in our election centre in London. We're having a look now at Labour's performance, because we're going to talk to a prominent Labour MP, Rebecca Long-Bailey, in a moment. Before that, let's just remind ourselves with Reeta of what's been going on in the contest for the mayors and indeed in some of the local authorities. Reeta?
Well, Huw, last time we looked, they were still counting in the West of England mayor contest, but they finished now, and you can see it's a Labour gain. So Dan Norris for Labour topped the poll in the first round, but he didn't have quite enough votes to win first off. In fact, as you can see, it was actually pretty close in the first round, 33% to 29%. So it went to a second round. All the other candidates dropped out. Good performance by the Greens, though, as you can see in terms of share of the vote. But all the other candidates dropped out. Their second preferences were reallocated, and Dan Norris is through. So that is a gain for the Labour candidate in the West of England. Dan Norris is the new mayor. Now, Huw said that I was going to show you some of the local council election results that we've just had in. They're still counting, quite a few councils still to come. Now, that good news that the Labour Party had in the West of England mayoral contest is not really reflected very much here. For example, in Durham, a Labour council has been Labour since it was formed in 2008, but the Labour Party has been losing seats here. It lost 22 seats here last time in 2017. And in this area, the Conservatives gained Sedgefield and a Durham seat in the 2019 election. So this is the situation at the moment. There are 81 out of 126 seats declared. The question was, can Labour stop the rot here? The answer appears to be no. Look, they've lost 13 seats here and the Conservatives have gained 9. I'll just take you back to the list of other councils. They are still counting in Durham, as I said. They're counting in Stroud, and I just wanted to show you this because we can get quite focused on Conservative versus Labour, but there are other stories to be told. And look at that, the Greens here on 13 seats, so they're the second party behind the Conservatives here in Stroud. They are still counting, as I said, but the Greens have put on 5 seats and the Conservatives have lost 6. So, you know, there are other contests going on and other triumphs as well.
Reeta, many thanks. So that's very useful for me to introduce our next guest, Rebecca Long-Bailey, the Labour MP who's in Salford. Rebecca, thanks very much for joining us. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Huw.
Can I start off with a quote, Rebecca, from Paul Dennett, who's the Mayor of Salford, who you know. He says, "Red Wall voters have not moved away from the Labour Party. The Labour Party has moved away from them." He says the centre ground no longer exists as it once did. The public now expect us to pick a side and articulate a bold, ambitious and progressive vision for the future, which tackles poverty, inequality, while placing the needs of working people and families at its core. So when he says the Labour Party has moved away from them, what's your take on that?
I agree completely with Paul, and I'm so proud of him, the Labour team and people across Salford, because he increased his vote share today. It was 49% last time and it went up to 59%. And yesterday, our local election results saw us hold on to all of our seats and also gain 1 from the Conservative Party. So the National Party needs to dwell on that result and look at it, because certainly what Paul and the Labour team have done in Salford was to put forward a very bold and radical economic agenda in absence of any national policy being put out from the party. We weren't afraid of our radical roots, our history, our links to the trade unions. We worked very closely with our trade unions in Salford and have some fantastic results from that. So what started out as Salford's survival plan against the cuts, the Salford model, if you like, it could be used by the National Party now to rebuild those red wall seats around the country, in my view.
OK, Rebecca, so can I put this to you then, given what you just said? We've just heard Andy Burnham speaking about his victory there in Greater Manchester. Would you say that the elements that you've just outlined there in Salford are the same reasons that Andy Burnham won a big victory in Greater Manchester?
Yeah, definitely. I think Andy Burnham has been fantastic throughout the whole pandemic. And one thing your constituents want you to do is fight for them. And that's what Andy has done. It's what Paul Dennett, our Salford Mayor, has done. And the results have shown today. Andy has followed the same path as Paul in advocating taking our public transport back into public ownership so that we can make sure that prices for local commuters are as cheap as possible and that we have the best possible services. And he's fighting for Greater Manchester, Andy. And I think people have been very proud of that in the face of what's been a very difficult 12 months for everyone.
When we were sitting here yesterday, Rebecca, we were discussing the aftermath of the Hartlepool result, which obviously was a really bad blow for Labour. And then Peter Mandelson joined us here, because the former MP, of course, for the town. And, you know, he was upset and he said it was a bad result. And then he said, this is really the long shadow of Jeremy Corbyn. That's what we're dealing with here. That's why this result happened and other results too. Now, what would your answer to that be?
I'm afraid I don't agree with that at all. And I think if the party wants to believe that, then we're going down a very, very dangerous path. I think the reason we did so badly in these local elections is because we weren't saying very much. It was left to our local authorities, like in Greater Manchester and Salford, to articulate their own visions and to set out those economic policies that our voters wanted us to represent. I think it's also important to note that around those economic policies, we've united our local parties. We've always had disagreements on different policy areas, but we're united around one agenda. And that's what the National Labour Party has to do now, not pick figures from the past and try to pin all the blame on them. Because I think when you look at what happened in Hartlepool, and certainly the media coverage that has been out over the last few days, it wasn't a Jeremy Corbyn problem. It was a problem of having no policy at the top of the Labour Party, and that has to change. Otherwise, we will never win a general election again.
Do you sympathise with the viewers, Rebecca, who get slightly confused? They certainly tell us this. We have people who, represent your views in the party, and they're very articulate, saying, look, we've lost contact with, our traditional roots. And then yesterday, we had people who were closer to Keir Starmer saying to us exactly the same thing. They said, we've lost contact with people. We can't talk to them in language they understand. We need to be more relevant to them. So you have these two elements of the party saying exactly the same thing, but seeming to disagree with each other. Now, where is the difference?
There isn't a difference, and it's exasperating sometimes. And certainly what I'd be calling on Keir and his team to do now is to look at what happened in Salford, look at what happened in Greater Manchester, look at the policies we were advocating and show how the party nationally can unify around those and hopefully build some support and regain that trust in our red wall seats and also other constituencies across the country, because it can be done. We've shown in Greater Manchester and in Salford that it can be done. So instead of having, the next 6 months full of battles about factions and who's on what side and who's on the other side, we need to get real now and look at the policies that we know will win and unite around them.
Can we just bear with us, Rebecca, if you will, because Kirsty wants to ask you a question in a second, who's in Edinburgh, but Vicky's with me here as well.
Rebecca, obviously the policies that you want to put forward presumably are the ones that you helped work on when Jeremy Corbyn was leader. Now, they were put to the electorate and they were rejected. Paul Dennett talked about the path must be a socialist one, a socialist in its core. Can you explain to people, if people are voting Conservative from places like Hartlepool, why you think that agenda will appeal to them?
Well, I think the results of the Greater Manchester local election speak for themselves. Broadly, the majority of the electorate are in favour of bringing our public transport back into public ownership. They're in favour of levelling up and investment in our regions, the creation of new jobs. They're in favour of us investing in new green industries to build those industries of the future and make sure that all of our children and grandchildren are guaranteed and assured high-paid, decent and high-skilled jobs. They're not policies that were rejected by the electorate. They're broadly very popular. So I think to throw out the entire 2017 and 2019 manifestos without recognising those elements that were very, very positive and popular would be really detrimental to the Labour Party. So my message, as I said, would be to Keir's team to look at what worked in Manchester and Salford and build on that, recognise the policies that people want to see and stop the arguments and the factionalism.
Rebecca Long-Bailey, Kirsty here in Edinburgh. You served in Jeremy Corbyn's shadow cabinet. You also served less successfully in Keir Starmer's shadow cabinet. But I want to ask you then, does he have an inclusive style of leadership? Here you are, you're offering advice today, you're a senior figure in the party. When did you last speak to Keir Starmer?
A very long time ago, but my phone's always on the desk if he wants to give me a ring and have a chat about what happened in Salford, certainly.
But what does that say? But what does that say about him? Rebecca Long-Bailey, he said he wants a review, he wants it in a matter of weeks. He wants to celebrate all parts of the party and bring it together. And yet you haven't spoken to Keir Starmer for what, weeks or months? Is it months?
Well, it's been a very long time, I'll say that. But he's probably a very busy man. But as I say, if he checks his diary and finds a slot, I'll always be at the end of the phone.
Well, Rebecca, that's very clear. And you never know, your phone may ring. So thanks very much. Thanks very much for joining us. Thank you. Rebecca Long-Bailey there, the MP for us. And, well, we were talking about Andy Burnham and his remarkably successful re-election there in Greater Manchester. And Mr Burnham joins us now. Andy, many congratulations and thanks for joining us today. I'm just going to ask you, first of all, we were talking there to Rebecca Long-Bailey, and we were just talking about the elements of success for different candidates. You are clearly someone who runs a big region, and you've been talking there in your speech about the things that you can deliver when you've got the kind of powers that you have. What are the lessons, then, for Labour more generally after this local election campaign in England?
Well, there's a lot of lessons, Huw, but one of them is stop being lukewarm about English devolution, because what it is doing is creating a different way of doing politics. Stronger, more connected, more authentic representation for people, and people are buying into it. And you see something similar in Wales. It then creates, more positivity towards politics. And that's something I've been saying to them for a long time. They're always kind of working through Westminster, often a very London-centric approach to life. That really has to change now. And if it doesn't change at this election, well, Labour, can't take anything for granted anymore.
When you were campaigning, and I know there were more restrictions on campaigning this time because of the pandemic, so the knocking on doors and all the rest of it is slightly more limited. However, what message were you getting from people in terms of their attitude, not just to you, but to Labour? You made the point that people from other parties were voting for you, that's fair enough, but what was the attitude that people brought, and what were the negative things that you thought need to be addressed?
So there was definitely a difference in that some people would say they voted for me, but weren't going to vote for the party at a local level. However, the Greater Manchester Council results are better than the average across the country, and that says something, I think, Huw, that there is a beneficial effect of devolution here with regard to council results. I think it's a very, I wouldn't rush to a sort of superficial analysis. I heard Peter Mandelson yesterday saying it was all about the former leader, and I heard people from the left of the party saying it was all about the policies. It's more fundamental. The party's lost an emotional connection with people, and that's strongest in the areas that were previously most loyal to us. And there's no point in glossing it. That is the facts of the matter. And, it has deep roots. It's happened not just under recent leaders. It goes back to the early 2000s. This has been something that's happening since then. And they have to make some pretty fundamental changes to try and win it back. And one of the ways back is more English devolution. Build from the bottom up. Connect with people in a different way. And I'm getting a bit fed up of saying this to them, but they really do now need to listen and make real changes and end the London-centric Labour Party that I have been in all my life.
It is a startling point you're making in many ways, Andy, because you're basically saying that Boris Johnson's Conservative Party has a greater emotional connection to some of these traditional Labour areas than your party currently does.
Well, I think it's fake, though. I don't think it's real. But yes, we left a space for them. But, we've got a really big story to tell here that actually is bringing people back to Labour, Huw. I'm just delighted today. I need to say this. I've been re-elected to the best job in the world, in the best city region in the world. I mean, what an amazing feeling that is. I value every single vote that's been given to me today. And from Monday, I will use the mandate they've given me to bring buses here back under public control. That is real change. There was a real ideological choice at this election where the Tories were opposing buses under public control. I was kind of championing it, and obviously the Greater Manchester public have backed it. And this is for the Prime Minister, and I say this really directly to him. I'm ready to sort of move on from last year. Work with us. Make a London-style public transport system happen more quickly in Greater Manchester by getting behind what we're trying to do. Levelling up can't be about just scattering a bit of funding to favoured Tory places. It's got to be about helping everywhere get the benefits that London has got. And this is the test I set for it. Until a bus journey in Harperhay in Greater Manchester costs the same as one in Haringey in London, i.e. £1.55, not over £4 as it does at the moment, then I don't believe we will have got true levelling up. If you give a place like this, an amazing city region like this, a modern, affordable public transport system that is the foundation for a more productive economy and connects people to opportunity, where 3 million people have got the benefits of that, that is levelling up, Prime Minister. What is currently on offer is not levelling up. And he does need to hear that message. Otherwise, the government will have made all of these promises to the North, and in a few years' time, they won't add up to anything.
Well, can I be a bit cheeky, Andy, and say, can you level up now with viewers and say, if the party needed you in a different role, maybe closer to Westminster, given the fact that you proved that you're a success in this role, is that something you'd be prepared to do?
Well, as I say, Huw, I've just been re-elected to the job I love, and I mean it. I love it. I love this job. I sound like Kevin Keegan now, and I don't mean to, but I kind of feel passionate about it in that way. And to get the endorsement I've got today is just fantastic, and we've got massive things to do here. And actually, you know, seeing everything through the lens of Westminster is the problem. I think we're building the answer here. Labour's answer is to be found here, right here in Greater Manchester, and I'm building it. So I'm helping them already. Yeah. And so that's my priority now. One day, if the Labour Party, because I've tried twice, by the way, so I'm not just going to, you know, I'm not going to put myself forward unless they needed me one day in the future. But we're not at that day. I'm focused right here in Greater Manchester, and that's where all my energy is going to.
Well, one day in the future, I think you'll find that in quite a few headlines, maybe, Andy. But thank you very much. Kirsty wants to come in.
Thanks.
Yes, Andy Burnham, you said there that you know, you had gone for Labour leadership twice before and you hadn't got it, but you clearly wanted to have it then. And I wonder if you now think that the characteristics needed to be a Labour leader are different, partly because of the skills that you have learned in Manchester. And you talk about Labour being caught in that kind of Westminster bubble. And actually, if you look at Keir Starmer, he very much is the metropolitan leader in, you know, very London focused. And do you think that ultimately is a problem for Labour?
Well, I do think Keir has got an opportunity to change what's gone before. So, Kirsty, I was honest and I said that Labour has been losing its emotional connection with people, but that's been under the last 5 leaders, not just the most recent one. And so he's now got an opportunity, but it's got to be done immediately, and the change can't be cosmetic. It has to be real. Labour has to embrace English devolution with a vengeance, and it really has to invest in it. And that is what has to be done. And this leader of the Labour Party has to lead the party differently to the ones we've seen before.
But Andy Burnham, even if you look at someone like Boris Johnson, who led in London for 2 terms, you learn different skills when you are a mayor. And you talk about the fact that, you know, I heard your speech, it was passionate. You know, it was full of what you could do for the people because you had the skills to do it and to bring people together. If Keir Starmer doesn't think he can do that, then is it time to move on? Because you're going through leaders at a rate of knots, but you'll have to settle on one that's going to take you into the next election.
Well, obviously, Keir's been in post, it's just over a year, and we've been in very exceptional times, and you know that has to be taken into account. But as I say, we need to rebuild our connection with people, and it can't be done quickly. This is a long job that we've all got to do together, and I'm ready to play my part. But Kirsty, I think, you know, to me today, you know, seeing everything here through the Labour Party and the Labour leadership, that isn't the point to me. This is the future that's being built here, actually, for the Labour Party, by kind of building up from the ground in our big city regions, in other parts of the country. And what we're seeing is the party is getting rewarded where we are positively embracing devolution here and in Wales and in other places. So, you know, this is, I think, this has got to be in England the devolution election, and that goes to the Prime Minister as well. You remember we had a little disagreement last year, and I kind of pointed out to him that I didn't think he was treating us fairly, and immediately we heard, oh well, there's no more devolution, then we're going to stop all of that. You know, this is where Westminster has got to grow up. Don't give us devolution and expect us never to answer back to you, particularly when you try things here that you would never dare to do in London. So there are lessons for Labour here, but there are lessons for the government as well.
Let me just have one final question, exactly why I asked Rebecca Long-Bailey. When was the last time that you had a conversation with Keir Starmer about Labour policy?
Last week. And I said, Kirsty, many of the things that I'm saying to you. And he was listening, and I believe he understands everything that I'm saying. And I think we're going to see some change. So I'm a friend of Keir. I've worked with him over a number of years. I support him. I'm not campaigning against him in any way, shape or form. I have here in the best city region in the world, re-elected as its mayor. What an amazing thing that is. And actually, that is where my energy is. And if I can help Keir and the party as we go forward, of course I will do that. But it does mean change. Let's not, you know, get away from that. Labour has to change. Labour has to get rid of its London-centric ways. And if it doesn't, you know,
I don't know what the future holds for it.
Andy Burnham, once again, congratulations on the re-election and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Huw. Thanks very much, and yours.
Now time for the news at 5 o'clock with Martin Croxall.
Hello, here's a summary of the BBC News. The SNP is expected to win a fourth term in Scotland, but the party is not now forecast to win an overall majority. In Wales, Labour have retained control of the Senedd. In England, after the disappointment of losing the Westminster Hartlepool seat, Labour is losing council seats but has won a number of mayoral races, and Andy Burnham has been re-elected mayor with a large margin in Greater Manchester. A warning that this report from our political correspondent Jess Parker contains flash photography.
Stepping back into power, the SNP striking a confident pose, but they do now look set to fall just short of an overall majority. Nevertheless, with support from the Scottish Greens, they argue it's still set to be a pro-independence parliament.
All of our MSPs will be elected on a manifesto commitment that there should be a referendum. Now, if the people have voted for that to happen, then surely that's what should happen.
Can we get all the cameras over here?
Boris Johnson popped up in Hartlepool yesterday, making further strides in England, as the Tories dig in over its stance on Scottish independence.
It's questionable at the moment whether the SNP will get a majority or not, and we'll have to wait and see till the results come through. The UK government's position is very clear on this. We don't think there's a case for another referendum, particularly now as we try to chart a way out of the pandemic and get our economy going again.
Labour's woes in England, including some council losses, putting leader Keir Starmer under pressure. But in Wales, a booster for Labour. They'll continue in power, winning half the seats in the Senedd. So, celebrations big and small.
Our biggest advantage is the fact that we have been in government here in Wales, demonstrating what you can do for progressive causes when you have the power and the authority to do that. Whereas our colleagues in England, often being in opposition, are able to put forward ideas, but they don't have that advantage of being able to point to the record.
Andy Burnham, as expected, has held the Greater Manchester mayoralty for Labour emotional in his acceptance.
My family, Mary France, Jimmy, Rosie, Annie. Thank you all for your patience, your guidance, your love.
With so much democracy in action, you've got to keep the energy going. That's certainly the mood in Norfolk anyway. So stay tuned for more results, including the London and West Midlands mayoral races. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder following the death of a police community support officer in Kent. 53-year-old Julia James was found in woodland near Elsham in Kent last month after taking her dog for a walk. Our reporter Aruna Iyengar is there for us. Aruna, tell us about the investigation.
Yes, police and forensic teams have been searching this house behind me, which is in Elsham, which is not far from Dover. Police teams arrived earlier this morning. And this is in connection with the murder of the police community support officer, Julia James, who was killed on the 27th of April. The teams have been here all day searching, and the area is a quiet residential area full of new build houses. Yesterday evening at 9:30, a man was arrested, a man in his 20s was arrested in connection with the murder. He is believed to come from the Canterbury area. Julia James was last seen on the 27th of April. She was walking her dog Toby, which is a Jack Russell dog, and was killed and sustained severe injuries to her head. Police are still asking people to give information, and they're asking that if people saw anything on the 27th of April between the hours of 1 and 4:30 p.m. to come forward and give more information, because they're still looking for further leads in this case.
Aruna, thank you very much. Aruna Iyengar. Some trains on Britain's busiest rail services that were suspended after hairline cracks were found are now running again. Earlier, the operators of Great Western Railway and Trans-Pennine Express had warned passengers of major disruption while safety checks were carried out. Hull trains, which were also affected, have now resumed normal services, and LNER are starting to bring back some of their trains. The latest coronavirus figures have been released by the government. In the latest 24-hour period, the UK has recorded 2,047 cases. There have been 5 deaths within 28 days of a positive test. More than 35 million people have now received the first dose of a vaccine. Airlines say they've put on extra flights to countries on the government's new green travel list after a surge in demand since the announcements were made. Portugal, Gibraltar and Israel are among the destinations that travellers from England will be able to visit from the 17th of May without having to self-isolate on their return. Just a reminder, for live coverage of the election results as they come in and expert analysis of what they mean for you, you can visit our website or the BBC News app. Now it's back to elections 2021.
Welcome back to Election 2021. I am in Edinburgh and Huw is in London.
We're just, as we say, Kirsty, we're just really tying up the loose ends in a way, although there are some big loose ends to tie up, because we're still waiting for some big mayoral results in England and some local election results too. We kind of know the shape of things in Scotland by now, don't we? And in Wales, all the results are in. Let's have a look at the council scoreboard in England as we stand. And here we are. Conservatives are up 237, which is a good result for them. Labour down 275 on what's been a very disappointing set of elections overall for Keir Starmer and his party. Not in Wales, of course, for Welsh Labour. The Lib Dems down 18 and the Greens, a very healthy increase of 67 councillors. The others are down 11. And that's the local elections. But as part of all of this package as well, we should remember that we're talking about some very important mayoral contests too. We spoke to Andy Burnham just now in Greater Manchester. We spoke earlier to Steve Rotherham in Liverpool. So, of course, the London result, the London mayoral result, is still yet to come. And that's just going through the first round votes now, with 7 of the 14 areas counted. Can we just take a peep at that before we come into our next guest? Because that'll help us when we talk to our guests in a moment. That's not quite right. Sorry, apologies for that. So basically, we are looking at 7 out of 14 areas already in, and it's a battle really at this stage between Sadiq Khan, who's the mayor who's been there for the last few years, and Sean Bailey for the Conservatives. Can we see them now? Let's have a look. OK, so here we are. First round votes, 7 out of 14 areas counted. Sadiq Khan on 487,000 and Sean Bailey on 462. Sean Bailey for the Green Party on just short of 100,000 votes on this first round. Louisa Porritt for the Lib Dems on 46,000. And then we have some of the other candidates too. So what I'd like to do now is to go to Sean Berry for the Green Party, who's waiting to talk to us, and one of the candidates, of course. Sean, thanks very much. Good afternoon, and good to see you with us today at Tower Bridge there. It's a great backdrop, I have to say. Now, where do we think we stand on the London mayoral first? What's your sense of things?
It's going well for us. We look to be set for a record result for Mayor and for the London Assembly. As you know, there's a second round of mayoral voting to be counted, and for the Assembly, the proportional thing will take a while to be worked out. So we can't make any predictions yet, but it certainly looks like we're going to get a record result. Last time you just said that we got 100,000 votes just about in the first 7 constituencies. Last time I got 150,000 votes in total, so we're obviously ahead of that at this stage.
Well, that's interesting too. OK, just on a logistical thing, Sean, have they given you any guidance on when we might expect a final result there? Because it can take quite long, and of course we've had the restrictions as well, so there are clearly problems, to be fair, for the officials. But any sense?
It's been a 2-day count, as you know, and at the moment we are expecting to get a result later this evening. There are some other votes going on within London. There have been lots of by-elections, and in Tower Hamlets there's a referendum on whether or not to keep the current mayoral model that they have, and that, I think, has delayed the count there. So we're just waiting to hear if it will definitely be called at the end of today.
I mentioned earlier that the Greens currently in the English local authorities are looking at a gain of 63 seats, which clearly is a healthy gain. Where do you think that will end up? And what's your sense of the kind of growth that you hope to be looking at the end of all of these counts?
Again, we're looking at a record number of Green councillors elected on a record number of councils. We've seen breakthroughs onto new councils, including quite a few of the county councils, and big gains as well. So Suffolk County Council, we're now the official opposition. In Sheffield, we've broken the balance of power there. We've got 13 councillors in Sheffield as well. But we are still waiting for results from some places where we expect to do well, like Bristol and Shropshire. So we can see our gains continuing for the rest of today, and this is a real testament to the hard work that Greens have put in over the years working for their communities. It's not rocket science gaining councillors. You get in there and you work for your communities, you work for every vote, and our new councillors will continue to work for their communities, putting in the same kind of listening and acting upon the real concerns of people on the ground that have won them those seats in the first place. I'm incredibly proud of my party right across the country, from Cornwall to Northumberland, making these breakthroughs and these gains.
Where are the votes coming from, John? This is interesting, isn't it? When you look at the balance of votes in counties like Suffolk, for example, are you simply taking votes away from the Lib Dems, who have a bit of an overlap and cooperate with you in some areas in terms of your policies? Where are the votes coming from?
We're gaining seats in equal measure from Labour and Conservative, and I think it's important to look at it that way. These are votes for the Greens. These are not to do with the behaviour of the other parties. People are fed up with this two-party tribalism. They just want to vote for people who are going to work hard for them in their communities, who are looking towards the future. I think Greens, we've got that unique combination of looking to build out a recovery from the coronavirus crisis, but also looking to build a real green future as well. And more people are inspired by that and inspired by the people that they meet from the Green Party. And that's really coming through in those votes. And I think, we're winning votes from every party in every part of England. There's no-go areas for the Greens anymore.
Sian Berry, it's Kirsty here in Edinburgh. I know you're a very distinctive party from the Greens in Scotland, but you must be looking north and seeing what's happening in Scotland today. It looks like Greens have put on list vote MSPs. If they do make an accommodation or go into some kind of coalition with the SNP to push forward on second independence referendum for Scotland, it will be the first time the Greens are being in a national parliament in Britain, in the United Kingdom. So I wonder, a national government, I should say. So what do you actually think of that?
You can't ask me to give any advice to my sister party, the Scottish Greens. They are a separate party, and these decisions are absolutely for them. But I am incredibly proud of the progress they've made, the influence they've been on the current government, and the influence they'll be on the next government as well. But the exact terms of that are not for me to tell you, and not for me to decide.
Thanks very much indeed, Sian. Now we can go straight over to David Wallace Lockhart with the overall picture in Scotland. Now it's becoming clear.
Kirsty, we can have a look at the BBC seat predictions for the Scottish Parliament election, and let's consider as well how every party leader might be feeling. So 63 seats for the SNP is what the BBC is predicting, 2 short of a majority, agonisingly close. And that's not just important for things like independence. If you have a majority, you can get your budget through without doing deals with other parties. But it should be said, the SNP heading for a 4th term in government with the same seat tally they had after the 2016 election. That is quite the achievement. Let's move on to the Scottish Conservatives. There was a lot of polling that suggested Douglas Ross wasn't landing too well with voters in Scotland, but if this prediction pans out, 31 seats, it's what they got in 2016 under Ruth Davidson. And I think he'd be seeing that as a good result, firmly still the second biggest party in Holyrood. Anas Sarwar, Scottish Labour, he was the other side of that coin. He did seem to poll very well with voters in Scotland. It's not translated into seats. That's 2 seats less, 2 seats fewer, 22, than Labour had after the 2016 election. I'm sure Anas Sarwar will be saying he will take the next 5 years to rebuild Scottish Labour, but he was hopeful he could get them into second place. He looks like it's fallen quite short. Potentially the happiest party with this prediction may be the Scottish Greens. That looks like 9 seats for them, up from their current 6. Lorna Slater and Patrick Harvey, the co-leaders, would be happy with that. And crucially, that, combined with the SNP, is a majority in favour of a second independence referendum. It's a larger pro-independence majority in the Scottish Parliament. And the Lib Dems, Willie Rennie, on 4. That's a loss of 1 seat. He said he was confident he could gain seats. It doesn't look like that's going to pan out, so perhaps not the best result for the Scottish Liberal Democrats. You may notice one household name missing from our lineup of leaders, Alex Salmond, now leader of the Alpa Party. The BBC is predicting Alpa will not get any seats, but this is the prediction for Holyrood 2021.
Thank you very much indeed, David, and our special correspondent Alan Little is here. The SNP on 63, the SNP on 63 4 years ago, but there's a bigger picture there.
There is a bigger picture. The new Parliament looks a lot like the old Parliament, except the Greens seem much stronger, and the overall majority for independence is much stronger. What's the difference between the last Scottish election 5 years ago? That took place before the Brexit referendum. That was not seen as an unambiguous majority, or mandate for a second independence referendum. There's no doubt that most people who voted for the SNP and the Greens here will have seen their vote as a mandate for a second independence referendum. And the difficulty Boris Johnson has, I think, and we'll talk a bit more about this later in the programme, is that although it's a very strong and reasonable argument that resonates with a great many people, that this is not the time, the next 5 years is not the time to rerun 2014, the Scottish electorate have disagreed with it.
Yes.
And they've returned a strong majority in favour of a second independence referendum.
And there is the pushback as well about David Cameron going into Brexit referendum on a much lower percentage.
We're going to hear a lot in the next few months and years about legitimacy, and that resonates, that echoes with what happened in the 1980s when the campaign for this place really gathered steam. Yes, David Cameron won the 2010 election on a promise to hold a Brexit referendum with 38% of the popular vote. Well, Nicola Sturgeon has 47% of the popular vote.
And of course, we will remember that in the last independence referendum, at the start of that campaign, the polls were lower. But as the momentum built towards the referendum, the polls started to pick up steam. Of course, it ended up being 55% in the status quo and 45% for independence.
Yeah, it was a decisive victory for the Scots giving their consent to stay in the Union. But the independence campaign started in the low to mid-30s at the start of the campaign, built up to 45%. But what happened in the 1980s when the Conservative government in London tried to keep a lid on the campaign for a Scottish Parliament? It had the effect of a pressure cooker.
And this is, we can see now the pictures of Nicola Sturgeon out on earlier on the Glasgow streets, a wet day but very bright under her yellow umbrella. So she is going to be gaming this next few weeks and months very, very carefully, because as you were saying earlier, there are people in her party who want her to go faster, but she's a lawyer and she's cautious.
She's a lawyer, she's cautious, and she's a legalist, she's a constitutionalist.
Yes, absolutely.
She keeps reminding her more radical colleagues that Catalonia is not independent, that it had its referendum and it didn't succeed in delivering independence. So she wants to do it in a way that is consensual with the Westminster government, which will be in a way in which the result, if it's for independence, will be recognised by the rest of Europe and the rest of the world. And that's, that's not going to be achieved if the kind of consent that we saw in 2014 from Westminster is not forthcoming.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question on what she said previously. There's any question of going for any Wildcats referendum or trying to make some kind of finagling of the legalese. But there will be a number of lawyers on this right now.
Yeah, they certainly intend to legislate for an independence referendum in the event that Boris Johnson withholds an Article 30 order. And that will be a direct challenge to Boris Johnson to go to court and have it declared unconstitutional.
Here's Carol Capp-Stewart. She's the first woman of colour being elected for the SNP to the Scottish Parliament. So Nicola Sturgeon is there. She is elbow to elbow with her in Glasgow today. Yes, there's going to be a question of the legal advice. Obviously lawyers are always very cautious. It's up to you in the end, but here's my advice. But there's going to be, they're going to be working very hard on this, and in fact, they've worked hard on it already.
Yeah, they have. But I suppose the story of this election is two countries pulling in opposite directions in terms of the values that are expressed at the ballot box. We now have a Conservative government chalking up astonishing successes, having aligned themselves very closely with the values of the Brexit heartlands. Those are not values that enjoy much traction in Scotland. We have instead a governing party pushing forward and earning a fourth term in Parliament with values that are strongly aligned to the Remain arguments.
Here we go. I think Nicola Sturgeon is going to just say a few words, unless she's freezing out there, but I think she's about to speak. Here we go. We're going to hear from the First Minister of Scotland.
Such a rainy May day.
I know. Okay, we're filming.
You good? Okay, so just for sign name and job title, please.
Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister.
Happy?
Yep.
Okay. First Minister, you're here to welcome one of your newest colleagues to Holyrood, Procap Stewart. What's your message to all your new colleagues?
Look, congratulations to all newly elected MSPs. Obviously, commiserations to those who've lost out. I know from experience in the past how tough that is, but to everybody who's been elected, congratulations. It's a huge honour to be a member of our national parliament. But you know, while I'm delighted about all of the SNP MSPs elected, I am thrilled beyond words to see Procap Stewart elected. It has taken us far too long, more than 20 years, but today she becomes the first woman of colour to be elected to our national parliament. So party politics aside, this is a really special and a very significant moment for Scotland, and I could not be prouder right now.
You said you're delighted to see your new colleagues. You're thrilled to have Procap in your team, but it does look like you're maybe just going to fall short of that majority people have spoken of. What do you make of the results?
Look, you know, it's not a huge surprise. I've said all along a majority was a long shot. We have a PR system in Holyrood. It's not meant to deliver majorities, but I'm thrilled with our results. We'll see the final tally of seats later on this evening, but already we know that we've won more constituency seats than we did at the last election. We've won a higher share of the vote in the constituency ballot than in 2016, and actually we've won more votes and a higher share of the vote than any party in the history of devolution by any standards. This is a historic achievement, a quite extraordinary achievement for the SNP. Our vote share is up, the vote share of the other main parties is down. So the SNP has won this election emphatically. The message we took to the people of Scotland has been endorsed, and I now intend to get back to work to deliver on all of what we put before the Scottish people.
Delivering on all those things, will it be more difficult being a minority government again, and also your hope to have a referendum in the first half of the next parliament? Is that realistic now?
Yes, I mean, I've said, and I meant it, that COVID, getting through the COVID crisis has to come first, and that is what I will deliver. I'll be getting back to work tomorrow to take the decisions to continue to steer us through the COVID crisis. But, you know, while we don't know the final tally of seats right now, it looks as if it is beyond any doubt that there will be a pro-independence majority in that Scottish Parliament. And by any normal standard of democracy, that majority should have the commitments it made to the people of Scotland honoured. So for any Westminster politician who tries to stand in the way of that, I would say two things. Firstly, you're not picking a fight with the SNP, you're picking a fight with the democratic wishes of the Scottish people. And secondly, you will not succeed. The only people who can decide the future of Scotland are the Scottish people, and no Westminster politician can or should stand in the way of that.
And how quickly do you start making those demands to Westminster?
Westminster knows my view on these things. The timing of an independence referendum now should be a matter for the Scottish Parliament. It should be for the judgment of the Parliament to consider the position with COVID, and when the Parliament considers that the time is right to have that referendum. That is not a decision for Boris Johnson or for any Westminster politician. Of course, my immediate job is to get on with steering us through that crisis, but then it is for the people of Scotland to decide their own future, and that is not a demand from me or the SNP. That is what the people of Scotland have voted for. You know, in normal democratic debate, parties that promise something in an election and get elected are meant to deliver on those commitments. It's an absurdity that in Scotland we seem to have other parties determined to block the party or parties that have won the mandate for something from delivering that. But the people of Scotland, of course, are sovereign. The people of Scotland should choose their own future, and whether or not Scotland chooses independence is entirely up to the majority here in Scotland.
So is that a Section 30 request to get those powers so you can decide when?
It's for when the Scottish Parliament, when it decides is right to make the preparations for an independence referendum. If Boris Johnson or whoever is Prime Minister at the time has any respect for Scottish democracy, they will come together with the Scottish Government, as happened in the run-up to 2014, and agree that transfer of power. And if they refuse to do that, then they will have to take the decision to legally challenge the ability of the Scottish Parliament to deliver on what the people of Scotland voted for. And the absurdity and outrageous nature of that, a Westminster government potentially going to court to overturn Scottish democracy. I can't think of a more powerful argument for Scottish independence than that one.
Thank you, Minister.
Okay.
Alan Littleman, we cannot underestimate what an extraordinary achievement Nicola Sturgeon has pulled off. I mean, here she is, the fourth term of a Scottish National Party government in Scotland. Someone who has built on the vote, built on the share of the vote. You know, it is astonishing, actually.
It is, and when you think about when she went into politics, you didn't join the SNP to have a career in government, because they never got elected. And I've argued before on the BBC that Margaret Thatcher is often is the godmother of that building, because the more they held out against the creation of a Scottish Parliament in the 1980s, the more the momentum built for it. And something similar might happen now.
Yeah, and listen to what she said. And listen to what she said, and we'll talk about holding out against it later, but listen to it. The people of Scotland are sovereign. Clear, unequivocal, the people of Scotland are sovereign.
We're going to hear a lot about legitimacy in the next few months. In the 1980s, the idea gained traction here that there was a democratic deficit in Scotland, and it led to a stonking 3-to-1 majority in favour of creating that place there. The danger that Boris Johnson risks in simply ruling it out is that he creates a similar democratic deficit now.
Thanks very much indeed, Alan.
So let's extend the debate that we've been having really on the potential toing and froing between a Scottish Parliament and Westminster on this notion of demanding a second referendum based on a mandate that Nicola Sturgeon will be claiming, because she'll be saying, quite rightly, that there is a majority in terms of members of the Parliament representing millions of voters who have voted in favour, knowingly voted in favour of a manifesto that says they want a referendum. And how could that play out? Not least in terms of the Constitution. Dr. Catherine Haddon joins us, who's in South London, and Catherine is a constitutional expert at the Institute of Government. Thanks so much for joining us, Catherine. It's good to have you with us. And just let us pick your brains on this one, because we've heard several angles on it today. So if you get a position where the First Minister says, OK, we're going to legislate, the Scottish Parliament is going to legislate and is going to demand the right to have a second referendum, that is then rejected by Boris Johnson and by Westminster and by the House of Commons. Where do we go from there?
Well, I mean, you know, we're already seeing Plan A playing out, as you say. The Scottish Government already saying that they're going to request a referendum at some point in this Parliament. Boris Johnson already saying now is not the time, looks very reluctant to allow it. That means that you end up in Plan B, which is basically a massive confrontation between the two. The Scottish Government can try and legislate itself to get this referendum going, but then it comes down to the UK Government and them whether they refuse to allow it and whether the whole thing ends up in the Supreme Court.
That's obviously crossing several bridges, as you've made clear.
It is.
But is a decision at the Supreme Court the right course, in the sense that we spoke to one expert earlier today saying, you know, ultimately this can only be resolved in a political forum, either through compromise or through agreement or through respecting or responding to perceived mandates. It's not going to be resolved really in a court of law. Now, how will that argument play?
Well, I think this is the heart of the matter. At the moment, we're talking about the tactics that each side might come up with. What's more important is the strategy behind it. And we've heard Nicola Sturgeon today and we heard Boris Johnson yesterday, and there was something very telling that he said, you know, when he was talking about the Hartlepool results, but he started using this phrase that it's all about now uniting and levelling up. And this was basically him trying to start to bring together some kind of union strategy. You know, levelling up is all about these results all around the country, about the post-pandemic response, about left behind places and so forth. He's now trying to connect that up to a wider conversation about the future of the union. And the question is whether or not he's got a positive strategy there to try and talk about why the union should stay together and try and undercut this argument that's coming out of the Scottish Government is going to be very strong in the next few weeks and months about the legitimacy that they've got for a new result. So it's really about the messaging that's going to lie behind it.
messaging obviously is crucial, Catherine. And you know, the Prime Minister has been reported as saying not so long ago that he thought that devolution was the biggest mistake that Tony Blair, as Prime Minister, had put in place. So, you know, the whole attitude of the Boris Johnson government, if you like, is part of this calculation. What Alan Little earlier on was saying, that one civil servant had called the know your place approach to Scotland and to Wales, for example, is part of the equation that we're talking about. So, you know, is there a cultural issue here within Whitehall to do with the respect for the devolution settlement?
I think that is a very good point. I mean, if you look at these results as a whole, not just the Scottish one, what you're seeing here is actually strong devolution. You've got, you know, the Wales government, a Labour government, 1 seat short of a majority. You've got a number of metro mayors, both Conservative and Labour, who've won very large majorities. So what you're seeing is actually quite a lot of positivity towards devolution. And that means that, you know, there's a big question about whether the Westminster government can listen to that, whether or not actually Boris Johnson can connect up those two aspects, the idea of keeping the union together and this question about levelling up. And does that mean actually greater devolution? Is Wales going to push for more devolution? Are metro mayors going to push for more powers? So there's a big question about how this whole thing fits together and whether or not Boris Johnson can come up with a way of combining it all.
Dr. Catherine Haddon, thanks for your time and good to talk to you.
Just after 5:30, time to go back to Martine Croxall for some more news.
Thank you very much. The SNP will fall short of an overall majority at Holyrood. Nicola Sturgeon's party has lost the key battleground seat of Aberdeenshire West to the Scottish Conservatives. Nicola Sturgeon says timing of an independence referendum should be up to Scotland and not a decision for Boris Johnson. She also said it would be absurd if the Prime Minister went to court to stop the vote. Boris Johnson has described any calls for another poll as irresponsible. Labour have held on to power in Wales after the party took 30 of the 60 Senedd seats, with all seats now in. It means Mark Drakeford will remain as First Minister after guiding the country through the coronavirus pandemic. The second largest party is the Welsh Conservatives with 16, while Plaid Cymru took 13 seats and the Liberal Democrats have 1. In England, the Conservatives have continued their strong showing in council elections as votes continue to be counted. The Greens have also made gains. Meanwhile, Labour candidates have won the mayoral elections in North Tyneside and Liverpool City, and in a landslide win, Andy Burnham has re-elected as the Mayor of Greater Manchester. A man has been arrested on suspicion of murder following the death of a police community support officer in Kent. 53-year-old Julia James was found in Woodland in Aylsham last month after taking her dog for a walk. The man arrested is in his 20s and from the Canterbury area. Some trains on Britain's busiest rail services that were suspended after hairline cracks were found are now running again. Earlier, the operators of Great Western Railway and TransPennine Express had warned passengers of major disruption while safety checks were carried out. Hull trains, which were also affected, have now resumed normal services, and LNER are starting to bring back some of their trains. The latest coronavirus figures have been released by the government. In the latest 24-hour period, the UK has recorded 2,047 cases. There have been 5 deaths within 28 days of a positive test. More than 35 million people have now received the first dose of a vaccine. Airlines say they've put on extra flights to countries on the government's new green travel list after a surge in demand since the announcements were made. Portugal, Gibraltar and Israel are among the destinations that travellers from England will be able to visit from the 17th of May without having to self-isolate on their return. And a reminder, for live coverage of the election results as they come in and expert analysis of what they mean for you, you can visit our website or the BBC News app. Now it's back to Elections 2021.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. It's 5:35. You're on our special coverage of Elections 21. We started yesterday morning. We're still here, and Kirsty is still in Edinburgh, keeping tabs on things there for us. Where are we? Well, some English results to come in, and of course, one or two big mayoral contests, including the one in London, which is going fairly slowly because they've got a few other counts going on at the same time. We heard the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, speaking a while ago, and Kirsty, our understanding is that we may get a more formal statement from the First Minister, you know, maybe within the next hour or so.
We are expecting the First Minister to speak within the hour. So the lectern is going to read in front of her Scotland's choice. You know, she said very clearly this is Scotland's choice. It's not the SNP's choice, it's Scotland's choice. But can we just reflect on Nicola Sturgeon just for a moment? Here she is. She will be, at the end of this coming Parliament, have been First Minister for a decade, providing she stays to the end of the Parliament. It's an astonishing achievement because what she's done, she's moved. I mean, Alex Salmond took the SNP into the 2011 election, came out with a majority. She has steadily built the party. She steadily cut a path for Scotland, and she's steadily, as it were, grown. She's absolutely grown into the job of First Minister. And actually, that is an extraordinary achievement for anybody to remain First Minister for 10 years. At the end of this term, the SNP will have been in power in Scotland for 19 years. Longer than Mrs Thatcher, longer than Tony Blair.
It is an astonishing achievement, and also, let's face it, Kirsty, in an incredibly sharply competitive arena. You know, Scottish politics is nothing if it's not robust. So that is an achievement in itself. And of course, let's be honest, she's also, in terms of the political arena, she's also a role model for lots of female politicians around the world, in the sense that she's made the role her own in an area where, you know, it can be very tough, as Julia Gillard showed in Australia, and other female politicians too. So it's a remarkable record.
And we have a great female politician leading. Obviously, we've got Hearn in New Zealand. We've had a Latvian Prime Minister from Iceland, another Prime Minister from Denmark. You know, there is a whole slew of female First Ministers. But I think the interesting thing as well about what is happening here is that the SNP has grown since the 90s. They've changed, as it were, the dynamic. You know, they're a party of government. And the other thing, and don't forget that she's had a very torrid year in many ways, but you know, Alex Salmond, we just heard there from David Wallace Lockhart, that it looks as if the party that Alex Salmond founded to great funfair to get the supermajority did not even make a single list seat in Scotland. In a way, they've got two MPs who are defectors from the SNP to Alba at Westminster. They don't have anybody in Scotland in any position of authority. So basically, you know, she's managed to hold together a coalition. She's managed to hold together the Nationalists. And actually, that is a lesson for Boris Johnson going forward. But I want to quickly bring in Nick Eardley here. So, Nick, just reflecting on that achievement.
Yeah, I think for Nicola Sturgeon there'll be a big sense of relief tonight that Alba aren't in. She doesn't have Alex Salmond in Parliament always urging her to go further on independence. But, you know, you're absolutely right. For Nicola Sturgeon, I stood out there 7 weeks ago, and there was a genuine question over whether Nicola Sturgeon would have to resign over the whole Alex Salmond debacle. She's now in a very powerful position here. There's a wider question over what happens next with independence, big questions over the case for independence and the strategy to get another referendum. But in terms of that Parliament, her position is as secure as it's ever been.
And I want to, I hear you've got some chat from number 10, which I'd like to get. But let's just reflect on one thing. You know, Boris Johnson, you know, it says the union is front and centre. And yet, he was a Prime Minister who did not come and campaign with Douglas Ross or a single Conservative MSP. He left it alone. Now, perhaps he thinks he might not have been welcomed by some of these candidates. He might have been counterproductive. But what does that say about Boris Johnson if actually he's not in tune even to the extent of actually being welcomed by his own candidates? I mean, I don't know that for sure, but I can't think of another reason why the man who says he is the man to lead the union forward didn't come to Scotland to campaign with his own candidates.
The simple reason he didn't come was because the Scottish Tories didn't want him to come, because he was seen as a potential damage to their campaign. They feared that his low approval ratings would damage them. And Nicola Sturgeon, at the start of this campaign, wanted to make it Nicola Sturgeon Scotland versus Boris Johnson's Britain. And that's what the Scottish Tories were really worried about.
Just quickly on the number 10 chat you're hearing.
There's relief that the SNP hasn't won an outright majority, but an acceptance that this issue isn't going away. Another Whitehall source has just been in touch in the last few minutes saying this has all got to be about COVID now in the next few weeks and months. I suspect we're going to hear the same from Nicola Sturgeon. This battle isn't going to happen immediately, but it's definitely coming.
Thanks very much, Nick.
Well, now then, let's pick up and get the perspective of the Conservatives in Scotland and talk to the MP, Andrew Bowie. Mr Bowie, thanks very much for joining us, and it's good to have you with us. Thanks for waiting patiently. So the narrative is, Nicola Sturgeon and the Greens, and they'll have a mandate, and that's the narrative. However, I'm getting messages from other Scottish Conservatives and other Conservatives in Westminster saying to me, hang on a bit, Nicola Sturgeon hasn't made any progress and she hasn't actually achieved what she set out to achieve. What would you say?
Well, I would agree with the latter comments. Obviously, Huw would expect me to say that the SNP started off this election campaign saying that if they won a majority, they would have a mandate for a second independence referendum. It's quite clear, sitting here, looking at the results and looking at the projections, and right now they are only projections, that they have failed to achieve that. And I was listening to you and Kirsty talking about how Nicola Sturgeon has taken the SNP forward. Well, the last referendum was granted on the basis that the Scottish National Party actually achieved a majority in 2011. And in the two Scottish parliamentary elections that Nicola Sturgeon's actually led the SNP into, they've failed to achieve that. So, no, I don't think the SNP have a mandate for an independent referendum. And actually, I think that it's incumbent on every politician at every level elected across these islands to be putting our shoulders to the wheel, working together to move out of this terrible situation we're in regarding COVID and really focus on rebuilding and getting this country back on track.
Andrew, did you agree with the remarks reportedly made by the Prime Minister that he thought that devolution had been Tony Blair's biggest mistake?
No, absolutely not. I'm a big fan of devolution. In fact, if you look at the record of the Conservatives in government, we have devolved more than any other party in history in this country. So I think actions speak louder than words, and we have delivered on our commitment to the Scottish people to make the Scottish Parliament the most powerful devolved Parliament in the world. That is the case right now, and we're not taking any powers away from that. And we want to work with the devolved governments in Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland to really build back better from what has been a torrid time for the British people across these islands, so that we can move on and close the chapter on what has been really trying and dispiriting time, not just for people involved in business and in the economy, but for people really worrying about whether they'll have a job at the end of the month and so many other things that have been as a result of the pandemic that we've been fighting.
Just focusing on your performance in Scotland, it wasn't as good as you wanted, surely. Can you just say, how pleased or not you are?
Well, I mean, I'm sitting here talking to you from Aberdeenshire West, so I'm delighted with the result that came in just over an hour ago, an increase of 9% and an increase of the majority from 700 up to 3,000, an incredible rebut to nationalism here in the northeast of Scotland. Of course, across the country, disappointing to see some long-standing servants like John Scott lose his seat in Ayr. But I think if we look at the projections, and as I said, we're still counting the regional list votes, we've actually done fairly well. So I'm quietly happy with where we find ourselves this evening as a party in Scotland. And what I want to do, and what I think all of my colleagues in Holyrood and Westminster want to do now, is get focused back on the day job. The election's over. Let's get back to work. Let's get this country back on track, and let's beat COVID back to where it belongs.
Andrew Bowie, I wonder if you will be putting the case to Boris Johnson for a new constitutional settlement for Scotland. I mean, that's what Gordon Brown wants. More powers, more devolution. Is that, you think, what the priority will be?
No, I think the priority is building back from coronavirus. I think it has to be. I think anything else would be a great disservice and discredit to the people of this country who, no matter who they voted for in this election, at whatever level they voted, have said in poll after poll after poll that the economy and recovery is what we should be focused on. And I think that's what we should be doing.
So that's it. Devolution is, the journey for devolution is over. That's, you're drawing a line in the sand. As far as the Conservative government's concerned, this is devolution max, and it goes no further.
I didn't say that at all, Kirsty. And actually, as I just said to Huw, if you look at what we've actually...
power, no powers.
If you look at what we've delivered over the past 10 years, we've devolved more than any other government in history. We have real faith and are supportive of devolution and the devolved parliaments and assemblies across these islands. We want to work with them to make it work even better, to deliver for the people of Scotland, the people of Wales, the people of Northern Ireland, people for our great cities in England who are electing their own mayors and representatives over the past week. So look, we are committed to devolution. We believe in devolution. We've devolved more, and we will still continue to work with the devolved administrations across these islands.
It's interesting. But that's the past. What you're not offering is a new prospectus. You want to reinforce the union. You want to say that Scotland is at the heart of the union. It's a great partnership. But you don't want to release any more power to Scotland.
Well, it is at the heart of the union. We do have a great partnership across these islands, and I, for one, would be very sad if that was ever to come to an end. But right now, the government's focus is on recovering from coronavirus, and I don't think anybody in the country would expect us to be saying or doing anything different.
Andrew, very good of you to talk to us. Thank you so much for your time today. Andrew Bowie there, the Conservative MP in West Aberdeenshire in Scotland. Reeta, can we just come up to date now on where we are with English councils and what's happened to the Conservative performance there?
Well, we're a long way down the road with the councils in England now. There are just 20 left to declare, and we've got a good sense of the picture now of the council elections in England. The Conservatives have gained 12 councils. They've put in a really strong performance. We saw councils like Dudley and Harlow yesterday go Conservative. Others like Basildon and Cornwall. You can see Gloucester, Maidstone, Northumberland, all Conservative gains from no overall control. And they've gained councils like Cannock Chase, which, you know, it's never been Conservative. This council in Staffordshire, it used to be Labour, as you can see back here. This is the history. In 2019, it was a hung council. And let's just take a look at the change in the seats. So it's pretty much a straight swap, isn't it? 9 Conservative seats gained and 9 Labour seats gained. So this is 8 of the Conservative gains, but there are another 4 as well, which I hope to be able to show you here. There you go. Nottinghamshire, Pendle and Worcester, all Conservative gains from no overall control. And Nuneaton and Bedworth as well, where the figures are very interesting. This has been, as you can see, over time, a combination of Labour and hung. It was Conservative in 2008, but it's only once been Conservative. And if you look at that, the Conservatives now, by far and away, the biggest winners of this election there, and again, you know, a real drop in the Labour vote there and a rise in the Conservative one. We were saying a little bit earlier about how Labour does seem to have performed particularly badly in areas where they used to be strong, and Nuneaton and Bedworth is probably one of them. I also want to show you then if the Conservatives have had a good election of it in England. For Labour, it has been a different story. So that was the Conservative gains. Labour has lost 4 councils. They include Harlow, Rossendale, Sheffield and Plymouth. Let's go into, let's take a look at one of them, shall we? Let's have a look at Harlow.
Reeta, I'm very sorry. Let's go to a declaration.
Colleagues, once again, thank you so much for your patience from the media and all other colleagues with us this evening in the count venue. I'm now able to move forward the election of Mayor for the West Midlands and the certificate of result for the second count. I, Martin Reeves, as the West Combined Authority Returning Officer appointed at the election for the Mayor for the West Midlands Combined Authority area on the 6th of May 2021, hereby certify that the total number of valid second preference votes cast for each of the remaining candidates is as follows. Street, Andrew John, the Conservative Party candidate, 15,351. Byrne, Liam, Labour and Cooperative Party, 23,617. The total number of ballot papers rejected at the second count is as follows. 7,568. Want of official mark 0. Voting for more than one candidate as to the second preference vote 114. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified 1. Unmarked as to the second preference vote 7,299. Void for uncertainty as to the second preference vote 154. So the total of valid first and second preference votes for each of the remaining candidates is as follows. Street, Andrew John, the Conservative Party candidate. First preferences, 299,318. Second preferences, 15,351. Total, 314,669. Byrne, Liam, Labour and Cooperative Party. First preferences, 244,009. Second preferences, 23,617. Total, 267,626. So I declare that Street, Andrew John, the Conservative Party candidate, is duly elected as Mayor for the West Midlands Combined Authority.
So there's the result. This is another one of those very big mayoral authorities for the West Midlands. Such an important battleground, of course, in all elections. And this is Andy Street, former John Lewis executive, who's made a success now of this job, being re-elected and beating Labour's Liam Byrne. That's not Andy Street, is it? Because he's got a big red rosette on. So let's hang on, shall we?
Let me start with a huge thank you to you and to all of your team for delivering with such expertise.
So this is Liam Byrne, who's just going up, first of all, to thank the team. And while he's doing that, Vicky Young, how important is this result?
Well, you know, it's another huge win for the Conservatives, and they will be absolutely thrilled. Not only the Hartlepool by-election, but in, you know, mayors, the West Midlands, but Tees Valley as well. Really resounding wins for them. And again, maybe a sign that those who are already in power are doing well in those kind of places. But I think the broader point here about devolution itself, and something that Andy Burnham talked about too, about those leaders who have had a lot more prominence because of COVID and the pandemic. Andy Burnham in particular obviously getting in a huge fight with the government in London about help for businesses that were being closed down, but showing that these areas have got a voice. And I just wonder whether there's going to be more of a move in that direction, with people looking towards devolution and looking towards those mayoral voices as people who can make the case for their local area. That's what it's there for. That's the point of it. Now, of course, governments in Westminster, they don't always like that because it takes some power away from them. So I think this is, you know, an interesting thing that's happened over the last year with the COVID pandemic, and it'd be interesting to see how much further it goes for that. But, you know, this is another absolute disappointment for Labour, of course. You know, an area where they would very much hope to be winning, to be doing well. There are so many constituency seats in this area that they would look at, marginal seats that they would be hoping to pick up. So this is, you know, again, not a good sign for them that they're not making progress in areas like this.
Can we just have a look back in the count area in Birmingham, because I think that, yes, he's still talking. But there you go, just over to the left there, you can see Andy Street. And I think, I mean, I'd expect him to say a few words after this anyway, but given that he's now been re-elected, and re-elected very handsomely, it did go to the second round. But he was very close to winning on the first round, which would be a remarkable achievement, really, but an achievement that Andy Burnham certainly achieved in Manchester for Labour. But this is Liam Byrne speaking now, who's the defeated candidate for the West Midlands Mayor. He seems to have quite a lot to say, and hopefully we'll hear maybe a few words from Andy Street in just a moment. You never know. So basically, that's one of those areas again which, you know, it plays into this narrative that the shape of politics is changing in a way that, you know, you have a powerful parliament in Scotland and government there, and in Wales doing things differently there, and Andy Burnham making the point that doesn't matter whether it's Conservative or Labour. It's the pattern of devolving power to these great regions or cities, which is the way forward. Now, you know, that's an interesting pattern for us to be thinking about. If you think ahead 5 and 10 years, you could easily see that as a kind of juggling of power, really, which could work very well for parties in their own areas of strength.
And I wonder whether areas themselves, that's the point, isn't it? Do areas themselves look at those kind of voices, whether it is Ben Houchen in Tees Valley or whether it is Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester, and say, actually, yeah, we want some of that because we can see that they're getting a better deal, they're getting more of a voice, more of a platform on the national stage, and then start demanding that kind of devolution themselves, you know, more so than an English parliament or a regional parliament. Actually, whether that figurehead, the personality of the mayor, is something that actually brings them something to their area and makes real changes. Now, there's arguments about whether, if the mayor is the same party as the governing party at the time, do they get more punted in their direction? And that's, you know, still a possibility, whereas Andy Burnham would say that, you know, he was obviously fighting for a lot more. But it was interesting that he talked about how the Labour Party has to buy into this devolution. Are we going to hear from Andy Street? Is he getting a look in yet?
He's on his way, actually. I'm just thinking, we're coming off BBC One very soon, but it'd be a pity not to hear Andy Street's voice, wouldn't it? Let's just hear his voice for a few seconds, because he's had an amazing victory today again. So let's just see what he says, because he'll probably thank his team first.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or even evening. Now, as ever, it's right to start with some thanks on these occasions. First of all, I'd like to thank Martin and his incredible team of election officials across the region for the way in which they've conducted this campaign. We all know it's been done in completely unique circumstances, but no one other than Martin knows quite what that's meant. And Martin, we are all very, very grateful to you. Thank you. The second group of people I'd like to thank are, of course, Liam, Jenny, Pete and Steve.
So this is Andy Street, who's the Conservative victor in the West Midlands mayoral contest. It's a very powerful position, and he's been re-elected, beating Labour's Liam Byrne by 54% to 46% on the second round chair. So we're just coming to the end of our coverage here on BBC One. It's been a very long marathon for Kirsty and for me and for all of the team, by the way, not just in the studios, but behind the scenes as well, have done an amazing job. And of course, Sir John Curtice, who's been with us as well. John, I have to say to you, yet another stellar performance by you. So we're just thanking you very much for your expertise all the way along. And we're thanking Reeta as well for guiding us through lots of these results as they've come in. Reeta, thanks very much. And Vicky with me in the studio here as well. Vicky Young, our Deputy Political Editor. Kirsty, just a final thought, very quickly.
Very quickly. We are about to leave this programme, BBC One, but we are awaiting Nicola Sturgeon's victory speech, which we hear will be just after 6 o'clock. So hang around for that.
Indeed. So switch over to see what the First Minister has to say about the SNP's performance and indeed what her plans are for the weeks and months and years ahead. But for all of you who've stayed with us, there are some of you, judging by the messages, thank you so much. It's been a very interesting set of elections. Thank you for watching and goodbye for now.